The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final round of Rapid Chess was full of thrills and spills that shook the standings here in St. Louis. World number 2 Fabiano Caruana stumbled again out of the gate against a surging Richard Rapport, falling into a tie with him for second place. Now, in the pole position after quietly handling a strong field of competitors, Blitz phenom Hikaru Nakamura sits perfectly poised to ride his Blitz prowess to another title. Challengers will clash and favorites will fall. Day 1 of lightning fast Blitz coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 4 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Well, Hikaru Nakamura cruised to a first place finish in the rapid portion of the event, but he will need all his blitz skills in order to hold off his chasers in Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport in a heavily contested blitz field. We'll jump to the action right now in the studio with Yasser and Alejandro.
And we are back in the capital of American chess, and what a great day we have ahead. It's going to be fast and furious here in the Central West End in St. Louis as we bring you the 4th leg of the Grand Chess Tour. It's the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, and to bring you all the action, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, a pleasure as always to be commentating alongside you and Maurice. It's been fun.
It's been so much fun, especially this tournament. What a roller coaster of emotions the players have given us with only 3 days in the books.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. It has been a wacky and crazy event, those rapid games, with some terrible howlers, but some great chess as well. In particular, that game of Naka versus Fabi is epic. But having said all of that, take us through the leaderboard, Alejandro.
It's precisely that game between Fabi and Naka that has the Blitz specialist, his self-proclaimed Twitch streamer professional, as first place. Take a look at that, 12 points, a great result there in the Rapid.
Right.
He is currently 1 point ahead of his closest suitors, Fabiano Caruana, with 11 points, as well as Richard Rapport with 11.
Richard, round 3, day 3, pardon me. Wow, coming up. Victory, and he snuck into a tie for second.
A surprising one, as he was dead lost against Fabiano Caruana, receiving a great gift as the American basically checkmated himself, one of the many howlers that we've seen in this event. With 50%, we have Wesley So, Peter Svidler, and Sam Shankland, 9 points out of 18. They're going to have to put a lot of wins together to put any pressure on Hikaru. Meanwhile, the mercurial Shakriar Mamediyarov having some great games and a lot of blunders. He somehow finds himself with 8 points, as well as Jeffrey Schoen, who himself received a gift at the end of yesterday.
Absolutely, by Sham. And will the real Shakriar please stand up?
Absolutely. Lanier Dominguez and Le Quang Liam, they haven't found their form, especially Lanier having great day 1 and then just fading away.
Absolutely. And our format, Alejandro.
We have 3 round robins that comprise the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but the Rapid is over. Those were games in 25 with a 10-second increment, and we are moving on to the Blitz. 5 minutes per game with only a 2-second increment. No draw offers whatsoever in these tournaments. They have to vacuum the board or find a repetition to split the point. And remember, the Rapids were worth 2 points for a win and 1 point for a draw. None of that anymore. We go back to traditional scoring system. 1 point for a win. A draw is worth half a point and loss nothing.
$150,000 prize fund, a very handsome prize fund indeed, and our remaining schedule.
It's the weekend, Yasser, and it's going to be fast and furious. We have 9 rounds of Blitz ahead of us today, and tomorrow we have 9 more, 18 rounds of Blitz split on 2 days. And if we need playoffs, we will do those immediately after the Blitz games tomorrow.
We are all about crowning champions here in St. Louis.
And speaking of champions, we have to take a look at that leaderboard even closer. And for that, we have our favorite GM, Maurice Ashley.
Well, thank you, Alejandro. When you play in these events, you want to be a model of consistency. That's what gets it done at the highest level. And the players were not doing that, at least most of the field, except for a couple of them who did that on the first 2 days before one of them collapsed. Let's take a look at those two players. Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, they started off slowly with a draw, but then Fabi won his game and went into a tie for first and pretty much stayed there the whole way. You see Nakamura there remaining solid, finally winning one, but it was Fabi who won yet again in round 3 to still be in a tie for first after the first day. Then they stayed in that position pretty much. Fabi did slip in the early round, but then he won again. And you see Hikaru trying to keep up as other pretenders started to fail. And then after day 2, look at that. Fabi at number 1, Hikaru 2 points behind. But then the very first game, Hikaru stayed solid and Fabi lost his game to get caught. But then Fabi won, Hikaru only drawing. And it was the last round of the day, with Hikaru defeating Fabi to finally overtake him right at the very end and now be in first place, with Fabi in a tie for second as Richard, as we mentioned, surged and is also tied for second. They will face off 2 games, Blitz games round 2 and round 11. Fabi will have to get it done, as Naka is simply amazing. How amazing? The number 1 rated player in the world at Blitz. This is going to be a tall order for the entire field to try to keep pace with the lightning fast American. But Fabi, he's got to get it done. He's the number 2 player on the planet overall. If he wants to win his first Rapid and Blitz event ever, he's got a great chance right now.
Well, as we get started, let's take a look at the pairings, Alejandro.
Remember, we're going to be focusing on one game during the Blitz. We're going to keep you updated on all the others. But what a way to start. We have number 2 in the standings, Richard Rapport, facing against Hikaru Nakamura. No doubt that's going to be our center of attention.
Absolutely. Highlight, but the second game that we want to keep our eyes on, Peter Svidler versus Fabi on table number 1.
Absolutely an important one there. Caruana needs those points to keep the pressure up on Hikaru. It's a full point. Remember that a victory doesn't guarantee any kind of leapfrogging. We're going to go back to 1 point per win. That's very important. And, well, the leaders, a lot of them, especially the Americans, playing with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And what are they playing for, Alejandro?
A ton of money. It's $37,500 there for first place. And not only that, remember, it's those GCT points. And I think out of all of these people, it's Fabiano Caruana that wants all of those 13.
Absolutely.
He doesn't want to enter the Singfield Cup mathematically eliminated.
That's right.
He definitely wants to put the pressure on Maxime, on Wesley, on Shaq, that are currently ahead of him in the GCT standings. $25,000 is going to be second prize and $20,000 for third.
GC2 winner overall walks home with $100,000 in bonus money, as we see Wesley so kind of faded towards the end of the Rapid. He started well, but the second half of the Rapid wasn't his best performance.
It's not his usual performance in the Rapid. You see him actually get a bit of a lead in this time control, but it was that blunder against Fabi. It was just never really recovered after that. He blundered a full piece against Fabiano Caruana. Another one of those howlers.
Yeah.
Knight f5, blundering a whole thing. He had to immediately reside when Fabi captured that knight, and he wasn't able to win after that.
I remember Fabi's reaction when Knight f5, like, no, you can't do that. Can you do that? No, you can't.
No, absolutely not. And we are moments away. This is going to be our captivating duel. Richard Rapport against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, he is known as a Blitz legend, a Blitz specialist, currently the #1 player in the FIDE rankings as far as Blitz is concerned.
as the players get ready. And I just wanted to finish the thought. $100,000 bonus money for the overall Grand Chess Tour winner, $50,000 runner-up, and $25,000 extra cash for third place. So
That's
those
big.
GCT,
Huge.
yeah,
That's so big.
Yes, it is.
We're talking about the person who wins the championship, and there's someone who's very much in contention. We are wondering how he's been playing so poorly in this event, but he's very much in contention overall, is Shaq, for the overall title. But even if he doesn't win the overall title, coming in second or third,
Exactly.
I mean,
Keep it competitive.
Extra change in your pocket.
Right.
So he will certainly try to do well here, and here we go.
Here we go. Will we see another Nimzo Indian?
Yes, we will. And will we see the classical? Yes, we will. And A3.
Hikaru being a big fan of this variation, using it not just in this tournament, but it's been many years where he has relied on this line over and over again to secure him many, many draws at the top level.
And I still remember in the Rapid where he got rocked by some great preparation by Shaq, but he's so resourceful. He found all the right moves, made a comfortable draw, did
Hikaru.
I was just going to say Rook D1.
We are going back to that game that was played between Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces and Shakira Mamadiarov. Here he
played knight F3, knight BD7,
G4.
That was how Shaq prepped. And Hikaru, since that game, double-checked everything. And, yeah, no, actually, pardon me, it was knight F3, bishop B7.
G4. Yes, and we also had the possibility of playing knight F3, rook D8. Sorry, it was rook D8. E4, right?
Yes, that was another alternative move as well. In E2, E4 was...
That was Lek Kwang Liem with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. E4, G5. He sacrificed that knight on G5.
Exactly, as the players go through their tabia position.
Away from you.
Okay. Let me just put this away here for a second. As E2, E3, nothing...
More traditional. It's a more traditional approach. Bishop takes F1. You usually retake with the rook. One of those lines that has been analyzed already several times. The conclusion has been that it's only equal for the white side.
All right. One of the things as you look at White's king for just a moment, and I just about to say that one of the things that you could do as White is recapture with the king in order to get your...
This is a known draw. Bishop E5, Queen C1, Queen C4. Isn't it the same that they did in the
Rapid?
In the Rapid?
Yes, King E2.
All right. Well, that's much for this
Will
game.
Richard?
No, there's no choice anymore.
Because Queen D3 is...
Well, it's not even an advantage anymore. So the first result of the day, a little bit of a huge dud. Richard Rapport against Hikaru Nakamura finishes in a draw. Okay, enough of these games. Let's see if Javi...
Let's switch over. And by the way, we have a repeat again of a game that was played yesterday in the Rapid. It was also this Joko piano with bishop on B2.
This reminds me of the game actually between Linier
That's what I mean.
and Svidler, right?
Right.
Oh, so
that was
pieces.
Peter Svidler playing the bishop E3 check
yes.
to turn the tables, and Lanier just groaned when he saw that move, bishop E3. Okay, D5, the whole purpose of the move, bishop B2, is to, this bishop is an ambush, attacking the rook on E5, and the move C4, and that was my question.
Bishop G4, a lot of pieces hanging. Can I go
F3?
F3 attacks everything, but on the other hand, my dark squares are very weak.
Yes, but I'm thinking that after F3, I'm so happy that my pawn on A5 covers the B6 square, so I can't get checked and harassed on G1. Okay, I think F3, rook H5, is that his idea?
Whoa. That would be fun.
That would be crazy.
That would be
because
fun.
Then comes E5, and it's
a mess.
It's a total mess. But I may not be threatening to take on F6. So I'm just thinking if rook H5.
And he has very quickly played I didn't catch the move, but f3 and bishop e6 is just straight up sacrificing the exchange, saying my dark squares are very important. Let me just give up that rook.
Wow.
Wow, what understanding of this position.
I'm saying great prep too, because I'm having trouble here. So I can take the rook.
You can. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to determine. What is wrong? Because I will always have this move knight on d2 to f1 whenever, trouble brews brightly on the king side. I've got that great defensive move. So bishop takes
Put it
e5.
on the board, right? Let's check it out. We do have the analysis board on the right. Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5 looks forced to me. You might as well move the rook. Oh, can you take on
on d5? That was what I'm thinking too. But okay, your first instinct is a good one. Or maybe rook to rook a2. No, I like rook c1.
Yeah, and maybe I have to start playing positional, play something like queen d6 and just harass your position on the king side.
As well as maybe tickling the pawn.
Peter said no, thank you. Pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, f4. I want to take your rook, but not with my bishop. Leave my bishop alone. I love it on b2. He's attacking the rook with the f4 pawn. Does Fabi have choices? He does have choices, actually. He can go bishop g4 back. He can put his rook. I don't think he can put his rook on h5 because I would capture your knight on f6, which is the defender of the knight on. Oh, sorry, of the rook on h5.
Mm-hmm. But then there is queen d. Boy, this is some. Well, from what do we expect? Whenever Fabi sits down at the board, he brings great ideas.
This is very exciting.
But what about rook takes e4?
Rook takes e4 could also be playable. I don't like my compensation as much when.
Why not?
Because of the bishops. I get to keep my bishops in this line.
You think so? A move like queen d4 gets your attention, and what you just said about keeping your bishops, that bishop on b2, is good.
And for that reason, Fabi has played the move bishop g4. It gives the rook extra alternatives on where to move back. I don't think you can sacrifice this queen, so the queen does have to move.
Yeah, because you're thinking about it, but no.
No.
With the bishop on b3 hanging, I could take on e5 with a pawn and somehow take on f6, but unfortunately, when the bishop takes on d1, it's attacking the bishop. So we're expecting queen d1,
queen c2 played,
queen c2,
as well as rook e8
on the board.
On the board.
Okay.
The game, well, it changed dramatically.
It really has. It's so early, but it's gone through really metamorphosis. Here, e5
screams to be played, right?
But then comes knight h5, keeping up the tickling. Then I agree, the knight is offsides on h5, but it does have purpose, threatening to take the pawn on f4.
It's surprisingly awkward to defend this pawn on f4, and it's vital to defend it because it keeps your structure alive.
Yeah, I mean, your queen on c2 is not that great. If your queen could, for example, magically go to e3 once the knight gets to h5 in order to defend the pawn on f4, I'm a fan.
I think I would be a big fan of White's position, but as it is right now, I like Black's chances. It feels like the counterplay is there.
And I really do not want to play the move g3 here. I feel like I'm leaving my king rather vulnerable. But on the other hand, I cannot allow bishop takes f4. Bishop takes f4 ruins my position as white. I don't
like e takes d5.
Not one bit. Rook e1, knight d5. But okay.
He's played e5, knight h5, and rook f1.
Yes. I didn't like g3, but then again, I love the rook on e1, but okay, you got to do what you got to do. And in this case, white absolutely had to defend the pawn on f4.
Peter down already to a minute. Forget how fast Blitz is. A minute left here for Peter's Svidler. The move g6 was played.
I love that move.
I love that move too. It gives the f5 square to the bishop or to the knight, allowing him to retreat. Queen d3 played quickly by Peter, and there he goes. Knight back to g7. He wants to rejoin the fray with knight f5 or knight e6. Fabi saying, you want that pawn on e6? You can have it. There's a lot of pin problems on that point. And Peter says, I don't care about your supposed tactics.
I want that pawn. Thank you for the offer.
The Pawn Growers Association
loves it.
Vice President Peter Svidler.
Right.
Oh, and that's the tactic.
Ooh.
Bishop E6, that's a pin, but guess what? 94.
Oh, that's a beautiful move.
Beautiful.
That was missed.
That was definitely missed. You can see Fabi thinking instantly,
Right.
missing the idea of knight f6 check, picking up whatever lands on d5.
Right.
That cements the extra pawn for white, but more than that, I think black's position kind of collapsing. The knight has to retreat back to
now
h5.
it's all easy traffic for white. Rook
Absolutely.
ad1, defending the bishop on d5, extra pawn,
Better
and compensation. I mean, the d6 squares, f6 squares are weak. By the way, g2, g4 lurking as a tactic. You're not going to want to take that on g4 because knight f6 check and queen takes g6. This looks like a Peter Svidler specialty. He didn't become 8-time champion of Russia when not bringing these kinds of positions home.
No, this looks amazing. Even with only a 2-second increment, this is very clearly in white's favor. Queen h4 being played. Fabi needs to do something active, something crazy. He needs to mix it up because he's positionally lost and he's down a pawn.
Exactly.
So he really needs to do something.
Exactly. We're expecting now bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, now g3. And cementing that pawn, and d7 becomes.
And that's what's going on. Bishop takes e6 on the board. He has taken back with the rook. G3.
Cementing the pawn on f4.
Queen e7.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm
D7.
starting to think of f5, and there it goes.
Wow.
F5 blowing up the king side.
Oh.
Only 30 seconds for Peter Svidler, but he's in the offensive.
Initiative, and that move f5 is a killer blow. I think that's it.
Wow. F5 would a great start here for Peter.
Yeah.
I think this is over.
Yeah, the move knight g7. I think that Fabi's prep was actually really, really intriguing. The move knight g7 was simply a misfire. Terrible misfire. Whoa.
Oh, a little bit of a subtlety there. I don't know if it was necessary, but Peter deemed it good. To put the knight on c5, I kind of like the rook on g6, I'm not going to lie.
I didn't understand it myself. I thought the knight was heading for the f6 square.
Right.
And
but we see a rook landing on f6. Boom.
Not bad.
How are we going to deal with that?
Not bad.
I cannot take on e5 because rook takes g6, pawn takes g6, followed by queen d5 check would pick up the bishop.
Bishop on e5.
And that's why we see an intermediate move, rook d8. I'm a little bit worried about Peter's time management, down to 18 seconds. But remember, Fabi doesn't have a lot himself. 24 seconds for the American player and a terrible position.
By the way,
on e5.
Now by trading on d1, he's missed.
Whoa. He sacrificed an exchange, basically.
Oh.
Or lost it. I'm not really sure. Bishop takes e5. He had that trick still available to him. It's a full exchange, Yasser.
Yeah. If you had to play bishop e5, then I'm sorry, the position was gone.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Fabi didn't just simply miss yet again this trick. And by the way, the time is terrible for Fabi.
Queen e5, trying for some tricks. Maybe knight takes g3, I don't know. Queen f3. Oh, well.
We've seen Peter do this before.
That king is very exposed. Do I have like bishop d4 here? Bishop d4 and queen e2? I did not like queen f4. King f1. Peter having everything under control.
Well, is that true?
Knight e3,
yes,
king e2, queen h5.
No.
g4.
What about
what's going on?
No, it's over.
It's over, right?
It's over.
Knight
now
e6
you just
is
take
coming.
The bishop.
Knight e6, and then you take the bishop, I think. Check.
Just gaining some time.
And that is checkmate, I think. Queen d6, checkmate. Peter Svidler, a huge win for him.
And Hikaru Nakamura, very happy with his draw.
He's very happy with his draw. Not extending his lead because he's still only 1 point ahead of Richard Rapport. But let's jump straight into the action. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Sam Shankland. Let's take a look at this on the 2D board if we have it.
Shaq has an extra piece for a pawn. Sam's not going to make a fortress here. No way, Jose.
No.
That bishop on f3 defends all of the perpetual check ideas you may have had, and Sam is just being dragged to his doom, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The queen's going to get to e5 at some point, and I think that's kind of it, right?
Ooh, I was about to say, you could have played knight b7 there, forced the trade of queens. What? Why did he? Again, will the real Shakhriyar? What is Shakhriyar doing? Bishop f3.
Wait, what?
Oh, that was his idea. Well,
I thought he was going to go to e8.
Right.
Oh, nasty. Okay, you just take on c7, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then you pick up the pawn
Oh.
easily.
Ooh.
Whoa! Where's this pawn going?
Yeah.
And that was
if you
it.
can catch it.
Well,
that pawn went whoop, around the board.
and speaking
and
of around the
furious.
board, let's go around the horn, see what happened, what
were the
results do we have. Huge win there by Peter Svidler. Shak saying, hey, I need those GCT points. Let me beat Sam Shankland.
Wesley So making a draw.
Wesley So making a draw in his game.
With Lanier. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, this round was crazy. I was listening to you guys and following the rest of the games as well. There were just some incredible moments in these games. This one between Li Kuang-lem and the young Jeffrey Zhang, it looked to be a fight until he started getting outplayed was Jeffrey. And then in this position, after knight h4, his pawn's simply hanging. He didn't want to put his knight on the h8 square, so instead he played this move, knight to c3. But this died quickly after knight g6, king e8, and knight takes f5, and the whole fleet collapsed. And white went on to win this game pretty easily. In fact, after knight e5, knight b6, g6, and it's just raining white pawns. And that was all she wrote in that position. Wesley So will be kicking himself for a critical moment in this game. He played beautiful style, at least aggressive style. It looked bad for him for a while, but I want to get to a position right here. Right here in the game, it seemed to be a tough, tight position, and down to the wire were both players with seconds on the clock for Lanier. 5 seconds left in this position. He played knight to e7, a terrible move. Queen d1 was better. And after rook g5, after knight f5, what do you guys do?
Rook g6.
Rook f5.
Takes
Rook
f5
f5 and e4, right?
Of course, give me that.
E4,
Rook takes f5 and e4.
That bishop.
Monstrous attack. Now the pawn's going to end up on
Discovered
f3.
check.
Where are you going to put the queen? You can hang out if you like. Look at that check. You can't back up because the queen's going to show up and mate you on the back row. Right. You'd have to give away this rook immediately, allow this exchange, and you're not going to get anything going because guess who's coming back into the fray, and you're going to get busted. Wesley missed. Rook takes f5 with much more time on his clock than Lanier.
Crazy.
An incredible miss for a category player as Wesley So. He's just not finding his true form here in this tournament.
Wow. I would not have guessed that. Rook takes f. The bishop on c7
It's
is
begging to be played, right?
Right. It's on the diagonal of the king. You're looking for those tactics always.
You kind of say thank you, right?
Right.
Incredible. Wesley So is so sharp. He usually sees this tactic so
Big
quickly.
miss.
And, well, I mean, I am being told. Well, we are the Rapid and Blitz, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz here. If you want to join us, you can buy some merchandise. Take a look at this beautiful shirt and mask. It is the one that Sam Shankland is using actually today, so you can match with the former U.S. champion. You can shop at qboutiquestl.com. And also, we have this beautiful...
These are what I'm talking about
Yeah,
right
these
here.
are beautiful
These
jackets.
Nice. They really look good.
We do have them in women and men versions, and I gotta say they're super comfortable.
They look great.
They look great.
I just want to. I like the style.
Now, the style is really nice. I have this like red outline. It's really nice.
Black.
It's modern.
Yeah.
Wow, what a round. Hikaru, not extending exactly his lead, but he's happy that Fabiano lost that game against Peter for sure.
I think that game that Richard plays, Richard does not make draws with white. I mean, he's throwing creativity all over the board. That really shows respect. And let's take a look at the standings after that first round one of Blitz. Alejandro.
It's still Hikaru Nakamura, 12.5 points total. He is being trailed by Richard Rapport with 11.5, Fabi with 11, and who is coming there? Peter Svidler. He has 10 points, 1 point away from Fabi. Wesley wasting an opportunity to put pressure there on the leaders. He has 9.5 points, and Shaq,
well, he's saying, Shaq says, well, thank you. I'll join Sam, and I'll put some pressure on Wesley to perform.
And remember, we of course have that fight for first place, but we also want to see who is going to finish above Wesley So or Shakira Mamadiar, who's going to get those GCT points going into the Singfield Cup.
And let's go to the pairings for our next round. Again, we have 9 rounds of Blitz. We just completed our first round. Now we're going to round 2.
Yes, round 2 of the Blitz. And guys, what is the pairing that we're going to take a look at? We already had it in the previous graphic. It's going to be Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura.
A repeat of the final game of round 9.
Well, guys, we're going to take a small breather. We're going to leave you with a Kasparov lesson.
All right.
And we are going to be right back with more Blitz action.
Pawn endgames are one of the toughest endgames to master because it requires very precise calculation. And this one might really throw you off because it's very unique, but it highlights the importance of opposition and distant opposition, that too. So here black played the move king e7. And now we cannot just automatically play any other move like king e2 or king f2. For example, we need to have a plan. And the plan is to somehow bring our king close to this pawn on d6. And wherever we go, we will be faced with opposition. So let's say we play king to e2, he will just play king e8, and wherever we try to go, he will just follow. And this won't lead us to anywhere because eventually we will be halted by black's king. So we need to take a trickier route at the beginning. That's why after king e7, we play the move king g2. The idea is that we try to go through this side and we lower the king up. So let's say he plays king f6 to stop it. Now we play the important move king to f2, now securing the opposition. So wherever the king goes, we take the opposite route. So let's say the king goes to g6, then we go to e3. And then we play king d4, c5, or we can bring the king all the way. And if he goes back to e7, now we play king g3, trying to bring our king again through this side, which was our original plan. Let's say he plays king to f7. And now again, we play the move king f3, securing distant opposition. It's important to note not to play a move like king f4, which would actually throw away all the advantage, because he can play king f6 and now he has the opposition. So wherever the king goes, he will try to follow it. And that's why it's important to play king f3, secure the opposition first. Now the king goes to e7. Now we know the standard way, just bring the king g4. And now if he plays king f6, we again play king f4, secure the opposition. If the king goes here, we run to this side, to the left side. And if he goes to the left side, we just march in with our king to e6. Or let's say he goes to e7, we play king g6. And now he has no squares and the king penetration is inevitable. A slightly tricky problem, but nevertheless very instructive. So black's move was king to a3. And the straightforward calculation should make us understand that if we simply go for king b7, king b4, king c7, king takes pawn, king d7, he will play king d4, take the pawn on e4 and then e2 as well. So after king a3, we have to come up with a new trick, that is to play c5. King comes to b4, we play c6, pawn takes c6, and now we play e5. And the only way to stop this pawn from running is to play king c5. And here comes the nice move e4, taking away the d5 square for the king. So black is forced to move to b6, trying to bring the king to c7. And now comes the idea, king b8. We secure the opposition, again threatening to push the pawn on e6. Black plays c5, we play e6, king to c6. Again, black's idea is to play king d6 and block the pawn. So we play the move e5, take away the d6 square. Then black pushes the pawn on c4. And now again the key idea to take the opposition, because if we just push the pawn on e7, king will come to d7 and it's no good. So it's important to first secure king c8, take the opposition, pawn comes to c3, e7, c2, e8 queen with a check, and on the next few moves we can just come back with the queen and stop the pawn on c2.
Welcome back. We are about to start the second round of Blitz of the day. The first one already brought us certainly a lot of emotions as Fabiano Caruana was defeated by Peter Svidler, and that means that Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport gained a half point on him as they drew the game against each other.
And for Richard, that was a very nice result as he is in clear second and Fabi is now looking out.
He needs to come back and he needs to do it now. Let's take a look at those pairings. Round 2 of the Blitz features a huge game. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi wins, we have him back in the race. Naka wins, forget about it.
It could be over before it even gets started. And Jeffrey Zhang versus Richard will be our backup game, if you will, if something fizzles out in that Fabi game.
Absolutely.
And for the rest of the field,
I think Svidler Dominguez still going to be an interesting game. Svidler, if he can put 2 wins together to start the day, that would be amazing. But for the GCT standings,
I wanted to say,
Wesley against Mehmet Yarov.
A very crucial game in the GCT standings indeed, as you get a look at the players. They're nervously waiting for the clock to begin.
The way this is going, 13 points to Nakamura. If he wins this game, it'll be a big deal for the GCT standings. However, we may count out Fabi if he loses this game because he's going to be so far behind Naka. He's going to have a long road to go. But Richard is knocking on the door. Was Richard really wise in deciding to duck Naka right now? Like first
with
round,
the white pieces.
With the white, he said, "Let me just get this one out the way and face off against everybody else," because he didn't want to lose to Naka. That would have been a disaster.
Right.
He said, "Let me duck Naka." Is he being strategic? Because does he have any real chances to come back with the GCT? He only had 5 points. He'd have to win it all, I think, to get to 18. And Richard, yeah. I mean, it seems really hard to imagine. Then he'd have to win the Singfield Cup as well and hope everybody has disastrous events. Nevertheless, if he could come in the top 2, give away an event, come in second or third at the GCT.
Give me that 50,000
bonus or 25K. That's
not bad.
That'd be a great comeback. That would be an amazing comeback for him, in fact. So this game, though, Fabi, man, he just can't lose this game.
And for Richard, having passed on the Super Bet tournament due to illness, nothing to do with COVID, that would be remarkable to storm back and take a second or third place in the Grand Chess Tour. Crazy things that are happening.
That would be amazing to get to the top with one event missing.
A classical event missing.
Right, although this year they don't count
it's
any
13,
differently.
13.
Right,
13
for every single one of the events.
Look at Naka. Is he kind of semi-bored? Like,
by the way, just
whatever.
notice. Just notice that there's not a face down going on, a stare down, I want to say. The players seem to be just looking past one another.
They're players who are friends on the tour. I don't think this is buddy-buddy.
Yeah, MVL, Levon, they're 2 peas in a pod. They really admire one another. This is a rivalry.
Well, let's note, when Fabi came back to the United States from abroad, he spent 10 years away.
Okay.
When he came back, it was at a time when Naka was the #1 player in the U.S. Basically, Naka's fortune started to turn a bit as Fabi showed up and Wesley showed up. And so Naka couldn't have been too thrilled when Fabi said, "You know what, I'm going back home. I'm going back home and I want to start competing." And I think Fabi won the U.S. Championship the first year he played. Like came in and said, "Boom, I'm here. although he hasn't won one since. But still, that was the beginning of the turn for Naka on U.S. soil, where he was dominant. He later won a U.S. championship, though, even post-Naka era, post-Fabi era.
Right.
But still, to have all those players show up was not great for Naka's fortunes. Fabi's certainly one of those players, and Fabi has since become the #2 player on the planet, and Naka's become the #1 chess streamer in the world. So their paths have diverged from that time.
No question about it. Again, we're expecting the game to begin at any moment, 10 seconds away. And again, I just have to say that these chess tables are simply gorgeous. They look great on camera, and the pieces feel so good. These sets you can own a piece of history by purchasing these sets. And handshake, not even a fist bump.
Here we go. Let's see what Fabi has prepared against Naka, who has been a little bit of a sitting target with it.
Yes, and we've got the Rubinstein variation, E3 on move 4.
Right. This was Wesley's try against Hikaru Nakamura.
Not knight F3, by the way, but 92.
A slightly different approach.
Exactly. CD. Now, Hikaru has been saying, I don't mind playing the isolated queen pawn.
But this time I think he will. He's actually giving
the isolated
queen pawn to Fabi.
Exactly. A2, A3, bishop E7.
All
It's
well
a very standard tabia position.
Right, bishop usually retreats to D6 or E7, and there we go.
Okay.
I think E7 was more popular though. And Queen C2 is on top. You could take on D5 and stabilize the position, both sides having an isolated pawn, but I don't see that happening.
Right, and again, I just feel that I'm not going to really say this is a make or break game for Fabi, but somebody's going to need to stop the Naka train from leaving the station, and now would be a very good time
I would
to
say
play
it's a
an make or break game.
I think if he wants to win this tournament, he must win today.
Exactly, and Queen C2, tickling either H6 or G6 or something. He did not play that. He
played Rook E1, normal developing.
Very common, absolutely.
And now the thing is, what do you do with black? Because the desirable move B6 just does not work.
Right.
You can take on D5, and it's not about giving an isolated pawn. The move Queen C2 will come with a double tickle.
Exactly. Here, it's funny. I've always liked to give my opponent hanging pawns as well as isolated pawns. Knight takes C3, B takes C3. It does help does help white with the isolated pawn, but knight C3, BC3, B6 is easier now for me to get in this desirable move, B7, B6, Rook E8, keeping everything flexible. Okay, now this is a big time move because I see Queen D3, Queen H3.
It's not very subtle, but Queen D3 will come in the diagonal. We can make that arrow to show what's going to happen. And Queen H4, it's actually Hikaru who's going to turn aggressive on the king side first. Sometimes this queen ends up a little bit misplaced on the king side, but it does an important job offensively putting pressure on the king side, but defensively as well. As long as the queen is on H5, it's very hard to put a real attack on the H7 square.
G2, G3, how you like them apples? I'm not
thrilled actually about G3. No. Don't have to play that.
Exactly.
Right?
Right?
Yeah, no, not a big fan. I still think you have to go Queen D3 though. Exchanging queens is not a good idea when you have the isolated pawn. You have a structural weakness. You want to be as active as possible. I'm still kind of betting on Queen D3 here.
Queen D3, again, makes a lot of sense with this battery. One of the things is that you don't want to trade queens. Queen G6, and I guess knight E4 would make the most sense.
And he's playing knight E4 immediately, not even waiting for the potential Queen G6. Knight E4, the bishop, of course,
drop
retreats.
that.
Yeah,
that's clear.
It's an easy one. And knight to C3, this one.
Okay, offering a trade of queens. So
I don't think it's an offer. I think it's you have to trade the queens.
Well, I want to say a grateful offer. I'll accept the offer because that queen sally, Queen H4, indeed was aimed at Tigran Petrosian was making a defensive combination before you realized you had a chance to attack. And that queen trade took a lot of the energy, the attacking energy that white has out of the position. So I got to feel like, hey, if I'm black here, I've equalized.
Yeah, for sure. And rook d8 is played. Black can even take the tempi out to actually defend the knight on d5. You can recapture with the rook now and keep that strategical pressure over the pawn on d4. Bishop
Absolutely.
g5 played, pretty standard a move. It's not so comfortable to defend the rook because you don't want to play f6, but you do want to trade pieces and the move bishop e7 on the board.
Exactly. Again, when you're playing against the isolated queen pawn, essentially you want to get to a major piece ending. So any trades of minor pieces tend to help the player who is playing against the isolated queen pawn. Now a big moment, actually.
Knight takes d5. Hikaru has the option of taking with the pawn, making the position symmetrical. There would be this little detail that you could argue the light squared bishop is better for white because it attacks the pawn.
On d5?
But that is splitting hairs.
Exactly, especially with a pawn on g3. E takes d5, the bishop will get to develop to g4 with a gain of tempo, thanks to that whole queen h4 sally. But then again, rook takes d5, bishop takes e7, and bishop b3. Maybe white gets to play the move d5, liquidating? Is he in time?
But
No,
I think that if
maybe
that's
not.
even if that's the case, if all you get is liquidation, I think Hikaru happily goes for it.
And what did Hikaru do?
He did with the pawn. Bishop takes e7, already on the board. Knight takes, knight c3, bishop e6.
Not
I don't think
bishop
there's
g4.
I don't think there's a real problem here for Hikaru. I'd rather take white.
Yes.
But it's pretty minimal.
Well, as you said, splitting hairs because rook c8, king is approaching, and the king will set up office on d6, controlling and protecting this d5 pawn. No, I see that this game, unfortunately for Fabi's fans, is going nowhere. I'm expecting a draw. We'll keep an eye on the game of Richard Rapport as our backup game.
Yeah, for now, let's keep this one up. The move h5 played. Not exactly an aggressive move. You're just improving your structure into future endgames. Probably white usually meets this with the move h4 himself.
And yet, when you play h4, then knight f5.
Yeah, not so comfortable.
But the move h5 is so useful in rook and pawn endings, and when you think about just gaining some space. And in this case, I like the fact that Hikaru is carving out some control over the f5 square. He's not just sitting there being passive and saying, we're going to chop off all the rooks on the c file one day. But I like this move h5 a lot. Okay, we've got a little bit of a rover.
Rook b6.
And Hikaru's saying, whoa, 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 whoa. Is there an issue along the b file? And my first answer is yes.
Rook c3 seems more or less forced
And
in
then
this
I
position.
will play rook c8.
Yeah, and it's a bit uncomfortable to keep my rook on the third rank.
And it also means that when you play rook c1 and we trade rooks on c3, the bishop on b3 is basically stuck. It's tethered. It's not letting the b2 pawn get captured.
I'm a little surprised by this move, knight c6. I was warming up to your idea of rook c8 because of the bishop, and also because his rook on d8 is not doing anything.
Right, but here Hikaru has something very clear in mind. Rook d2, knight a5, and knight c4.
Let's take a look. Rook d2. We can even put that on your analysis
Yes,
board. Knight
absolutely.
a5. Surely the bishop must retreat to a2. And knight c4.
And if I'm forced to give up my bishop, and why not, then this bishop and this rook.
Yeah, but what do you do against the move knight f4 here?
Oh,
I don't think you can defend the pawn on c4. 2 minutes for both players. Remember, it is a blitz game, and they have 2 seconds
I do have rook
increments.
c8, but yeah.
But yeah, d5.
d5?
And
Okay. If it was Hikaru thinking that I can afford to mix things up with knight c6 and knight a5,
I'm not entirely sure that's such a good idea. And he's played the move rook d6. Again, I don't feel like he's in real danger at all, but this is a bit unusual.
to say the least. And especially when you've put your rook on b6,
Yeah,
Now I can go bishop a2.
And I think he's realized that this idea of knight a5 was not very good because we do have the moves knight f4, and immediately Hikaru played knight e back to e7.
Okay. Then we definitely had a hiccup.
But one of the
by
great
Hikaru.
things about these great players, when they make these slight mistakes, they don't immediately commit for it. They say, well, my position's still okay, let me take it back.
Right. One of the most difficult things in chess for anybody, including top grandmasters, is to recognize immediately you came up with a bad idea and to take it back.
Yeah, but
Rook
this is starting to
C7.
look a bit dangerous for Hikaru.
King
f6,
F6.
your rooks are kind of discoordinated. Can I take on e6? You would have to take with the rook, bishop d7. I don't know, that bishop on d7 is pretty good, actually.
Can I take with the... No,
No,
I
you
can't
cannot take with the king, because
king.
rook e2, rook takes e7.
And can I take the bishop, Alejandro?
You could, but knight c5, I think, is just
Knight
a huge
c5 or
forward.
knight g5?
Or knight
yeah,
g5.
yeah, okay, you're right. Okay, I'm taking with a pawn. I'm taking with a pawn. Now you're going to go bishop e8? Or with this
I
bishop?
might even still go bishop d7 and say you don't have that many moves.
Okay, I understand. I'm not going to leave this pawn.
On
No
defense.
pawn left behind.
But he played bishop e8 actually immediately, even before capturing on e6, saying this guy who gets I want to kick this bishop. This bishop needs to go.
Okay,
I think
well,
rook d8 is first. And rook d8 played.
I was about to say, I just feel like Fabi has eked out something, a smidge of something.
I still feel it's going to be hard for him to do something. Black's
Okay.
pieces are a bit awkward, but on the other hand, this bishop on a4 is getting constantly hit.
Tell me about the clock.
It's 37 seconds for Fabi. It's 1:10 for Hikaru. Fabi, no interest in any kind of repetitions, hides the bishop back on a2. I actually liked it on the diagonal it was, but he was unable to make any real progress. Rook c5. Certainly, I think there's no doubt that Fabi is the one putting some pressure, but is
Right.
it enough? Unlikely,
At the
right?
moment, yeah. Somehow I'm looking for. I want my pieces on better squares. So is e5 a better square for my knight? Is c5 a better square for my knight?
Rook dc2 being played. Do you
The rook
capture-
on d2 is not that great.
Do you capture this rook on c5 and allow d takes c5?
I'm
Probably
thinking knight
not.
f5.
Knight f5 blunders the d5 pawn.
What?
It would have blundered the pawn on d5. I didn't.
Isn't d4 hit?
No, it didn't work. Well, we'll take a look at it later.
No. The player, it's hot and and furious going on right now.
We should know that Lanier Dominguez and Peter Svidler ended in a draw.
Okay.
Peter Svidler starting.
And the
with a
knight there
victory.
going to f5, saying I'm posted up pretty nicely, forcing this defensive move knight e2. I did think that playing b6 was a concession because the c6 square is weak, not only for the rook, but sometimes for the bishop. And there we go. Bishop on a6, bishop on b5. Definitely advantage white.
Especially now with this bishop kind of eyeballing this a6 square. And Carlo didn't like that. He wants to be able to meet the move bishop a6 with rook a7. Mission accomplished.
This bishop has danced.
I mean, it really has, right? It's been all over the map. Ooh, I expected the rook to land on c7 whenever the rook moved away from
I don't think
d7.
you trade rooks. I think you go rook b3.
I think that was a big miss.
No, that
a
was-
huge miss, in fact.
Yeah, this looks pretty equal. Not equal, not completely equal, but
Still
there
some
was certainly
work.
more pressure with the rook, right? Well,
Yeah.
knight g8.
Well, king e7, knight f6. I wanted to say that black's king is ideal on d6.
Yeah.
Knight e7. What? What?
After
Knight
g4, now
E7.
there's a bit of pressure here. h5 is always going to be
G5,
knight h5.
knight check.
Wait, what's going on?
Whoa, knight check, bishop c2 check. No.
None of that.
What was knight h5 check? Wasn't that at least a little bit awkward for,
Definitely more
Black?
awkward than this is. This looks completely fine for black.
well, especially when I'm looking at the move f7, f5.
And there it is, f5, liquidating the position.
Nothing to discuss anymore.
No.
Everything just got vacuumed off the board.
Yeah, bishop c2 might even be played. You could repeat if you wanted to, but king f6, playing for a win. I'm not really sure why, but playing for a win here is Hikaru.
I don't
Takes?
quite
Why?
understand that. Knight takes d5 check. No.
Nope.
That was a very strange decision, I must say, to play for a win there.
Remember, there is no draw offer, so even if the players wanted to make a draw, they're going to have to find one.
That's right. Repetition or a total mass liquidation.
The knight coming to C3? The knight on D6.
Whoa.
Wait, does this work? Take
I
on
was
D5?
going to say, has
draw.
Hikaru given white? No.
Nah, there's not enough
Nothing.
pawns. There's not
Yeah.
enough pawns in the position. This is the last game remaining. I would being
And
told
a
Wesley did
draw
win his game. Who's currently watching
Is
the position.
inevitable.
Yeah, there's
Knight
everything's
D3.
hanging.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a huge result there for Hikaru. Rapport lost his game to Jeffrey Chong. JX in the building, and this draw means that Hikaru actually increases his lead a little bit.
Absolutely, because his number 2, the player directly behind him, Richard Rapport, losing. Maurice, do share some details with us, please.
Yes, JX took care of business in this game. It was a nip and tuck affair, and it looked okay for Richard, but then he messed up, made some mistakes, and this none bigger than this one. As you see here, this D-pawn is a problem. He needs to play the move King F6 right now and get closer to that pawn. Instead, he played the move Bishop to G7, thinking he had a trick after D6, E4, opening up the diagonal D7, and Rook C3, a skewer. Hey, maybe you'll come back. No, you won't, said Jeffrey. King D5, and now the move Rook takes on C7. He's looking for D8 queens. Rook takes, and he gets a Rook and Bishop, thinking that might survive. Not so fast. Knight E5 check, saving this piece because after Bishop takes, then queens, and how do you maintain the defense of the Rook and the Bishop simultaneously? Nice. You're going down here, and he did Rook F7, King takes E5, and the rest was a mop-up operation, a queen up, so a big change in the standings there. Also important for this round was the game between Shakhriyar and Wesley, and there was a critical moment in the game. Sorry, I picked up the Lee Kwang Lim game there. It's this game I'm trying to pull up. Here we go. So this moment happened when Wesley played this move, queen to B3, when everything looked fine for Shakhriyar. And there's some tactical ideas here that are fine, beginning with Bishop F5. We won't go into them, but Knight C3 played, BC3 played, and now in this position, he needs to play a remarkable move, Bishop to G4. This move, if you don't know the move in advance, you're not playing the line because it's crazy. EF6, Bishop F3 would be possible. FG7, well, that's a line that can be played. This is not the line I'm trying to show either. Sorry. It's after Bishop to G4, the move Queen takes on B7, goes into some wild tactics after Queen to D7, Bishop to B5, and this craziness could erupt on the board. Note that this piece is defended, the Queen is, so you don't win material here because of Rook takes on B5, and Black gets loads of compensation in this line. However, after this move, he did take on E5, and it was simple for Wesley. I'll take one pawn, and like Yasser would say, just take a pawn. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm just a pawn up right away. And wait a minute, you're gonna also go into an endgame? Let's trade it down so you have bad pieces. Let's trade some more. Let's bring my king to the center. You're just down a pawn for no reason. Right out of the opening, and he went on to win. What a gift for Wesley. Easy peasy. But Shakhriyar now going down, down, down. His chances in the standings for the Grand Chess Tour overall as well. Simply a terrible situation for him. And we can take a look at those standings. And right now, look at that. Shakhriyar down at 9. Wesley So on the rise at 10.5. Knocking on the door is he. Fabi happy to get a draw, and he and Richard. But man, that number 1 standing is saying a lot. Who picked Naka to win this tournament? That's what I want to know.
It's the Hikaru Nakamura show. Maurice is riding that horse to the finish. Nice choice there. And your pick, Hikaru looking regal.
Amazing performance in the Rapid. It's like he has had a full year to just practice Rapid and chess because he's coming here and saying, guess what, guys? I'm the boss. No matter how many blacks I get, you're not beating me.
Not only that, the only undefeated player in the tournament, Richard Rapport is second. Fabi, both have lost a number of games.
Right, especially Fabi with that gift against Rapport. That must have hurt. Because remember, had he won that game, he would be up there.
Exactly.
But that's going to make a huge difference. And let's take a look at what we're going to bring you in our next round. Round number 3 of Blitz. Dominguez against Caruana. I think Fabi needs to score this. I don't care that he's black.
Right.
I think he kind of needs to go for it. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura will be playing against JX, Jeffrey Chung, who just defeated Rapport. I think that would be our game to watch. Meanwhile, Rapport himself will be playing against Sam Shankland, Mamedyarov against Svidler, and Le Quang Liem in that grudge match against Wesley So. Remember, they played the finals of the Chessable Masters about a week ago.
Absolutely.
And we're going to have another quick KasparovChess.com lesson for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy this one, and on the other side of it, we'll be back with all of the action.
Our first example is from a game from the Online Nations Cup. Playing with the white pieces representing Team India is Grandmaster Pantala Harikrishna, and with the black pieces, Grandmaster Corey George representing Team Rest of the World. Now it's clear when we look at the position that white has managed to create a lot of activity and has the initiative. And Hari finds an impactful way of making the most of black's passivity in the position. He starts with the move Queen H6 check. This has to be the first move that comes to our mind. It's a check, it's a forcing move. Now the only two moves that make sense for the black's king is to G8 or to H8. After King G8, spotting the move H5, which breaks open black's defenses, Corey calculated Queen G7 trying to trade off the queens, and the difference with the king on G8 as opposed to the king on H8 is that after H takes G6, black does not have the possibility to trade queens because Knight H6 is a check. The king would come to G7, picks up the bishop, has to pick up the knight, and now the knockout Rook takes F6 is game over for black, hitting the Rook on F8 with a check, and the H7 pawn decides the game. So spotting this problem with the king on G8 that Knight H6 would be a check, Corey decided to play the move king to H8, hoping for H5 so that then he could go Queen G7, and after H6 he has the time to pick up the queen because Knight H6 is not a check anymore and now can simply be met by Bishop G6. But in chess, every move has its own set of consequences. What Corey missed here was tactics involving a pin. The queen on H6 and the rook on F3 pin the F6 pawn, eyeing the rook on F8. The other tactical motive in the position, the queen on E7 is overloaded. It defends both the rook on F8 as well as the rook on D7. Spotting these different themes, Harikrishna strikes with knight takes E5. A stunning move because black can capture this knight in 3 different ways, but none of them work. Queen E5 runs into Queen F8, that's easy to spot, and after knight E5, if black takes with the D pawn, white captures the rook on D7 first and wins the rook on F8 and the game. And if after knight E5, black makes the move F takes E5, then using the pin, white wins the rook on F8, also game over. Let's move on to our next example, and this study really beautifully demonstrates how useful the tactical motive of pin can be to win a game. Now, pin is one of the most common tactical themes, and in any game that you're going to play, in some form or the other, it's going to appear on the board. The big question is always, can you make the most of it? A lot of tempting options come to mind here, one of them being the move Rook H8 because you spot that the bishop on H7 is in fact trapped. But black has a really nice reply to this, a counterattack with the move G5, hitting the bishop on H4 and freeing the H7 bishop. This would solve all black's problems. So Rook H8 does not work. Instead of Rook H8, white finds another forcing move starting with a threat on the rook, king to D1, hitting black's rook on E2. Now when you see the black king on D4, and the bishop on h4, we notice that they are the same dark squared color. A lot of squares are thus indirectly covered by this bishop on h4. For example, if after king d1, rook b2 is not possible because of bishop f6 check, a skewer picking up the rook. Rook e5 is not possible because of the pin on f6 once again. So even though the rook on e2 is right bang in the middle of the board, it really doesn't have as many squares. When you're trying to avoid a pin, you have to place your pieces in the opposite color of the bishop. So black makes the move rook to e4. We see that the black king is on a black square while the rook is on the light square. So no pin is possible currently. But unfortunately for black, white continues to insist with the move f3. Again, the e4 square is the absolute center of the board, but despite that, the movement of the rook is restricted. Rook h4 is met by rook a4 check. Again, a skewer picking up the rook. Rook e5 is met by the pin bishop f6, winning material. Rook e3 also loses to bishop f2, another pin picking up material. So after the move f3, once again, black does not have so many options and has to move the rook to f4. Now we have successfully placed the king and the rook both on dark squares, which is the color of our bishop. A big red flag. All we have to do is align these two pieces so that we can pin and win. And the way to do that, rook a4 check. A forcing line. Black can't go to c5 or c3 as white simply picks up the rook. King e5 is met by the move bishop g3, pinning the rook, winning the rook. King e3 also loses to bishop g5, once again picking up the rook. A very instructive study showing how powerful the tactical theme of pin can be when combined with a forcing sequence of moves.
Welcome back. We're here at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, about to start the third round of the Blitz portion. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, and what a couple of rounds we've had so far.
It's been very eventful indeed as we take a look at our current standings, Alejandro.
Hikaru Nakamura extending his lead up to 1.5 points over his closest suitors, Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport. Both of them drew against him, but Fabi with a loss against Svidler and Rapport with a loss against Jeffrey Xiong.
And Hikaru looking regal at the very, very top. Wesley So had a very important win, I want to say, over Shakhriyar. Because of the Grand Chess Tour, Wesley's looking very good now that he got past Shaq.
Absolutely, and look at a Blitz specialist there. Former Blitz world champion Le Quang Lim has started with the day with 2 out of 2. Let's see if we can continue that trend. But
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the pairings and what interests us here in round 3. I have my vote to be Nakamura against the young star, Jeffrey Xiong.
Absolutely. I agree.
Fresh
no
off a
question.
victory.
Yeah, nothing like a victory to give you a little extra pep. Richard Rapport, Sam Shanklin, also a game that we should keep an eye on, as well as Lanier Dominguez versus Fabiano.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Le Quang Lim against Wesley So, we had that grudge match from the Chessable Masters, and we are
recent finals.
Yeah, the recent finals, and we're moments away, about a minute away from starting the third round.
You know, I've been wanting to ask you, only in the 4th day, but you've come back from Sochi. You had a lot of fun there.
I did.
You felt that the organizers did a really good job organizing the World Cup.
I think the World Cup was held in a fantastic location. We had access to all kinds of restaurants. Overall, I was very pleased myself, and we had a good time as far as the environment around Sochi was. Of course, it was always difficult with all the COVID regulations that are going on around the world. The traveling is currently difficult, but the World Cup, it was a blast for me, and it was a blast for a lot of these players who managed to do really well. Remember that Sam Shankland, Jeffrey Chong, they did really well in the World Cup.
Absolutely. But Duda, candidate Duda, shall we say.
Candidate Duda and candidate Sergei Karyakin, they earned their spots at the World Cup, and they had extremely amazing performances, especially Duda, defeating Magnus Carlsen and then going on to win the finals.
And Magnus himself pointed out that Duda had such an extraordinary success that he didn't lose a game in it was 13 games. He pointed out something that Duda had accomplished, which really made it obvious that Duda belongs as a candidate.
Absolutely. No, a very strong young player. But speaking of strong and young players, it's America's future. Jeffrey Chong, only 20 years of age, here in his first Grand Chess Tour event, ready to face off
over
against
the board.
Hikaru.
Over the board, because he did play on the in the remote event.
But it wasn't a Grand Chess Tour event.
The St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but it wasn't a Grand Chess.
Yes.
You're correct, absolutely. And well, both players seem to be thinking trying to recall their homework, I want to say. And there you go. The clock has started. D2, D4, D5. Will we be seeing no? Queen's Gambit decline. Remember, in their rapid game, Jeffrey got a very decent position.
This line.
C takes D4. This line is
the
making a
Irish
comeback.
Gambit.
Fun line.
Yeah, there's something about this line that keeps coming back. Once in a while, it reaches its ugly head.
It's like fashion, right? It just kind of goes back and forth.
Basically, white could win a pawn there with knight or queen takes d5, but
And Jeffrey, no doubt, has that memorized down to the T.
and Nakamura wanted nothing to do with that variation, playing the more positional and less ambitious line e3, saying, you know what, young man, you can have the opening bout. I do not mind playing equality. I'm going to outplay you later.
Yes, if you're not really up to date with the latest and greatest as far as queen takes d5, the gambit is concerned, ducking is not a bad choice.
No.
We should point out, by the way, that there are two players on diverse ends of the spectrum at the moment. Sam Shankland lost his first 2 games. Lee Kwang, that's bad for him, considering that he had such great games earlier in the event.
Right.
Lee Kwang Lim has won his first 2 games, the only player in the field who's done that so far. So watch out, because he's a blitz specialist as well. So he could start making some noise, but they're going in opposite direction. Tale of 2 cities there.
Let's take a look at what Hikaru is doing. Bishop d2, I feel, is a pretty strong concession in this kind of positions.
Why?
Because you give up a bishop.
You mean just simply knight takes d2, queen takes d2. Again, whenever we're trading, we're playing against the isolated queen pawn, I want to see trades of minor pieces. So why do you think knight takes d2, queen takes d2 is that big a deal?
It's not a huge deal, but I think it's a minor concession in the sense that you give up the bishops.
Yes, in the sense you're not taking this knight under any circumstances. I'm assuming you're playing bishop e6, castles, and we just get along with business.
I still think pretty much equality in that position.
The question I had, though, is a similar idea, different approach, is should I trade bishop takes c3 and try to split your pawns?
I think that's also a possible scenario, but I had talked about earlier that Hikaru tends to love these structures where you split the A and B pawns, you take on c3, and you're fighting against an isolated pawn on d5. Hikaru has basically made a living winning these kind of strategical positions.
Okay. So that's why you're not anticipating bishop takes c3 by Jeffrey. And did Jeffrey come up with an
Bishop
alternative?
g4.
A third alternative, bishop g4.
All right, he's kind of waiting for white to castle. Question is, what happens when knight takes e4?
Knight takes e4, d5 takes e4.
No real problems there. The bishop on b4 is defended.
By the knight on c6, that is true. But for the moment,
Pawn takes f3.
I am considering bishop takes b4, pawn takes, because I can't play knight takes b4 because there is queen a4 check. I have to avoid this. There's a trap in the position that if the knight retreats, the pawn on e4 is captured. So bishop, I don't know, bishop g4 might.
Yeah, what is the idea?
Feels
Because
wrong.
knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, bishop takes b4, pawn takes f3. Can I take on f3? G takes
Yes,
f3?
I actually even like playing queen takes d8 as well, but I absolutely
But-
do believe that I can win a pawn.
Caruana-
Castles by
Caruana, none
Hikaru.
of that.
Okay,
But I don't quite-
potentially a missed opportunity there by
Yeah, maybe
Hikaru.
we're missing
and
something, but I don't
Hikaru
quite
is
get
such a
it.
great tactician.
Well,
I just glanced at the engine and it said, yes, a pawn win was there.
knight takes e4.
Correct.
Knight takes
Oh, a
e4.
miss by the players there. Unusual that we see more than them.
We're going to take away the membership card of Hikaru into the Pawn Grubbers Club. Castles.
But I didn't like that move, bishop g4 in general.
It felt like a hiccup kind of
Right.
move. Castles by Jeffrey. Now the moment has passed. Knight takes e4, d5 takes e4, bishop takes b4, knight takes b4. There is no queen a4 check anymore. Black's perfectly fine
I think
in
Black's
that position.
okay in this position, right?
Yes.
He has
Yes,
so much development. He does have that strategical problem with the isolated pawn that's more or less permanent. But look at White's pieces, really not putting that much pressure.
And by the way, bishop d2 to e1, we talked about old school chess when we were in the Rapids, and the old guys would put their bishop on e1 and e8. But usually they kind of brought the rook out first. So
that
I'm
rook
not,
is-
bishop d2 to e1 doesn't really inspire confidence. Having said that, Hikaru, is trying to get Jeffrey into playing that pawn structure that you mentioned, the split pawns, a2, c3 versus the pawn on d5.
I would have automatically recaptured with the bishop. I did not like burying my bishop on e1.
I must confess, I think you're absolutely right. Bishop takes c3 would have been played by myself in an instant. b2 takes c3.
I'm warming up to White's position because of the bishop on e1. I'm thinking you go knight e5, knight c4, you control the light squares.
Say what, say what, say what? Knight d4, there was a trade of light square bishops.
Yeah.
By the way, Wesley So mixed something up in the opening and is dead lost after just 17 moves.
Whoa, we're
Say
gonna
what?
have to
Say
go
what?
back to
Just
that one.
against Lee Kwang Lim. We said
Whoa.
he was on fire. Wesley So, something in his opening didn't work, and now he is getting rolled. He's in huge trouble in his game.
That's really extraordinary
That's
because
fascinating.
Wesley has had such a great year in terms of solidity from his
yeah.
openings have been great.
If it's going to be 3 out of 3 from Le Quang Liem, I'm starting to get Firouzja vibes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Liam dead last as he started today's action. But
Like Firouzja was in that tournament where he scored a huge amount of points in the Blitz portion.
yeah, well, Liam is a former world Blitz chess champion, and he's regaling us with some of that form that made him world champion. By the way, f3, knight f6, bishop h4. I would have been very reluctant to play the move knight f6. I thought knight c5 was the intention. Nope. Knight f6 was played, bishop h4, rook e8, and we're caught up with the players on our analysis board.
think
Is
there's-
that pin?
Knight f4, and we're about to find out if there are some problems for black in this position. Rook takes e3, it runs into bishop takes f6, knight takes d5 with a double attack. So Hikaru is certainly trying to expand. And JX said, I don't care.
Yeah,
Rook
I'll
takes
take-
e3, I'll take with the pawn.
Yes, and that's what he's done. But boy, those double pawns on the king side, will they come back to haunt Jeffrey?
On the other hand, he is pretty active, and that pawn on c3,
That is
it's
true.
a big weakness. Knight takes d5, I expect to move rook e5 to play it very quickly,
Yes,
or very quickly.
very, very,
Very
very, very, very quickly.
Well, maybe he doesn't like the
Maybe,
move.
maybe rook e6.
No, rook e5 played. It seemed like the normal place for the rook.
Same move.
Faster.
was
Yeah.
better. Yeah.
Jeffrey with 1:20, and Hikaru with 2 minutes on the clock. The move c4 on the board. Knight a5 and said,
and now
give me that
F4.
pawn.
But wait a minute, there's queen g4 check.
Yasser, do you think that Jeffrey's trying to get into the pawn grubbers club too early?
Yeah, he could be. He could be, but okay. I'm looking at Queen G4 check, and where am I going to put the king?
On H8, right?
On H8, okay. And no rovers. Rook F3, Knight C4, Rook G3. I haven't come to a conclusion on
It's
that
tough,
one.
and Hikaru has a minute 32. Figure it out. Queen G4. Wait.
Queen G4 check did get played, right?
No, Queen H5 actually was the move that Hikaru chose, not giving the check, not scaring the king away. A little surprised he didn't interpose the move Queen G4. But JX said, give me that pawn.
Got to
I don't
admire
believe
his direct approach to the position.
So Jeffrey with an extra pawn, but clearly the weakness of the king side is going to be plenty of compensation. Rook F3 was played, as we're being told that Wesley actually ended up miraculously saving that game. A draw, a big one for Wesley. So as we see Hikaru on the hunt against this young man, Jeffrey Shong.
Exactly. Those double pawns are beginning to haunt a little bit. And again, if you don't mind telling me the time.
40 seconds for Jeffrey, about there. 40
And
seconds now.
hesitating.
Knight
Ooh.
E5, what a move!
Okay.
The knight wants to retreat to G6 and defend everything, and currently the knight on D5 is hanging.
There is Rook H3 check. Ooh.
No, Rook G3 check, you mean
What?
Knight G6?
No, pardon me, Rook H3, I was thinking was the problem with Knight E5, and Hikaru instantly played Rook G3. I think there was some opportunity there with Rook H3 at once, but we do have Rook H3 now on the board. What was Knight E5, Rook H3?
I don't know.
It was fine for black.
It was
fine for
okay.
black. All right,
okay.
let's take a look.
Because I saw C8 was hanging.
H6. Oh, there's no mate on H8, and
This
because
kid is a boss.
What
Whoa,
a move by
27
Jeffrey
seconds.
Zhang. Wow.
So F5 doesn't work, I assume. Because
Rook
you take on-
E5?
No,
Rook
Queen
E5.
takes D4. No, Rook E5, yes, sorry.
Yes. Well, Queen D5 in this Queen D4 check. You may be right. F5, Queen takes D5. Looks like a refutation to the move F5.
Yeah.
Do we have to play Knight E3 and pirouette back to the
no,
F5
Knight E3,
square?
Queen
No.
D4 starts looking awful. I think you play
Yes.
Rook D1. You put that
But
Rook.
Rook.
Oh, Rook D3 looks like a bit of a concession. Rook D6 instantly played by Jeffrey, equalizing time pretty much. Remember, they have a 2-second increment. 27 seconds for Jeffrey, 31 for Hikaru.
C5, Rook C5.
Pile on the pressure. Why not, right?
This pins all over the place. The Rook on
What a
C5
game.
will be hitting the
Oh, that's a lot of time. Say move faster. Remember,
Right.
Queen F3. Look how Hikaru instantly replies.
King G7?
Or
no.
King F8. He moves out of the checks.
I was thinking King G, but King F8 looks like a solid decision as well.
The kid's so calm.
I know.
He's a little too calm. I would like for him to
yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
yeah, 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 yeah. Feeling
H4. What if I take that guy?
H4.
He's the one said, I don't want to take that.
And instantly Knight E7. Not even
Consolidating.
considering.
He has to take on E7. I take on D3 now. Start simplifying the position. Wait, did
Rook
he-
D3, Rook D3,
Why is he
Queen
hesitating?
E7.
What
He
is
has to take on D3. He's got 3 seconds left.
Dude,
What?
play faster. You're
Queen
stressing
takes
me out.
E7.
He's got to play queen.
There's
he can
no
throw a
flag.
check
What are you
in.
doing? What are you doing?
What just
He
happened?
flagged. He flagged. He flagged.
What?
He just let his time run out. He was hesitating too much.
No, he was lost at the final position, I think, because Queen takes E7, Queen A8.
Check and Rook G3
And
check.
Oh, that was probably a blunder at the end there
Right.
by Zhang and Jeffrey Shong. Let's look at Rapport, currently in second position, playing against Sam Shanklin. Let's try to get the 2D board so we see what's happening. A little up, 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 up. More. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but we don't understand the position, so let's take a look at the 2D board so that we can see what's happening.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, fire
What
on
is
board
going
is...
on?
oh, a big shot. Rook takes
G7.
Knight F5 check.
Knight F5 check picks up that queen.
Royal fork. A royal fork.
Rook takes G7. King
Sam-
F8 had to be played.
Sam Shanklin missed a huge
Only 2
tactic.
seconds though.
Oh!
He's at increment mode. He's got to play quickly.
Queen B7. What? Oh, this
What
players.
is going on here? Is the 7th rank?
Queen. Is that going to be a draw?
A perpet?
No. Oh, no perpetual for you.
You? Ooh.
Still trying to trick him somehow. Rook D7. Now Queen C8 is very dangerous. Queen D7 played instead.
Check.
Queen E6.
Ooh.
He's decided to go for this position.
Richard saying, you're
I
my
need a
target,
win.
Sam.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he has some winning chances in this endgame, right? Those
Yes, he
two
does.
pawns. They're
Yes,
serious
2
business.
pawns in a night is very sufficient compensation when everything is on one side of the board. But that was huge move, Rook D2. That will nail the draw.
I think, right? You can give a perpetual, but you cannot actually defend the F2 pawn.
Right.
As Richard, yeah, a draw agreed there. Richard Rapport. Fabi, meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening. This looks like a dead draw. I don't think you win with an extra 1 pawn, right?
Nope.
I've seen weirder things in this tournament, but this one looks pretty over.
Exactly.
Yeah, knight D8, knight F7,
And all you've got
and you
to
take
do,
on G5.
Yes.
Draw there by Fabiano Caruana. Draw also by Richard Rapport. But guys, that's not enough. Hikaru Nakamura won his game, keeps extending the lead. Hikaru, the monster. Looks unstoppable.
The Hikaru Nakamura train is going at full speed. But let's see that Jeffrey Zhang. How did he flag?
97 was a blunder. He realized it here, and he flagged after Rook takes D3 because he has no other move. He failed to realize that after Rook takes D3, Queen takes E7, Queen A8 check would come as a devastating move. So he flags in a completely lost position against Hikaru Nakamura. The move 97, which is no good. He basically tricked himself.
He did. He did.
Well, he was encouraged to trick himself
Or
by
getting
a
tricked.
bluff by Hikaru. In this moment right here, when he played the move H4, Hikaru just kind of tossed it out. Like,
Right.
you know, I can do this. And all the youngster had to do was say, well, what if I just take it?
Yeah.
Like, got it. He no doubt saw this move and got spooked by it. What do you do, given that your H-pawn is hanging and your knight is hanging? But there is the sweet move, King G7. You're not the only one who's got knights hanging. This one is hanging right here as well, and the kid's fine. Just
Right.
perfectly fine. If he had found just take the pawn and defend, that's it. Naka would not have had any edge whatsoever. Matter of fact, just gave up a second pawn. He'd be down 2 pawns with no attack. The knight's coming back to G6 against any checks. No worries for him here. He missed this with very few seconds left on his clock. Speaking of missed moves, we had one game between Lee
Wesley
Kwam Lang
So,
and Wesley So. Wesley was so dead in the opening. I mean, dead with a capital D. Right, let's go back to the moment right here. Look at this position. This knight, I want to go back further because the game was so ridiculous what happened to Wesley. He allowed this position to occur on the board. D4 with his knight on F8. Timing was terrible. Bishop to E6, queen to E2. E takes D, knight takes. Look at these knights. Just pick them as you want to. He traded here, brought a rook to the middle of the board, and this knight danced. He said, F4. Like, just let me go. Here I come. Bishop D7, knight F5, very smartly done. And now we get to the position where he didn't want to bring his knight back once more, and this E file is going to open. Notice you can't castle easily because the bishop is hitting the A7 square. He played knight H4, and this is where tantalizing move. You just want to play it. You just want to play. He played queen H5 check in this position. Queen H5, not the best move, though it was still winning after knight H4. The best move was to just keep piling on the pressure here with this one. If you dare to castle in the position, now queen G4 and hand your knight over. Just hand it over. And if you don't castle after rook to E1 and decide to take this pawn, this was the subtle win, guys. Queen to D3. And it says, here we come. This is not going to be any fun for you. There's some lines we could look at, like queen D7, bishop C5, discovered check. Don't block with the knight. D6 is hanging. If you hide this piece, we're going after yummy with this knight. You're pinned here. And if the knight leaves, move the queen out of the way. And here comes the rook. And here the whole party is going to be at your house. That was not what he played. Like we said, he played queen H5 check. And then G6. This bishop on E3 is hanging with check. So you don't get the knight right away. He allowed this. King H1, and guess who ran out of the middle as fast as he could? He said, I'm out of here. Go for it now. G7. He's still better here, but then he got greedy and took this pawn, and that allowed, boom, Wesley to sack back. Now, of course, this rook is coming in. Maybe you get mated. Like, be careful. Queen F5 check, king B8, king G2, rook to G8 check, king H1, and then bam! Bam! Wesley So with the defensive tactics, and there's no win anymore after this check. You got a block. Give me that. And Wesley saved the day with a perpet and went on to draw. Amazing turn of events. Wesley hanging on by his fingernails in that one. Lee Kuan Lim missing a golden opportunity. But the story is the tournament over? Looks like Nakamura is just too dominant.
Hikaru Nakamura train is choo-chooing along.
I mean, we've seen greater comebacks than 2 points, even coming into the last day. Remember, MVL making it up. But that was MVL. Which one of these players is such a specialist that's going to make up a huge difference already, even with so many rounds to go?
Pay attention to Peter Svidler, 2.5 out of 3
Nice
as
start.
he's getting started. He's feeling the groove.
He's feeling the groove. He's had a good day. And Hikaru Nakamura ruining the GCT points for the Grandchester. Remember, MVL is watching on the sidelines. He's here in St. Louis watching this tournament.
He's cheering.
He's cheering.
Go.
Absolutely.
Go wildcard players, go. Take as many GCT points as you want. Take them home with you.
Yeah, Wesley So not bringing home the bacon. He's not that typical of fighting for the lead Wesley.
But I gotta tell you, that was a beautiful defensive combination.
Oh.
You feel like you swindled a victory out of that position.
There are some draws that just feel sweeter than a win.
I know, that was one of them. A nice catch, Maurice. I love that.
I didn't do anything.
You brought it to our attention.
Look at that. That's the juicy stuff.
Yeah, that is
but
good.
You're right. Wesley needs to stay close. He needs to just stay right there because he could get 6 or 7 points out of this. He needs to salvage some points. I don't think he's getting 8 because 8 is clear third, right? You get 13 for first. Naka looks like he wants to steal that. And then 10.
12 for first, 13, 12, yeah, for first.
Naka looks like he's taking 13.
He's taking the 13, yeah.
But let's say, so Naka looks like he's taking that. Then the next is 10 points, a big drop. Who takes second place there? And then the next is 8.
8.
Now,
for
8
clear third.
For clear third.
That's
so
a lot of points.
Can Wesley somehow sneak 7 or 6? If he gets that, he goes all the way up to 28.3 and makes a big statement against Maxime. Maxime, you better win the Sinkfield Cup and hope that I bomb in the Sinkfield Cup if you're going to win this whole thing.
Well, something that Maxime has done before, a previous winner of the Sinkfield Cup.
Beating Nepo in the last round in a must-win situation.
But you know what?
That was
you know what,
beautiful.
though? The way this is going, the way it's shaking out, with Shakriar fading, Maxime is thinking, you guys are dumb. Even if Wesley wins the whole thing, I could come in second and pocket 50K.
True that.
After what wasn't the greatest start. No. He started horribly in this whole thing. He bombed in Bucharest, I believe it was. To come back and pocket 50K in the pocket, that's not bad either. He's smiling either way.
Let's take a look at the pairings for the next round, Alejandro.
Absolutely. Here you go, Yasser. We got Fabi Caruana against JX, Jeffrey Shung. Can Fabi win a game today? I don't think he's won a game today, right?
Yeah, but I like that Wesley So versus Richard Rapport game. Lots of points between those two players as they get ready for battle.
I think that might be our marquee match. And we also do have former U.S. champion Sam Shanklin against Hikaru Nakamura, but Sam, not exactly a blitz specialist.
He did save the game against Richard Rapport. We got lots of blitz left today, folks. We have 9 rounds of blitz today and tomorrow, but we're going to take a break.
We'll be right back with round 4. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Hikaru Nakamura Show. I mean, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, as he is unstoppable right now, extending his lead game by game.
Let's take a look at his lead.
He has a 2-point lead over the field. Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport are still tied for second, chasing him, but it's not as close as it used to be. It's another point that Hikaru has added on them. It's the 2-point lead. Fabi and Richard with 12. Wesley So, 2 points out of 3. He is currently with 11. And Peter Svidler, well, he's had a pretty decent day. 1.5 points, 10.5 score for him.
Liam with 2.5, and our pairings as we get ready for the duels for round 4.
Absolutely. Fabiano Caruana against Jeffrey Xiong. That is going to be a traditional duel at U.S. Championships, fighting for Olympiads. But here they need to score. But I think that we're going to pay attention to that game. Wesley So with 11 points against Richard Rapport. That's going to be exciting.
I absolutely agree. We will keep an eye on Shanklin versus Nakamura as well. But we don't want it to turn into the Hikaru Nakamura Show. We want to see a lot of these competitors because they are.
And off we go.
E4, E5, Wesley.
We've seen a lot of Italian in this tournament, and this is no exception. D4, actually, all right. Well, it worked against Czech. This is the same variation that Wesley So used against him.
E5, D5, Bishop B5, and this seems to be like a Wesley specialty, I want to say.
And the weird thing is that he plays it with white and with black.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that rather remarkable? Where did Shaq go wrong? Because essentially he was busted. He played something with F6 and not H6.
Right, H6 is a completely different approach here by Richard Rapport. Wesley hesitating a little bit, but deciding, you know what, I'm just going to stick to my principles. Castle.
Exactly, castles. And now comes the move Bishop G4.
Right.
Okay, I always liked to get in the move H2, H3. I felt I was making luft in such cases, and then I would play Bishop E2. But he was reaching. Again, another hesitation.
Whoa! That looked like prep. Knight takes D4. Wait, what's going on? If I take the bishop on G4, knight takes C3, and the bishop on B5 is hanging. What if I take the knight on D4?
With the bishop? Then you take on bishop on F3? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is going on?
He's asking the same questions that we're asking ourselves. Whoa.
What if I take with the pawn, actually? Can I take with the pawn? Or is that too much? Queen G5 coming, and I guess my king is too exposed?
I'm worried that it would be a repetition right out of the gate. Just what you said. In case Wesley captures with the pawn, it's this move Queen G5 check that's upsetting. King H1 will go Queen H4. King H2 will go Queen F4.
I don't know if I'll go Queen F4. I'm going to play Knight G5, Yasser.
You're ready to
saying
play
your draw. I don't want your thinking draw. Give me a full point there. Knight G5 just crushes.
Queen takes H3 and Knight takes F3. You are stone cold right.
Oh yeah, and let's take a look. What happens if Queen takes F3? Just take back on D4, right?
Yes.
And
very happily so, and I've regained my peace, and no
problems.
No
but
problem.
I'm up a pawn as black, actually, right?
Right. I will have to take on
E4. Pawn takes E4. Queen takes E4. Bishop takes B2.
Rook B1. I'm going to play Bishop D3. You know what? I'm going to threaten a mate first, and only after G6 will I play Rook B1. Because I didn't want to face Queen D4 when the bishop was on B5.
Right,
I wanted to open up the B file. But okay.
So Queen D4 in that position, though, right?
Yeah, but then I'll make a draw after.
Oh, you want to make a draw? Yeah. Black,
well,
I don't think Black's trying to win this.
Well,
game. They're playing the whole line.
They're playing the whole line.
Be a draw.
The whole thing we predicted. Look at us, yes. Not too shabby.
Okay.
All right. G6 already on the board. I don't think Richard has not fallen below the 5 minutes that he started with.
It's total preparation. Fantastic preparation.
Excellent. And
completely shutting down this line.
Rook AB1 not being played just yet. He does have the option of maybe playing E6, maybe playing the move Rook AD1. I don't see.
Something could be set for Bishop C4.
Bishop C4 could be also
tickling G6 pawn after bishop c4. It kind of provoked king g7, rook d1. Nah.
I feel
maybe I could play for the initiative.
I feel white has compensation, but I cannot imagine it's enough to actually have an
Anything
advantage.
more than
Just equality.
Just equality.
Right.
Okay, so in that case, rook b1 is probably
Well, he played what?
Played what?
He made a hand gesture that bishop c4. There you go.
Okay.
He did follow your
Okay.
advice. Bishop c4, going a bit for the initiative. Queen g6 is a very big threat in this position. You definitely have to
Yes.
prevent it.
I have at least a perpetual. Probably that's all I have, but
Really?
yeah, bishop a1, queen g6, king h8, queen h6, king g8,
And if I take on a1 simply, maybe
queen d4.
rook, queen g5 check, and then rook c1, I think I would keep playing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I would.
Why not?
Why not keep playing, right? I don't think
No risk.
Yeah, riskless completely. I expect this g6 pawn to be defended.
I think we do have rook on a1, on b1 on the board, though. Oh, I apologize. That's my analysis.
Right, so we're still waiting there for Richard's decision. This is the first time he thinks in the game, right? Probably getting a little
Bishop
bit
c4.
accustomed to the position, seeing what's going on, straight out of preparation. A full minute thing, that is a huge amount for a blitz game.
Yeah, that's like, what, 20% of your time being evaporating, if you will.
Very good.
And we do have some moves.
King g7 played, and quickly rook d1. Following your advice there for the initiative.
Well, it's been the case, and we've seen it time after time in the rapid, how important holding the initiative is for these.
And that's what we're talking about. E6.
Rook
Preparing
d7.
ideas of rook d7.
And queen b7. If you take on e6, queen b7, and, well, the structure is a bit of a wreck.
It is. On the other hand, it is an extra pawn still for the
true.
black side.
I will never argue against the extra pawn.
Never?
Never.
Never. Well, okay, yeah. That was saying, never say never.
Pawn takes c6 on the board. I do like the move queen takes b7, and there it goes. It wrecks the structure and attacks the bishop on b2. Not a big fan of bishop takes e6. The pawn on e6 is a weakness. Just leave it there. Take the healthy one.
Right. Rook, oops, king g7. Let me just catch up with the players. I'm just going to go back and forth. I apologize.
No problem there, as Richard Rapport is taking his sweet time. I think in a blitz game, I take white every single day, but it really isn't a serious advantage.
No, the bishops of opposite color, I constantly say the same thing. In the bishops of opposite color endgame, one of the things that really stands out is the vulnerability of the king. And in this case, white has great compensation because of this vulnerable king on g7. By
Yeah,
the
but
way, this
Richard is
queen
saying,
c4.
hey, check it out. I have threats too. Queen c5, threatening queen takes f2 check. I don't think I'm actually threatening the bishop on c4 because I do have to watch out for this bishop on e5.
What's the story? Rook d7
I think on rook
check.
d7 he's not going to care. Just
King
says king
h8, queen e4, queen f2, king h1. No, I can't take on g6. What am I saying? g6, the e1 rook is hanging.
Yeah,
There's an exchange set, guys.
Rook takes e5? Let's do it.
What? Well, rook d7 played and king h8. You're saying rook e5
Rook
here?
takes e5, queen takes e5.
And rook takes
c7.
But that's just a draw after queen e1, I guess.
Perpetual check on e1 and
That might
e5
be-
squares.
Right.
But that might be the right way to bail out if I'm Wesley and he played that gorgeous defensive combination in the
Against
previous
Nick
game.
Liam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, is it a draw, rook e5, queen f2 now?
Yeah, but king h... I don't think it changes very much, actually. King h1.
Oh, it does. It changes everything.
You don't have a
queen
check.
f1.
You don't have queen f1. Whoops.
Oops. My bad.
And he has gone for it. Under a minute is Wesley, so rook takes e5 on the board, queen takes e5. We expect the move rook takes c7.
Played.
What's your actual threat?
Rook h7
and bishop e6. That's
and then
right.
Queen
queen g7 checkmate.
So you're saying,
We can put that
I
on
play
the board, right? Put
yeah.
some random move. and-
So the not so random move would be rook on a8 to e8, allowing you to go check. In this case, because I put my rook on e8, I mean, I'm defending against bishop takes e6.
And we have couple checks there by Richard. He can, if he wants to, keep repeating the position. Wesley has no capacity to block.
Avoid the repetition. Yes.
Right. The question is there anything else for black here?
Rook on A8 to E8.
Just keep on playing.
A winning attempt by Richard. It is, after all, an exchange up.
Remember, every winning attempt is also a losing attempt. Where they have the king on A8 being hunted by those major pieces.
On the 7th rank, it's not
an easy decision to make.
No, you have to be very, very courageous
And I
indeed
think
not to make the repetition. As the players do shake hands, let's go to our alternative games. We've got Sam Shankland as well as Peter Svidler. Where would you like to go?
Let's go to the Sam Shankland against Hikaru Nakamura game. Duel of U.S. champions. One is both of them former U.S. champions. Hikaru many times, and Shankland, I want to say 5-time U.S. champion.
5 times U.S. champion. I was the first, by the way, to congratulate Hikaru, because I had 4. He had 5.
I thought you were going to say you were the first U.S. champion in history.
No, to congratulate Hikaru for passing me. I thought that was very, very good of him. Of course, Bobby Fischer has the record, and Walter Sean Brown.
What is going on? Let's take a stock. Sam Shankland, 41 seconds against Hikaru's minute and 30, but I like Sam's position.
Are you sure? Hikaru's got this huge move, knight d3.
Yeah, but knight d3,
about to play knight d3 and rook c2 check. Is Hikaru, this bishop on f4 is also, I was about to say the rook on d6, also vulnerable because it relies upon the protection of the bishop on f4. I like Hikaru's position here. Rook check and rook c8.
I kind of like the fact that I'm playing with all of my pieces, though.
Precisely. Rook c2
No, I mean, like, white is and black isn't.
What? I don't see this.
But that's the biggest problem there. Sam, 13 seconds against Hikaru's minute. That's
and knight takes
really
b7.
Tough. Oh, and he's going for mate. He's going for mate. He has to sacrifice. He does have 2 pawns, though. Well, he's about to have 1 pawn.
B2 is hanging.
Yep. Bishop h4. Oh, the switcheroo. Attacking
By the way,
f2.
you see that little twist? That little twist by Hikaru with bishop to
and
h4.
he's going to pick up f2, right? Oh, no. Knight d6, knight e4 is going to come.
Oh, and there was the shake of the head by Hikaru. Well, rook takes b2 when you want to take a pawn.
Yeah, it's not so clear, though, after knight d6 and then knight coming back to, I don't know if f5 or e4.
Maybe f5. So rook b2, knight takes d6, knight d6 check, king f8, knight f8, knight f5, f6 to avoid back rank mates, maybe rook b8. Should still be better for Hikaru.
See, the knight comes back to d6 anyway, right? Yes,
forced g6. Well,
can I defend that pawn with b4?
Whoa, he gave it away. Why?
Hikaru, a little puzzled there. He's like, thank you for the pawn.
Why didn't he play b3 or b4?
We don't have time to analyze that, unfortunately. Rook c3 threatening. I guess rook c7 is an actual threat in this position. Not the easiest conversion for Hikaru, but that time advantage that's going to be huge in this position. He's so dangerous.
I feel that the rook on g1 looks good but does nothing. I think it's time to bring that rook to the a file.
I don't even think it looks good. And I did not quite understand h4, giving the rook an idea. Sam's playing a bit too slow for my taste. h5, making another weakness.
Well, but he is hoping for knight g3 and knight f5. I think the knight on f5 would be an extremely useful.
And there it goes.
And he's
there it goes.
Rook
Does
b5.
Can he play it though?
Gosh, Hikaru, he senses.
Well,
knight f5 check is automatic for me.
Take on h6. Can you take on h6? Maybe not. Maybe that endgame was just bad.
But quite possibly. He didn't give it too much of a consideration. e3, e4.
No time.
Knights love being defended. e3, e4 was
You're going to get h5, but I'm going to get a7. Or
not
maybe not.
So
Maybe not.
Are you sure about that a7? I'm sure about h5.
h5 is
there it goes.
Gunner, and that's an exchange for Hikaru. I still think.
You said the conversion is going to be difficult, but
it's coming.
b5,
But it's coming.
King b5 and I was about to say king e5. No, and now I feel like Hikaru is
on the driver's seat.
Big time.
Big winning position here for Hikaru.
Threatening rook b5 check, knight d4 to stop, rook b5. But Hikaru, time again, what's
11 seconds each.
each?
Yes.
So Hikaru has also let things slip. Oh, what a move, H5. That was gorgeous. Now he's going to use using his H-pawn as a decoy is Hikaru, and he's won a piece.
Yeah,
and that's over.
That's it. Hikaru with another win. Black pieces against Sam Shackland. Who is going to stop this man?
Wow. And let's quickly switch to the game between Fabi and Jeffrey.
Oh, let's take a look at the 2D board if we can for a second, because we do not know what's going on. It's over.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
What does it mean it's over? What happened here? But who won that game? I didn't even see the position.
I think Fabi lost.
Did he? Yeah, well, let's take a look at this.
Fabi lost with the white pieces against Jeffrey.
Okay. And this is a Beer flagged?
Peter flagged
this is what I'm being told, but I didn't see the...
No, I don't think... I can't imagine that
No,
Black lost. What?
Can we get a replay of that somehow?
White lost?
Did White lose that position?
Yeah, maybe he did.
That's
because
crazy.
there is knight d3 and knight c5. Maybe he did walk into a zugzwang?
No, this is not a zugzwang, but
I agree,
he just flagged.
But he did flag.
He flagged.
Oh my goodness! So that was a pretty bloody round.
This was
Maurice.
a roller coaster. Only one draw between the Wesley So and Richard Rapport that we looked at.
Lots of points got spewed over the board.
Distributed. Dominguez beating Mamedyarov in their duel. Mamed just nowhere to be found.
Fading badly. Maurice.
You don't want to know how badly he faded. This game right here between Lanier and Shakhriyar, Lanier was all over him. If we go back a couple of moves, you'll see what I'm talking about.
This is Petrov.
Right?
Sure looks
like
it.
Take a look at right here. Bishop takes on G6. After Queen C5, he said, gimme, scrumptious. Hello, give me that. How could you survive this position if you are black? Like, this is over, right? Like, this is over soon. Yeah. You don't know the half of it. Give me that. I'm just going to shift. Your king is just open completely. Alejandro said 5 pawns up. I'll give you 5 pawns. Just let me have a king like this to attack, please. Rook E8, Rook H1. It's all sweet. Rook E6, Queen H8, King S7, Queen C8, D5, and now the killing blow. Just drop your rook. The party on H8. Another rook's going to show up on F1. It's going to be all she wrote. This is over. This is mate. Started with a check. Still winning. Started with this check. Why not bring something to the back row? Well, King D7, and all of a sudden, because both of them were in terrific time pressure, plays this move A3, and now Rook G2. You could still attack and win. He took a pawn, like change the game. He is winning the position still, but not after this move made it much more difficult for him, and now they're blitzing out. They were down to seconds each. Trade. Rook takes G1, Queen F2, and now this move allowing Rook E1, and all of a sudden, you're only up 1 pawn, and this is no longer winning. This is fine for black, unless he plays this sequence and commits suicide. Like, what did you do this for? Exchanging queens down to a king and pawn endgame? Like, why did you do this to yourself? And a few moves later, after this, he tried to play, and here comes the pieces, check, king here, king D4, and the king is going to penetrate and break down your position. Unbelievable result for Shakhriyar, losing this game. Now, that's horrible, yes? You want to see something else that's horrible? How did Fabi lose this game? He was hunting his opponent the whole way, and this pawn, of course, racing down the board, A8 queens, rook takes, and we're taught, get your rook behind the passed pawn. He had to take in this position with the king. King takes saves the game. Anything like this, he can start checking rook to A3, king to E4. Now bring the rook down, and technically, I can go through this whole thing. The engine is giving a draw for white here because of the rook being behind here. But he took with the rook in this position and let the pawn go immediately. Now the pawn is just too fast. rook f8, king to e3, rook e8, king f3, king c6. There goes one. There goes another. They're just too quick. King to d4, and now he resigned because d2, and you're not catching these bad boys. There's just too many of them, and one too many, and that's it. Fabi lost to Jeffrey Zhang. Fabi is fading fast. He was the leader in the event coming in to he was in second, coming into today. There was a time when he was leading clear, but ever since that loss to Nakamura, Fabi has been slipping and slipping. He at least is holding on by his fingernails to third place at the moment, but there's Wesley right behind. Can Wesley overtake him and get some points for the Grand Chess Tour? I'm sure Maxime is shaking his head going, come on, what is this, Fabi? Win some games. What are you doing? He's only got 1 point out of 4 today?
It's pretty bad.
Hikaru and Liam really showing their class.
3 out of 4, very good.
And 3.5 out of 4 for Liam. How did Liam win that game?
Well, let's take a look through the magic of television. Let's focus on the clock there. There's a little bit of hesitation. Remember, he did the same thing against.
What is he doing? You can't do this.
That's more than 4 seconds. No.
What the heck?
No. Oh my God.
And
That's the second time he did it in the tournament.
He did it against Shaq. And it's really, really costly.
Very costly there for Peter Svidler.
Painful.
Oof. But 12.5 points being second place. Hikaru has 15.
I'm telling you, and wow, he's just running away with it. I mean, this is just amazing.
And we are going to take just a very quick break here, but we're going to leave you with an interview about how the players dealt with their time off of the boards.
Yeah, how do you stay in shape?
The pandemic has affected everyone. How did it impact you? And have you done anything special during this pandemic? New hobbies? Did you read, study, write? What have you done?
One of the good things was that I got to spend more time with my family. So I have a 6-year-old boy, and it was great. And normally I'm away from home like half of the year or something like that.
Yeah, I pick up a lot of new openings. I learn a lot of new stuff, and I try in my online games.
This break has done me a lot of good. It's definitely given me some more time to think about how my career is doing chess-wise. Also, during the break and due to cancellation of major tournaments last year, I was able to have time to write a book, make some video courses. It was pretty huge work.
Something that a lot of people have been doing already by that point, but something that I only really started doing seriously in 2020 was streaming, which did, I think, a lot of good for my general well-being more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are many things that have changed for me in the last 18 months. You know, first and foremost, obviously, I started streaming, but I think with the lockdown, everything kind of sort of escalator became much bigger online, and mainly there were many people stuck at home and they were trying to follow chess or whatever their interests were.
Fortunately for me, there were still many online events that I could play and keep myself busy to train and prepare for those. So I would say that it didn't really change my lifestyle too much, to be honest.
It was not easy for me last 1 year. I have some health problems also, and for this reason doctors say no sports, no activity. I mean, I just play chess.
Well, I made an entire opening repertoire on Chessable, which took a lot of work. I just published a full-on opening repertoire based on playing d4 for white and playing the classical Sicilian and the semi-Slav for black, so that took a lot of work. I've always been very serious about dieting and physical fitness, but it's hard to maintain the same level when you're traveling like crazy and you're constantly getting on planes and you're jet lagged, so I really doubled down on that and got back into the same kind of physical shape that I was when I was 20.
Might have picked up some weight, you know. I was pretty much staying at home, and I had a very nice time with my wife, and it was really, I mean, for me, it sounds pretty sad, but for me it was one of the best periods because, you know, I had no, this regular stress that comes with playing professional chess. So I was just at home enjoying married life and generally things that I usually enjoy, just I had much more time for them, yeah.
Except at some point I was really bored in the winter, and I tried to learn the Rubik's Cube. And I learned that, and now I'm pretty sure I've forgotten it.
Welcome back. We are halfway through the day here at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but it's become the Hikaru Nakamura show. Let's take a look at those standings. A commanding lead. 15 points for Hikaru, a 2.5-point lead over Richard Rapport. Fabiano Caruana fading away. A terrible result here in the Blitz, 1 point out of 4.
Also, Richard Rapport kind of fading, 1.5 out of 4. So his nearest competitors are fading, and Hikaru is bringing it home. 3 out of 4.
Absolutely. Like what Liam's saying, look, 3.5 out of 4, but unfortunately he didn't have a good rapid portion. Guys, let's take a look at these pairings. It is right there. Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. For sure, our marquee matchup. Wesley So dominant this year, but hasn't been able to show that form in this tournament.
Grand Chess Tour players Shaq Mamidarov, who's really been fading. Oh my goodness. Versus Fabi. Those players, everybody needs a win now suddenly between those two.
Absolutely. And we have action. Hikaru Nakamura starting with e4. They're just adjusting their pieces a little bit. Will we see a Berlin? I think that's exactly where we're going. Bishop b5 played.
Knight f6.
Please no draw.
I was about to say, are we going to go into the ending?
Can we go into the end game? d4 being played. Knight d6.
No.
No, we're going to go into
the well-known
most
draw.
Hated repetition in chess currently.
By the way, I have the impression that Wesley, as the one who has seen this position most often, as Hikaru just said, look, I'm going to secure first place.
I see, like counting how many times.
No, he's looking at the monitor to make sure that Queen d4, he could claim a draw, but okay.
All right. Enough.
That's it.
All right, enough of this. Let's go to, what is our backup?
Good question.
Fabiano Caruana's game. Let's take a look at that one against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
All right, let me bring that up on my screen.
And what do we have here, Yasser? Looks like a Ragozin from this angle.
Sorry, I was just looking at the Jeffrey Zhang game, but...
Yes. We have a Ragozin between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Fabiano Caruana.
This is with the early bishop takes f6, too.
Very early bishop takes f6, queen a4 check being played, forcing the knight to c6. A very strategical battle there, but Fabiano, he needs points. He doesn't need draws, he needs full points.
As does Shaq. Now, when you're in really, really, really bad form, as Shaq is, for myself, one of the things I've tried to do is play a simple, clean game. And I think from a strategic point of view for Shaq, he's made the right decision. He's going to try to bore his opponent to death, essentially, is what he wants. Because, my gosh, it seems to me like every type of position, Shaq is just simply misfiring. Whether it's tactical or whether it's strategical or positional, he's finding the blunders.
When we talk about form in chess, sometimes we're talking about how do you play in general. It's not that one or two things are going wrong. It's that things don't click. You just can't find plans. You can't find tactics. And I agree with you, Yasser. He just hasn't been here.
No, and something has definitely gone wrong. Queen b3 is an invitation for a repetition. I think that if you play knight a5, we will see queen a4 and the knight would retreat. Sorry, let me just put that on the board. So knight a5 hitting the queen, but also attempting to go to knight c4. So that was what I was meaning about this kind of a repetition. And again, as we started when we returned from break, we were saying these two players need to win.
They need a win.
This is not.
Mehmed, it's a GCT, right? The Grand Chess Tour demands that he get some points. And you see knight a5, none of this draw business.
No,
queen goes back
queen
to d1. Fabi says,
Shaq.
well, I'm black, knight c6. Are you sure? You still can repeat if you go queen b3.
Right.
But I think Shaq's going to play for a win. And he goes a3.
A3.
Not interested in a draw at all.
Okay, bishop to e6 and bishop to d6 and knight e7, and let's see who stands better and why.
I think black is fine. He does have that pair of bishops.
Right.
But strategically, in certain situations, this knight on c6 is very awkwardly placed. You want to have it basically anywhere else because the pawn on c7 wants to come to c6, solidify the pawn on d5. It also gets rid of the problems that you have on the c file, the rook on c1, x-raying this pawn on c7. And a surprising move, rook b8.
I don't think that was on my list of 5 most candidate moves. Rook b8, and by the way, played quickly as if, yes, in these positions you play rook b8.
Well,
what?
That's why he's 2,800.
What?
Rook b8, a
Knight
mysterious
a4.
rook
I
move.
was expecting bishop e6 and bishop d6, and now we're ready to finally move our knight.
As has happened, knight c5, knight e7 on the board, b4 played quickly. You can see white's expansion on the queen side, and both sides' moves make a lot of sense. I'm just not really sure what my rook's doing on b8.
Yeah, exactly. The rook on a8 might actually support the opportunity of playing b7, b6, but rook on a8, it's a head scratcher. I have to tell you that. Knight f5.
Yeah, knight
Bring
f5.
the knight into play.
That makes a lot of sense. I've seen Levon Aronian try to play g5 in this position, and g5 played. As I said it, yeah, Levon has excelled in this kind of positions, playing this kind of g5 stuff.
Right.
It starts to get dangerous for both sides. The knight coming to g6 and expanding on the king side, but so often I've seen black overpush on the king side and get hit by an f3 break.
Absolutely. The g5 is definitely double-edged, but it's the type of game that both players need to play. And after g5, knight d2. Again, not the first move that jumps to my mind.
Knight f5 and bishop g4. Trying to trade the bishop on c8. It's not the most active bishop, but it does defend your entire queen side, right? The b7 pawn, the a6 pawn, they're all being defended by this pawn on...
This bishop on...
Sorry, this bishop on c8. And king g7 played, and very quick moves here. King g7, h3, rook h8. Hinting at h5 coming as a sacrifice. I could take on h5 if I played it immediately.
Wow. Rook h8. I mean,
the mysterious rook moves.
I was about to say something about that d5 pawn not being protected. I kind of would have preferred to see c7, c6 being played, but okay. Rook h8, queen f3. That makes a great deal of sense if you ask me.
And quickly c6, defending that hanging pawn on d5. The reinforcement of the knight 2 to b3.
Now, we always have to be careful that e3, e4 doesn't come with some, tempo-wrecking force, right? At the moment, knight takes d4 is a sufficient answer, but that is lurking. Do I have to play a move like knight
b3 played already.
Knight d2 to b3?
Yes, knight to b3 played already. Queen g6, I can imagine
Again,
might happen.
e3, e4 now starts to really concern me as black. I don't want to have all my pieces, tactically hit, bang, 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 bang.
That's why I like the move queen g6. It moves out of that position rather than knight on e4. He's actually played bishop c7.
Also getting out of the way.
And that caveman style chess of queen d6, running checkmate on h2. Also unpinning your knight, right?
That's very nice. And e3, e4. Okay, it doesn't win material, but it was what Shaq wants. Again, with this bishop on c7, that move... Well, I would have preferred your queen g6, frankly, because now if you take on e4, which has happened, knight takes e4, you've got to pay attention to another hit.
And I'm not sure what he's going to do about it. Let's see, queen g6 on the board. You could play d5.
I guess h5.
h5, bishop takes f5, and we get some sort of mess.
That is
a mess. I do have these queen c3 check ideas. They seem super annoying.
Yeah, I start to get worried when I see checks like that coming. So we're expecting the move d5. We think that there's only one really good answer to that move, which is c5.
I don't think it's a good answer because if you take on f5 here...
Bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5.
C3.
Do you like queen c3 right away or knight g3? Knight g3 is a tempo.
They're both juicy.
Yeah.
They're both very juicy.
But the idea of queen c3 check... You can keep that in abeyance for just a moment.
And we're going down this line. Yasser already being played. Queen c3, f6, bishop takes f5. I expect bishop takes f5 back, and d6 on the board. This is Mamedyarev's idea. You do have the pair of bishops, but guess what? I have a ton of threats. That king on g7, and you know what? Black's rooks could not be worse positioned.
I know, h8 and b8. I don't, whoa, he took on e4. That pawn keeps trundling up the board, but That's as far as you get.
I don't
Rook
like this. Rook
C8.
B8, knight coming to C5.
Maybe
with E1.
With or without rook E1. Knight C5 immediately makes a lot of sense.
Bishop closed in on D5, trying to control the knight.
Because knight E6 check was the big threat. You can't take on
Rook A D1, Queen F7, and Mamedyarov playing quickly, putting that pressure on Fabiano Caruana on the board and on the clock. 47 seconds for the American, while the Azeri player has well over 2 minutes.
Let me just refresh my board. Apologies for that, but I have to get F4 and F5.
Fabi under 40 seconds, 35 left for him.
Be very, very careful. There's a Queen G3 sighting, hitting the rook on C7 as well as the pawn on G4. And that queen coming, maybe rook F4 as well. I don't like what's happening to Fabi's position. Rook F4 and rook takes G4 is scaring the bejesus out of me at the moment.
Right, I know, I'm very scared. On the other hand, he has this ideas of Queen H5 himself. Queen H5, Queen H1, I mean, these are not joke threats.
Okay, so rook F4,
rook
Queen
F4,
F5.
maybe I go Queen H5, yeah.
Queen H5.
Trying to force you to trade queens. He's not played rook F4, he played rook Fe1. Puzzling. But he's trying to deflect this rook from the defensive duties.
Okay, he could have also, rook
H.
E8. Hard to guess these moves. Queen takes G4, grabbing a pawn with check. That one I definitely understand.
I don't like black's position.
I know, but I'm wondering, knight E6 check, bishop E6. I don't see a knockout blow, though.
No, I don't see it either, Mamedyarov.
I do feel that black's king is more vulnerable, but it's going to take some precise move.
Queen H4, getting on the dark squares. Fabi needs to play.
Rook E1, you hack the rooks off the board.
14 seconds for him.
You got to take those rooks off the board. You don't want to see Queen H8 check landing on your doorstep.
Same moves, faster. Same moves, faster. Fabi down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Knight E6
Knight E6,
check.
I think I move out of the way.
Whoa!
King F7.
Knight D7 and Shack. Oh, what a beautiful tactic.
Beautiful Queen E8 tactic.
Oh, my goodness.
But is it enough?
Is it enough to win? No G4. G4 was Bishop F3.
Picks up the pawn, and suddenly this pawn is very weak on
But
F5.
Can I go King F2 to E3 to make a beeline? No, he's going to, what?
Yeah.
King
Why not?
E3?
King F4?
Why didn't he play King E5?
Oh, why did he allow this?
Why did he allow King F4? Knight H5 check.
That is a great question. Why wouldn't you play King E5? And he's resigned. Oh, another disaster for Fabiano Caruana. 1 out of 5, losing to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Let's switch as we still have the game of Jeffrey Xiong versus Sam Shankland. Two talented young players here from America. Let's take a look very quickly at the 2D board so we can kind of understand what's going on the entire board.
It looks like white. Watch out for Knight F4 check, but draw. What? Wait a minute. What am I
White's
saying?
up a pawn. White's Jeffrey Xiong here, up a pawn. Beautiful knight on C6. Not that beautiful, doesn't do that much, but
a pawn's a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn.
Okay, but has he allowed? And the players are playing fast and furious as they
have seconds left on the clock. And
what
oh no,
happened?
he took on D5! Don't take on D5, 97. Let's take a look at that on the board.
We have seen those tricky knights.
Again, Sam Shankland blundering on the last second against Jeffrey Xiong. He did it yesterday.
Knight E7 check cost him a whole rook.
Cost him a whole rook. We can put that on the analysis board real quick. We have him already on Yasser's board.
Yes, indeed. Here's the situation. You do not do this.
Anything but that.
You do not do this. Rook takes D5, Knight E7 check, hits the king as well as the black rook. There goes a rook, there goes Sam Shankland.
Oh, that was a painful loss for Sam.
Hurt.
How? And we have it in slow motion. Let's check it out. The moment that he takes on D, he still has 7 seconds left.
Yeah, he plays Rook C5.
Rook C5, that's a very understandable move.
Right.
King E3.
Jeffrey was hesitating, King E3, and now Knight C1 hits a rook.
I really like Knight C1. I think Knight E5 makes a lot more sense.
Right. And then after the rook moves,
No, he didn't even hesitate. He was like, rook takes d5. Give me the pawn. And Jeffrey said, give me your rook. Oh, no.
Sam
just blundering a full rook. Incredible.
Well, this is where you have some incredibly gifted tacticians, and they just see those things in an instant. This is an indication to me that, tactically speaking, Sam is doing other things. He's studying openings, he's studying strategy, he's preparing, different things. Tactics aren't like...
They're not his forte.
It's not lightning on the fingertips. Maurice, sum up this round for us, please. What happened?
It was so much fun. Listen to you guys as you were just calling exciting game after exciting game. Well, one game I would like to focus on is a game that showed Peter Svidler, 8-time Russian champ, how to get it done. He was playing against Richard Rapport, and if Hikaru needed any help at all, his good buddy Peter just gave it to him. Look at this position. White has got nothing for the opening, just zilch. Now it's time to save himself. Just pay attention to this white queen for a moment. You're going to see what happened. Knight c3, rook d8, queen c2, the queen getting chased, rook a d1, knight to d4, hitting the queen again, and he decided to play this cutesy move, bishop to e3, only to see queen b4 come at him. Hey, what you going to do with your queen? Queen to b1. Hey, what are you going to do with your queen? Queen a1. Oh.
He didn't want to go queen c1 and queen c3.
I mean, but still, a queen on a1. How did the queen and rook switch positions? In illegal castle situations. Queen to c4. Now, king h1, bishop to b4. And now he said, in this position, with your queen in the corner and you having problems to solve, what is the last thing you'd suspect you do? Unfortunately, he remembered, Yasser Seirawan says,
grab a
take
pawn.
a pawn, please. What?
No, you can't do that.
You can't do stuff like that. Well, okay, bishop takes c3. We'll take a pawn back. And now there's some little Matutsky threats coming. This knight is guarding this square. There could be a mate, but check out this line. Rook takes, and rook to d1. And at first you think, wait, isn't this just mate? Until you see f3, and there's a back rank problem. You can't win any material. So a nice little bit of trickery on his part right here. Now, rook b8 was really strong in this position. It would have been hard to see what you do now with the attack coming at you. You'd have to drop your bishop back and allow this position yet again. It's just overwhelming. Instead, he played rook to d3, and it really didn't matter. This was strong as well. He played the same idea. And now the move queen to b1. And here, just winning is give me this and give me your rook. Like just hand it over. Didn't happen. It didn't happen. Instead, he took on d1 right away and played h6, missing a clean win off a rook. f3, good for black that he still has a dominant position. Give me this pawn, a3. Give me this pawn, because now if you take, check, and gift me that one up material with an easy win. Bishop f3, king g1, trade that off, and then after king takes, the game ended here. I'm not sure if he resigned or
queen d5
or his
check or something like that.
Nevertheless, that was, after all that kind of drama in that game, Richard slipping as well. Fabi slipping, Richard slipping, Naka rising.
Take a look at those standings. Hikaru, 15 and a half, a 3-point lead over Richard Rapport. Fabiano Caruana is now caught by Wesley, so 12 points for each. Peter Svidler in 11 and a half.
I have to tip my hat to Liam.
Oh, yeah.
4.5 out of 5. Give that man a gold star.
Amazing.
I mean, at this point, it might be
Hikaru and Liam's show is what we're talking. I mean, we kind of discussed it on the break, but we're going to have to do some research. What was the biggest gap between first and second in a Rapid and Blitz from the Grand Chess Store?
I think it was a Magnus Carlsen victory in Leuven, but we're going to have to check that one.
Okay.
And let's take a look of Nakamura's hesitation at the end of this, let's call it game.
I think he was going to claim a draw, and he looked up to see that it was a 3-time repetition, and then he said, well, why not just play 4 or 5-time repetition? This is where he looked up, and he said, have I done it? Are we there? Should I claim a draw? What's going on? Well, never mind. Let me go on. I'll play a few more moves, and now it's good enough.
And what happened to Dominguez? Do we have any actual footage of that? Because the last position, I wouldn't resign necessarily.
Was it a clock issue?
I guess it was a clock issue, because if we go to that final position, yes, his position is quite, I would say, miserable.
Where am I going? Up or down?
Well, it was 3 pawns for the piece, and it must have been a clock issue, because there's no reason for you to play Queen F7 and stop here. You're not. Nobody resigns this position, so it must have been a clock issue. This was a remarkable game, by the way. The tension in this game. There was a moment, or several moments, when a knight on D4 was hanging. See if I can find it. Here we go. Bishop A3. And right here, Rook AD1. The knight on D4 is not hanging because of the pin. B6, C4. The knight is not hanging. And it's just like, we're waiting. And then the moment he backed up, then the other knights started dancing, and it got wild in this position, F5. This could have been one of those games that we would have really taken a long look at. Right. Eventually, he sacrificed a piece for material and ended up what must have been a clock situation. Right. Let me just check his time when we got here. It should tell me. He was down to 13 seconds, excuse me, here. And yeah, he must have lost on time. Let's see, we think we have it on replay. I think we actually have the footage.
This is very early.
This is way too early. We're talking about the very end of this game. And somehow, Lanier, he started off wonderfully on day one, like a stone since. Wow. Like just a straight stone.
Yeah, Lanier actually tied for last with Sam Shankla, 9.5 points each.
I feel like that game of Peter Svidler, by the way, very human game. You know, these cycles, Peter's playing really, really well up until the point that he misses the win at the rook, which would have just been cementing the game. But then he rights the ship by doing something, and well, that's
Peter's been doing well.
Peter's having a good blitz tournament so far.
From the veteran.
But he did lose twice, right? He did lose to Shaq, I believe, and to Le Quang, I want to say, on rounds 3 and 4. So he is, I think, at 50%.
I think he's at 50. I mean,
yeah,
that's not bad. Good enough in this field. 50%, I think a lot of people would be thrilled to have 50%.
Well, I just want to boldly point out the obvious. Peter was invited to come here as a commentator, and at the last moment said, "Oh, we want to feed you to the Lions." And Peter says, "Oh, I'm game." That's impressive. Not many commentators, guys. Would you like to go into this field? Not me.
Not so easy. And we're being told we're going to review our predictions as Maurice is starting to dance already.
He's got that little shaky going on.
But hey, my guy, he might not be fighting for first, but he's climbing up the standings.
Yeah, I picked the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde player win Shaq, and the wrong doctor showed up. Boy. And of course, VAR picked Jeffrey. It was a creative pick. I mean, he's had his moments, but not consistent enough.
No.
Has been Jeffrey.
He's had his chances. I think the biggest one that he let go, for sure, his win against Hikaru Nakamura. Letting that win slip into a draw was a big mistake.
Yeah, as it goes.
And we do have the end of the Dominguez game. Let's see exactly what transpired between the two St. Louisans.
Now again,
we're back to
early.
This is
early. I was about to say that Lanier was a former world chess champion.
He keeps psyching us out. he keeps psyching us out.
I mean, Tom loves playing with us. He just enjoys saying, "Hey guys, I've got a cookie for you. Look over here. Look over here." No. He's got the beginning.
We're pretty sure he lost.
Excitement!
We're pretty sure he lost on time that game. No way he resigned this.
But the question is, did he let the seconds tick down in the way that Peter Svidler has, or did he just?
He was down to 2 seconds for a while coming into the end.
He was playing on the increments.
He was playing on the increment for some time.
Okay.
Right? And speaking of Peter Svidler, he is having a decent tournament, 50%. Now he gets white against Hikaru.
That's a game.
Could be the game that we were going to look forward to as we take a look at our pairings for this round 6. Alejandro.
Fabi and Shanklin, neither of them performing today. Fabi needs to win this one if he wants to have any chances. He's still not out of the contention, but it's his form. Wesley So, Jeffrey
Grand Chess Tour, you know.
Very important game there.
Securing his position.
Yeah, Peter Svidler, as we mentioned, against Hikaru Nakamura. Lanier Dominguez against Rapport, another player that hasn't found his form. But Rapport not impressing today either.
No, and Liam saying, hey guys, while you're doing nothing, I'm gonna zip up the cross table. I started last today.
Dead last.
I might finish in the middle of the field by the time day 4 is over.
Remember the Firouzja surge in a recent Grand Chess Tour event where he did not score a single win in the rapid portion, was dead last.
Let's play Blitz.
Let's play Blitz, and he had a monster performance. Didn't quite challenge the top spots, but he finished, I think, top 3 at the end.
Not bad at all. And
wait, how far is he away from the second place?
He had 10 and a half.
Yeah,
10 and a half.
2 points.
That's nothing.
It's not a lot.
From second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very bunched up group. The difference between Hikaru and second place is the same difference as Rapport to last.
Wow. I mean, literally, if
3 points.
3 points.
Liam continues this run.
Yeah.
That's quite a run. That is
not,
really
not just
amazing.
the middle of the, I mean, he might end up in can he end up in clear second after this tournament's over? The answer is yes.
Yes. If he keeps up this form, the answer is definitive yes.
would be incredible.
Keep giving this man blitz days. He might.
Yeah, he wants more blitz, please. More blitz.
And more blitz we will have for you. And we're being told the third time is the charm.
Nobody believes Tom. Nobody believes
him. And through the magic of television.
He's got 4 seconds left.
All right.
And he's got to make a move.
That comes quickly.
That was quick. He's got 5 seconds left.
And so he's up to 5.
White who's hesitating.
Rook takes, king takes. That's got to come fast.
King takes.
Okay, no problem
there.
And now he's got 3 seconds.
Bishop b5, and
now you
bishop
just
d6.
go queen d7.
Queen anywhere, move him any piece.
There's queen d7.
Move the king,
look,
queen. Do whatever you want to do. What are you doing? What is this? Unbelievable. You gotta be kidding.
He completely lost track of the clock.
That was a Peter Svidler moment.
I mean, that was 5 seconds. No,
6 seconds. He started with 6 seconds on the clock.
That's
no
insane.
way. That is crazy.
This has been a very strange
he's
tournament.
just like he blacked out.
Totally
blacked out. Forgot about the clock completely.
What the heck is going on? Don't they understand that clock and blitz is a crucial part of the equipment that we're playing with here, folks? You cannot lose track
This
of
is a
the
former
clock.
world blitz champion.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
no way.
Yeah, he won the World Blitz Championship on the 3+2 control, so he's used to the 2-second increment.
Absolutely.
What are you talking about?
This is 5+2.
He's used to getting down to 3 minutes when he starts the game. In 2
That's
hours.
right. That's
We've seen him do that in any time control he wants to get down because he's so quick.
Right.
But right now his speed,
not there.
The touch completely eluded him for this tournament. Like it's been terrible.
On the other hand, he's only 3 points away from second place.
So?
Well, Hikaru up there from the clouds, looking at all the other players. How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
I am running away with this tournament. Man, Hikaru is impressing.
No question about it. And the fact that he did so extraordinarily well in the Rapids. I mean, we didn't think he was going to do that well in the Rapids. He's a clear first, and he's just doing great. I mean, he's choo-chooing along. The Hikaru train seems unstoppable at this point. He's in good form. Everything's going great.
He was 1 point ahead coming into today.
That's right.
So he's extended his lead by 2 full points.
Right.
With
only half.
With only 5 rounds passed.
Right.
That's not a. Yeah,
no,
that's amazing.
That's really bad.
You know, again, true confessions. In my case, I thought coming into this event that Hikaru might be rusty because he hadn't played an actual over-the-board tournament, moving physical pieces in almost 2 years. He's been doing it all on remote. Boy, was I wrong.
Oh, I was on the same boat. Yasser, I thought experience over the board sometimes is just absolutely crucial. Certainly, you're going to have Hikaru being a strong performer in this tournament, but I wasn't thinking he's just going to run away with it. We know he's a rapid and blitz specialist, but it's been a while since he played, and he comes here and says, "You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm still Hikaru Nakamura."
Who guys?
Maurice is fooling us as well. It's not just Hikaru.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, I knew that guy. 8 hours. He used to play 8-10 hours of blitz as a kid every day. That's what he did, and his bullet skills are remarkable. I mean, the guy is incredible. I figured he wouldn't do great at Rapid. I admit, I wasn't sure what he was going to do at Rapid. That's what I just wasn't sure what he was going to do at Rapid. But I didn't think the field was going to separate themselves from him enough for them to be able to withstand the tsunami of his skills in blitz. That was the problem. What kind of lead could you put up, separate yourself from this man who's the best blitz player on the planet with no Magnus Carlsen here to try to pull him back? And he's just showing, hey, I could have been down 2 and I'd be up now.
And here he is, Hikaru Nakamura, residing in Los Angeles, California, 33 years of age. We got to fix that. He has actually a 5-time US champion, that is for sure. And he's had a tremendous amount of success in the Grand Chess Tour, even taking the tour itself in 2018.
Absolutely, and by the way, they are off, as we say.
They are off, and it's another Italian. I know, Yasser, this is your favorite opening.
Again, my mind has turned to mush where the Italian is concerned. A lot of the games seem to have all merged together, and the plans are so elusive for me. Little nuance here. In some positions you play A4, in some positions you play bishop A7 or bishop B6. Some positions as black you go A6, A5.
And sometimes as white you don't develop, you go A4, A5, trying to
never knew about that.
Queen side.
I never knew about that line of play.
So many different ways to play the Italian nowadays.
And look at Peter has just played bishop C1 to E3, saying, okay, bishop takes E3, F takes E3. I have doubled E pawns, but those doubled pawns cover lots of squares. Now, having said that, bishop E3, F E3, bishop E6 sure looks like equality to me.
I always felt it a little bit unpleasant to allow the pawn all the way to A5 and then exchange the bishops. But
why?
Because white does have the plan of expanding on the queen side, whereas I thought that black's plans were softened because of the existence of the pawn on E3. And maybe that's the reason that Hikaru actually doesn't take on E3. He plays the move H6, and Peter says, you don't want to take my bishop? I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, well, again, I just think that the knight on C6 gets misplaced in these kinds of structures. I do like bishop E3, F E3, knight E7. Pirouette the knight to the G6 square so that you can play for a king side. Well, I'm not going to say attack, but just reposition this knight. Knight goes to E7, knight goes to G6.
And I've always felt like every top player has their own style of Italian. I think Magnus is knight E7, knight G6, doesn't matter what position. And Hikaru is the opposite. He's rook E8, no matter what position. Rook E8 is the plan that he goes for.
And he's done it. The rook on A7 makes a bad impression, so dropping it back as soon as possible seems like the way to go. We do not have that. We did see bishop E6 instead.
Yeah, and this
takes
is the
in D4.
kind of positions where I felt black's a bit uncomfortable simply because white has the space advantage on the queen side, on the center, and you still have to take that one extra rook move, right? Rook A8 has to come at some point.
Right, and now we do see C4, B4, C5.
C4, B4. This is my plan.
You've got the, no question about it, you've got the queen side expansion and it's going. This move, okay, because I thought you might start, I thought Peter was going to start with B4. Here I do have C5. C5 might slow you down
C5,
somewhat.
I think I'll go B4.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to slow down at all. I know my...
I get the C5 square for a knight, so C5, well, let me just put this on the board. I'm thinking that Hikaru should play C5. You suggested C5, B4 takes, Queen B3, I'm assuming.
Queen A4, but yes, the same idea.
The same kind of follow-up, knight D7, queen takes C5, queen takes B4, knight C5, that's only one piece, I agree. Knight D3, however, Yeah, I like white.
I like white, right?
I do
This
too.
problem with the rook
I
on
do
a7,
too.
knight coming to b3 to exchange the one knight that can get to c5.
Right, you start with rook e3, and just as you were saying, you put your knight on b3, you get rid of this
And
one.
there we go. I was c5 on the board. He did play the move. Knight d7
knight
first.
c5.
Yeah, he played knight d7 first, so b4, knight c5. We got a very similar structure to what we were talking about.
Small differences here because Hikaru does have the move b7, b6, just trying to slow White's nice queenside attack.
b6, knight takes c5, giving up the b file. I'm not very happy about that.
Do I give up the b file?
Yes.
I thought I would be able to compete for the b file. If I give up the b file, you're right. He did play
Knight d7. He didn't like that idea,
no.
right?
Okay, he still got b6 on tap.
Not right now, because queen b4 is coming.
Queen b4 is looming, I should say.
Looming indeed. I can
Yeah, queen
refresh the analysis
c7.
board.
Oh, excuse me. Let me do that.
Rook a8. I still think you put the queen on b4. You hint that a threat on c5 will be playable at some point. Is he thinking about c5 immediately, actually?
Now I can't find the darn game.
Is he threatening c5 here? Remember that there is...
Yes, these are the types of things you worry about. The knight on e7 looks bad. Pardon
You
me.
take with the pawn, you have queen c3 double attacking, but it's not so
Right.
clear just yet, right? A lot to be worked out. Rook ec1 played. Certainly you can see the plan for white. c5 break comes in. This is a strategical disaster for black, so he needs to keep this pawn in check on c4.
Right.
Cannot be allowed to freely go to c5.
Now, this is why I was trying earlier, at least, to get in the move b7, b6 to take some of the sting out of the move c4, c5. Now, queen b4, pardon me, can be met by queen c7, keeping everything under guard.
I imagine that we're going to start
thinking-
seeing a remaneuvering of this knight. Yes, knight e1, knight d3. It's
And-
all about the square.
And c4, c5. If white can engineer that freeing break, Peter will be strategically winning. It's not a question of who's winning.
Right.
It's that important.
Equal amount of time for both players, just under 3 minutes for both. Peter doing a good job of keeping up his time.
I can imagine that Peter's looking at knight e1, knight d3 right away, as well as queen b4.
I think I would have put it instantly. He's played
something else
queen
instead.
b4, queen c7, and
Here we're
rook
waiting.
a b1. I think rook a b1 perhaps a small nuance to prevent knight c5.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, again, black is thinking, how do I get this knight on e7? This knight on e7, rook on e8 needs to play. I think it's time to play f5.
Yeah, but f5 gives up the e4 square.
I know, but as Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. And sometimes you just got to give yourself some counterplay.
Can't argue with the man, right? I mean, f5 does look...
I'm not saying I'm happy, but I'm saying I got to do something.
Right.
He did play knight g6.
No, he has not moved. Oh, sorry, knight g6 on the board.
Yeah,
I
it's hard to
expect a
tell
very
from-
quick g3, no? I don't think you ever allowed this knight to go. Although, I guess knight f4. Yeah, g3 played immediately.
Yes.
You don't allow this knight to
Yeah,
f4.
no reason to. And this knight probably needs to find better pasture than g6, knight f8, knight h7, knight f6. But I'm saying I don't like to leave the knight on g6
No, and the
facing
knight goes
upon
back to e7. He says, I just
to
provoked...
e7.
Yeah, he provoked g3, maybe so that f5 goes with a little bit more poison now that f3 is undefended. And queen d2 very quickly played by Peter.
Okay, Peter's saying you've got one idea
f5
to break, and I'm going to
I
take
like this move practically. Queen d2, not forcing matters, but saying, I'm going to bring my queen back to the only place you can break.
Again, one of those difficult things. You've gone queen d2 to b4. This recognition that maybe your queen is in the way, and
we have the first result of the round. Shakriyar Mamedyarov and Lech Wang-Liam have split that point. f5 already on the board here by Hikaru. Takes on f5. Knight takes f5, of course. Hikaru breathing a little bit more in activity.
Yeah, I was wondering about the move queen d2 because, in fact, the queen is not good on d2. Maybe queen b4 to e1.
Yeah.
With the idea that you
queen
could go to
e4.
queen e4 would have been more accurate. I still like white's position. Don't get me wrong. Hikaru is not out of the woods yet, but he's improved.
Oh, for sure.
queen c2.
But now, e4?
e4, I'm going to go knight to d4.
And then to e6, but your knight gets to c5.
Right.
I feel like this is becoming double-edged.
Yeah, it's a 3-result game after this move, e4. And remember, a5 is also hanging.
And knight d2 played quickly instead, taking advantage of the fact that e3 can always be met with queen takes f5. I don't have to destroy my structure.
Rook e1, and now the c4 is hanging.
And d5 is also hanging, by the way.
Knight takes d5 is a
possibility.
Yeah, so something like rook e5, knight e4, knight d5 is one line of play. Now, unfortunately, the desirable e3 is met by queen takes f5, and in this case, capturing on d2
does nothing.
The pawn is quickly corralled after knight on b3 takes d2. So the move e3 fails tactically. Rook e5 and knight d5. Any other? Queen e7.
Hikaru finally under a
Queen
minute?
e7. No, e3.
E3. We just said he couldn't play that. Queen F.
What?
We're going straight into it. Queen f5, pawn takes, knight takes, everything already on the board.
A5 on hanging? A5 perhaps?
A5 is hanging at the end. Although,
that's a strange trade to make, right?
A5, right?
No, you don't want to give up that e4 pawn for the 8. And isn't rook takes b7? So I can go rook takes e8, rook takes e8, rook b7, queen d2, queen g6.
No, because I have queen e1 check, king g2, queen e4 would trace the queens at least. But I like this move, knight e4.
Did anybody ever call you a party pooper?
Only you.
Only me. 1 minute each. Ooh. This is where Hikaru separates himself from the pack. He really, really does. He's extraordinary when both sides are really, really low on the clock. Somehow he has this extraordinary ability to change
the position. Rook c7, defending the 7th rank, and I don't like for Peter that he allowed this queen
rook
to c5.
Rook takes d6, rook f7 is the issue. And Peter's saying rook e... And look at this. Once again, Hikaru landing on his feet. He has the active rooks. He has the active queen. I like what he's done, what Hikaru has done, pardon me. And king h8 and a pawn.
Well, queen e7, picking up that b7 pawn unless you play rook b8, but really don't think you want to play that.
No, I wanted to play king g8.
King g8, we might see a
repetition.
Queen b7. We might see a repetition here.
Okay,
because
for
I don't
Hikaru, he's making a draw with
he'll
black.
Take it.
No, he won't.
Well, why not? He has to go back, right? And there's the draw between Peter Svidler and Hikaru Nakamura. Let's jump straight into the Wesley So game against Jeffrey Xiong. That is going to be quite important. What's going on? I see it's over.
I see a bishop on b4. I see it over, just over. Bishop b4 check, and bishop takes d7.
Don't play bishop takes d7. Queen takes b2 is checkmate. But rook d1, that skewer.
Yeah.
Whoa, what's going on? Bishop takes b2.
King b1.
King b1 forced. Box, as we say. Queen e4 check. You don't have time to take on b5 because I assume you get mated.
But we do have bishop to d3.
7 seconds left.
But
he must move.
Is it a perpetual, though?
3 seconds.
Wesley letting his time go down. But no, this is too many pieces.
Though, right?
King
and that's
b3.
The end of the checks. Yeah.
A4. A4. No.
That's it. That's going to be resigned.
Whoa! An important win there for Wesley So as Fabiano Caruana has.
Wait, we still have. What about Richard and?
Richard currently in second place against Lenier Dominguez. Let's take a look at the position. 9 seconds for Lenier. Try to bring that up on the 2D
I got
board.
it.
There we go.
I got it.
And a complicated. It looks like a Spanish.
White for choice. That rook on a6 is definitely leveraged in the position.
It reminds me of the game that Lenier beat against Jeffrey Xiong in the first day. With that structure, had a passed a pawn.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Lenier feeling it right now. He's got the advantage, no question about it. But he has so badly mangled his time management in this event.
And no exception here. 5 seconds for Linier Dominguez. Richard with still 17 seconds.
Knight G4, get that knight on F2 into play. He didn't play it. He played Rook A.
Rook A8 there. F6. Finally defending this pawn on E5. I was wondering why it was hanging for so long. Fabi, I'm getting confirmation, did win that game. I'm sure Maurice will give us
much needed respite for Fabi, because he has just been flip-flopping.
Oh, yeah.
More flopping than flipping, by the way.
But the pace that Richard plays is so beautiful.
Impressive.
It just doesn't give any chance for
yeah,
Linier to accumulate
anytime. So we have been seeing a repetition. The rook has been going back and forth between A8, A3, and A5. And I wouldn't be surprised. No, Richard is saying,
hey, I want to win.
Look, I've seen how you have gifted so many points away.
And I'm starting to eye this knight coming to E6. It's knight coming to D4. Unfortunately, this bishop on B8 is pretty terrible.
Yeah, even if you were given a number of moves to move your bishop around.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa. Not easy.
Whoa.
Richard.
Richard smelling blood here.
Before hanging.
That's
He's
a peshki.
messed it up.
90. Oh.
But look, Linier is playing finely.
Just blunder.
No, it's just blundering.
You got to see the 2D board. He's up material.
Well,
he's
there's
up
a
full
knight
piece.
B7 threat, wasn't there?
What?
There's no threat.
Oh, shoot. I thought there was a knight B7
He stole
fork.
two pawns. He stole two pawns, and he's just going to run them.
I thought there was a knight B7 fork. I missed who was on move. Sorry about that.
Yeah, knight E6. No, this is just two pawns, right?
It's just two pawns.
It's just two pawns. Linier just not able to find his form.
With a sweet king, by the way, for black. No counterplay there. Now it's 3 connected passers.
Right?
No, that's
with
game.
D3,
C5,
C5,
just rolling, baby.
And that bishop, by the way, on B8 that was doing that. Ooh.
E5 with trickery, but
yeah,
it's not enough.
There was some trickery there, but that D3 move shuts down the diagonal.
Well, he has one pass pawn. I don't think it's as powerful as 3.
No. And 3 connected pass
and
pawns.
they're just blitzing now because the time situation is so bad that Linier is just hoping, but this pawn is flying, and you have no counterplay against all these pawns. 1 second he was down 2, and here they come again. 2 seconds, 1 second, he's taking a pawn, and a rook dropped. He's hoping for what?
Nothing. And it's over. Linier Dominguez loses that game. Richard Rapport keeping his second place.
By the way, that was a kind of a game that Hikaru on black. You can see Hikaru pushing his luck
from
as
any
black.
position, right?
Right, but when his opponent's especially short on time, he does that.
But Richard did
looking
a fantastic job. Very impressive there in this game. But Maurice, you have to take us through another important game, duel between former U.S. champions Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shankland. Big one for the standings. Fabi needed a winner. He got it.
He was handed it over.
Okay. Let's see it.
Here.
Check it out.
Big time gift. Sam played marvelously to get this position. No problems for black. You got 1 square. Congratulations. I got the lines. The knights coming in. Everything black could hope for. No attack over here to worry about. Things are good. Things get better. Bishop G2, H6. Let's slow you down. And now Bishop F1. All right. I'll back up. What you got? Knight D5, Bishop to G5. Move your queen. Rook to C5. All good. You got a paper tiger on this knight on D5. You're not doing any damage right now. Bishop D3. Whoa. Hello. Let's bing, hit you in the head with rook takes C3. Typical exchange sacrifice. And here, knight F6. Could have played G6 according to the engine, but this is even fine as well. King B2, panic mode. Queen to B6, bringing the queen closer. Now rook to E4. Please, take my rook. Take it. Just do something. No, we don't want your stinking rook. We want this pawn too. Everything's collapsing, falling apart. Now H4, give us that one too. What's the point of that? Black's got material, full compensation, an attack rolling, a bad king. Queen F5, hoping against hope. Now all he has to do is rook is under attack. Give me a pawn. Just take it. I got it. Queen C5 is coming. A3 is going to hang in a second. There's no mates on the back rank for him to worry about. He can always play G6 if he needs to. This would have been crushing.
Winning, yeah.
What did he do? He backed away, backed his knight out, and watch what happened. We just saw the momentum completely on his side. Watch this shift. Queen D7. The knight's not really attacked, but rook D8, pawn number 1. Queen C7, move your queen away. Queen A7, pawn number 2. Like, I was winning. I was winning. What happened here? Queen C7, rook B4, nothing on the B line, just up material now with the dominant position. The game didn't last much longer. Queen B7 got down to an ending, and you can just imagine. It went a while. We won't even bother. We'll go to the down
horrifying
here
turnaround
to the final position here. He even got some stuff on this side, but his A pawn was too much. What a turnaround! He just backed up when he should have finished him off.
Rook
and
C3
gifted Fabi that game.
Rook C3 and Queen C5. Big miss. Important win for Fabi. How does it affect the standings?
Let's take a look, because it's also a huge win for Richard Rapport as Hikaru Nakamura, let's say, only drew his game.
Right?
Slightly, let's say, getting there. No, not really. 2.5 points still between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport. Fabiano Caruana there with 13 points. Also Wesley So winning his game, keeping that pressure on second place. 13 points for Wesley So. Peter Svidler with 12 after that draw. Shakir Mamedyarov also with 11.5 with another draw. Jeffrey Chong and Le Cornelian with 11. And Sam Shanklin and Lanier, they're just not finding their form.
Liam crawling up the table
Shanklin
with
has half a
5
point.
out of 6. Yeah, Sam has given up 5 goose eggs out of 6.
That does not
He
feel
said
good.
that he worked on his rapid. He's going to be needing to work on his blitz skills overnight. Big
He's on tilt.
loss.
He's on tilt.
Number of
and he
losses.
actually told us himself, right? If there is a full day break after I have a loss, then it's very easy for me to recover. And he admitted himself, when he has a loss, a couple losses on the same day, he easily goes on tilt, loses many, and man, 5 games losses today, that's a lot.
But beautiful play by Sam to get himself into this winning position. But he didn't seal the deal, Maurice.
No, he didn't. There's something I wanted to show you guys because it's just so gorgeous. Didn't work out completely, didn't finish the deal, although he did win the game in the end. Wesley So, in this position, we've seen him similar position where the king was on E8. Who did he beat? Was it Shakriar? Or who did he beat with the idea of H4, H5, Bishop B1? It was Sam. It was Sam he beat. That's right. So Jeffrey decides to play the same line but plays King F8 instead of castling into it. And look at what, this pawn is hanging, right? Look at what he does to exploit the move Rook B8. This next move is gorgeous. Take a look. Knight to E2. Right. A deep move, saying take my pawn, please. Rook takes, queen takes.
All
right? I just took your pawn. You can't take on C6 pawn takes because my queen is guarding all the way in the back row. E4. D takes E4, F takes E4. Now your queen can't take anything, move away because Rook C6 is an ever-present threat. Bishop F4 is a threat. You move your rook away, B7's hanging. That knight E2 retreat, just sweet in the position. And Rook D8 play, give me that. Now knight takes. Here is where Wesley didn't seal the deal with an amazing move. He paused for a moment. Instead of playing this move, which looked like the obvious move to play, I think he thought maybe the queen could come back after a trade. The problem is if you do this and this and try to guard that knight, well then, sorry, hello, and wake up.
Hello to my
and
little
smell the
friend.
coffee. He missed that point, and the game still had some kind of drama, but he ended up winning because of the force of his position anyway. But I love that knight back. And those retreating moves and then the hidden discovery with E4 to bring the bishop out. Those are not easy to see. World-class stuff.
Very, very nice indeed. Thank you for that, Maurice. Very nice.
Wow, what a tournament we've had so far. It's been the Hikaru show.
Yes, it has.
But let's remember, you guys can join us here. We have some merchandise from the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And check out this shirt and mask. It says Grand Chester on it. This shirt's actually the one that Sam Shanklin is using.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
not the biggest endorsement at the moment. I wouldn't go there with that, but I do love what's coming up next.
Yeah,
What
you can
else is for
find
sale?
these beautiful jackets. I actually love these. They're
Yeah.
so comfortable. They're so pretty. You can get them at QBoutiqueSTL.com. These are the new versions of the Rapid and Blitz jackets.
Yeah, represent the Grand Chest Store. Very, very, very nice. And what about our next round? What does it look like?
Let's take a look. It is going to be Le Quang Lim against Fabiano Caruana, Richard Rapport against Mamedyarov, Nakamura against a weekend Dominguez.
Yeah, that's one we probably need to avert our eyes.
Yeah.
That might not be pretty.
Jeffrey Shung against Peter Svidler, and Sam Shankland. He is playing against Wesley, so Sam needs to come back into this tournament.
Well, we have to congratulate Nakamura on his exhibition, but I want to congratulate you, Wesley. So, it was a good pick, very good pick.
That's not a very risky pick. Not a very risky pick.
Exhibition.
How are you trying to give him any love? The guy's like type of third, and he's out of the tour. He's not going to win. And you're congratulating him on also Rans? What is that?
Hans Kamak. He was the arbiter in the Bobby Fischer U.S. Championship. There we go. This is what we were talking about. Nakamura by...
And don't worry, Yasser, there will always be another tournament.
Exactly. Hans Kamak was the arbiter in the event that Bobby Fischer went with a perfect score. So at the closing ceremony, the arbiter walked up to Larry Evans and said, "Congratulations on your tournament victory." He was second, was Larry Evans, and he turned to Bobby and said, "Congratulations on your exhibition."
What a dominant performance that was.
Yeah.
Well, take a very, very short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We have round 7 action coming right at the end of this commercial break. Welcome back. We are about to start round 7 of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz section.
It's been fast and furious, but take us to our leaderboard.
Oh, it's Hikaru Nakamura, a huge score of 16 points.
Maintaining that 2.5-point advantage.
Over Richard Rapport. And remember, it's Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, both on 13 points, but Wesley surging, Fabiano fading.
As you can see with that 4 points for Wesley in the Blitz score, it's Fabi's too. And by the way, he just got a victory. So he was actually 1 out of 5. So that was not good.
A much needed one. And round 7, we're going to take a look at a lot of interesting chess, but I think we're actually going to focus on the best performer of the day so far in the Blitz, Le Quang Liem against Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely. We got to give him some love as he has really performed extremely well. Richard Rapport, Shaq.
Nakamura against Dominguez. Oh, Yasser, you have no hope for Lanier?
No, I'm saying that looks bad. I'm going to avert my eyes. I think that the Blitz demon known as Hikaru Nakamura takes that one because Lanier is just not in the form he needs to be to compete.
Look at Fabio with that spicy mood.
D6, inviting knight c3 and e4. Does he play the perk defense?
No, I think sometimes he goes bishop f5.
In this exact position?
No.
Because he just doesn't play this move order. But okay, he's inviting knight h4.
I do know my boy once in a while.
It's a kind of a funny position. After knight h4, bishop d7, bishop back to d3, e4. You get a position after e5 where knight f3, you get the move bishop d7 for free. Funny business. Bishop g5, I like this move.
And Fabio already thinking, I think most of the time you want to go, d5, taking advantage of the knight being on c3. We're going to get a very normal structure at the end of the day.
With a very peculiar move order, we're going to get a very strange position. Bishop d3, are you going to trade? I don't think so. I think you're playing bishop g6 or knight e4, is that crazy? Knight e4 might be crazy. Bishop g6, yeah.
A lot more sane, I think. Just retreat the bishop, put it in a safe square.
But castles, knight e5, I do think that white has got some initiative after this move, knight e5, followed by f4. The knight on c3, not ideal, but not terrible.
Ooh, fixing that immediately, going e4 with that break. Ambitious, but at the same time, if I take on e4 and go bishop e7,
exactly. What do I get?
Serious, right?
Well, I've brought the knight on c3. I'm going to trade on f6.
It really reminds me of a Rubinstein French.
That's right.
But I teleported my bishop to g6.
Nice teleportation.
Not a bad one at all.
Not bad. Nicely done. And it is indeed, as you said, a Rubinstein French with the light squared bishops coming off the board. And then Fabi will be very pleased with the outcome.
I don't see any real problems here for the black side.
No. What we've been talking about is this bishop on c8 that you would see in a Rubinstein French is actually on this wonderful diagonal on g6, not behind the pawn on e6, and we think that black is equalized rather comfortably thanks to that nuance.
Yeah, he's going to be preparing the break c5 at some point to give activity to his knight on d7.
I think it's coming up very quickly,
soon, right?
actually. And bishop takes g6, h6. You know, a lot of people like to say those are double pawns. I like those double pawns. Normally, I'm not a big fan of the double pawns, but in this particular case, as a Caro-Kann player, I've had this structure so often in my career, I've grown comfortable.
Absolutely. The pawn on g6 does a wonderful job at defending certain important positions, including if I decide to put the pawn on e6 somewhere else, like on e5,
right?
I don't have to worry about it.
But f5, that's so important. c5 was played to trade, knight takes d4. Little concerned about this knight on g3. Again, when the knight on g3 is facing a pawn on g6 and the squares h5 and f5 are both covered, the knight tends to suffer a7, a6, just stopping any perspectives for the knight of jumping to b5 and later to d6. Again, I think black has comfortably equalized. Can he get more? I think the way you start is you connect the rooks with queen c7. You bring a rooks to the center of the board, and you hope that your eventual idea of e5 will bear fruit.
And as he listens to you, Queen C7 being played.
These guys are really good.
Because they listen to you. I have a feeling that I would rather be black in this position already.
It's I'm warming up to it a lot.
Right.
I mean, from White's point of view, what is White's trump? Well, yes, he does have the queenside majority, so let's rock and roll.
Let's rock and roll. B4. Let's get this baby sharp, because if White doesn't do anything, gets steamrolled in the center, he says, let me get that spatial advantage on the other side of the board.
May I? Push him, baby.
Push him. Gotta push him.
There you go. E4 and C5 on White's agenda. Maybe Black should take time out to play the move B7,
and that
B6
has
to
done.
stop it.
Rook C8 coming, not only to attack the pawn on C4, but also to defend the weakened square on C6.
Exactly. I
a little bit worried about those kind of positions, right?
Right. Just wondering, I mean, sometimes you really want to get in these moves, rook E8, E5, so that you can play A5. And sometimes that tempo of bringing your rook to C8 or leaving it on A8 can make all the difference in the world. And hence, Fabi looking a little bit deeper in the position.
And a very quick win by young Jeffrey showing a big miss by Peter Svidler.
What?
As JX.
Disastrous opening.
Disastrous opening, I'm being told, by the Russian chess player. And Jeffrey taking full advantage of it, winning in almost no time at all.
Peter has not been giving away the gifts, but I guess something caught up. Yeah. That one, I meant in the blitz. But yes, I like what Fabi has done. He has played rook E8. He's prepping his majority. Remember, White's already playing for B4, C5. You want to play E5. You want to drive this knight away from the B5 square so you can get in the move A5. You want to, on a really good day, you want to force White to play the move B5, which is a strategic disaster for White, giving up the C5 square. Don't go there.
And you were mentioning what Fischer had said, that to gain a square, you have to give up a square. And in this case, what the problem with E5 is, you kind of give up the D5 square, you see the knight C2 retreat. Instead of knight B3, the knight wants to go to E3, go to that strong position on D5.
Exactly. But again, that knight on C2 is also trying to discourage A5. This bishop, don't forget, it's lurking. It's eyeballing that pawn on B4. I really would like to get in the move A6, A5 right here, and he's done it, including, as you said, knight E3. I love this type of chess, this battle of ideas.
Right.
Right? You got your trumps, the queenside majority. I've got my trumps, the center/kingside majority.
Who's going to come ahead?
Exactly.
Man, I cannot play B5, not only because A3 is hanging, but it's just such a bad strategical move. I would rather even play the move C5, but I don't know if I can make it work. C5 takes on C5, B5. Is that a positional sacrifice I could consider?
Yes, because the knight on C4 looks good. From that perspective, because of what you just said, C5, I'd probably play AB in order to open up the A file for my rook.
I was worried about C6 there, though.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Bishop takes F6, happen. Knight takes F6, knight D5, opening up some files, but I don't think Fabi's going to be too scared of this.
No, on the contrary. If I'm Fabi, I'm planting Queen F4 or Queen E5.
Queen E5 on the board.
Well, I was thinking Queen F4 for the idea of purposes of Bishop D6 and E3.
But you can still do it. Remember that after E3, the knight is going to be hanging to the bishop on D6.
Good point.
Yeah.
You're absolutely on the button.
No, I'm
wow, you're sharp today.
Yeah, sometimes.
Like, what's going on?
I do have a title.
Today.
Rook C6, I think, is kind of a bailout option, trying to trade off all the pawns. I think bishop takes B4 is okay. But I don't know if Fabi wants to try for more.
I know, because you want to combine E3, bishop takes B4, and bishop C5 tactics.
Somehow, right?
B5, Queen B5, E3, that might be a sacrifice that brings you some joy. I'm a little bit worried about B5, D6.
Yeah, I do not want to have my bishop buried.
Right. I
F8.
want bishop D6 and I want E3.
But you can't play both.
Why not? Bishop D6.
Oh, bishop D6, I was thinking you go Queen E4.
Queen takes E4. I didn't want that.
Yeah,
I didn't want that.
Works, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Queen takes E4. Very nice.
It wouldn't be more than equality, but I think I'm trying to get more than that as black here.
That's what I'm trying for as well. I'm aspiring to something like bishop takes b4 and rook a1. How do I get rook a1 and e3 on the board?
No, but Fabi taking a long think on this one.
How about rook a1, rook b6, e3?
Fabi thinking a minute and
no
12
way.
seconds.
This is
a minute and 15 seconds.
No,
what?
This is not good time management.
Yeah, even if he comes up with a good move, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Rook a d8 played. That has to be a tricky move because if you take on b6, I think you do go e3. I'm not sure. No, takes on b6, bishop d6. He says, I don't want these pawns.
Oh, because queen takes e4. Now you've defended the bishop.
Defended
That's
the bishop.
his idea. So
Knight
he
F1.
has e3 on the agenda, but there's this beautiful move, knight f1.
It's just defending everything and maybe
really
underestimating the defensive resources of white in this position.
Exactly. That knight on f1 is doing a great job at preventing both queen h2,
F5.
gets out of the way.
Let's go. Fabi playing for 3 results. F5, F4, F3 coming.
That feels a little bit suicidal, but I didn't have a better suggestion.
But why suicidal?
Well, because you're exposed. Everybody's exposed.
Yeah, I
Rook
understand,
C6,
but Rook C6, F4 on the board. F3, tell me, is not a real threat.
Why is it a real threat?
You gotta go Queen G5 and Queen H5.
Queen G5. Okay, so let's say I play Rook E1, defending. I don't want to. No, I don't want to leave.
Oh,
he's saying
B5. Lekwang saying, do your worst, prove it, baby. I'm gonna push him.
I live in St. Louis. Show me.
Show me state. I go F3. I don't understand.
Okay, so F3, GF3, Queen H5 is what you suggested.
Yeah, maybe
right?
F3. You just go Queen E3 and defend that away.
And after F3, Queen E3, you take on G2. Oh. Whoa, that's instant. Queen G5. What? That was so easy for white to play. Nobody believes you. Rook E1, just sidestepping E2.
Rook E1, you have to watch out a little bit about E2 and Bishop B4, though.
Seriously? I have to watch out about
because
E2?
Rook takes D5 is coming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you cannot play Rook E1. Rook E1 actually loses.
Yeah.
Actually, how do you defend? I think somebody believes him, Yasser.
No.
Somebody believes him. I don't see the defense.
Knight 8.
No, E2 must be game over. Rook E1, Bishop B4. That's game over. I'm going to take on D5. I'm going to play Rook D1. Just take that Rook.
Wow.
Fabi doing it. Rook takes D5. Take that pawn on B5. Stop thinking. Just take the pawn.
Exactly. Please. Well, he's maybe thinking about G6, G5. He was thinking about his G pawn. He decided to defend it. Come on, Rook behind the pawn. Let's go. Let's go,
there
Fabi.
You go.
Big game because there's a master class that Sam is putting on Wesley So.
No way.
Master class.
G5, let's go. Right.
And that game, I'm being told, is over.
Wow.
Sam Shanklin takes down Wesley So.
Huge.
And
Rook to B2?
Yeah, stop thinking. Just trade the rooks, win that pawn.
What?
Yeah, that's fine. You can take on F4.
Yes. Sorry.
What's going on?
G5, there's another G pawn. G6, G5. G7,
nice
G5.
when those double pawns
yeah,
one disappears and the other one comes
like
back
those
in.
double pawns?
And
well,
it's
let
right
me show
there.
you.
No, G5 is a great move.
It really is. And then I get
can't
to
move
go
the knight because you lose that immediately.
Because of queen.
I think it's time to play Rook E6. Repeat.
Why did you? Oh, yes.
Okay.
What? Why did he play Rook B7?
But it's just easily winning, right? It is an exchange.
I'm not. Remember in the candidates?
No, this is very different.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why? Well, by the way, Fabi will be one of those players who would really know how to technically win this position. So you got to put your rook on E5 and your king crosses to D5.
Yeah. I mean, it's not immediate win, but it's a win.
It's slow but sure, you think?
Yeah.
By the way, is knight E4, rook takes E4?
Yes, at some point that will be winning.
Yes, that's the problem. You can't afford a king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, you can even start thinking about it already.
I was about to say, he sure was. He's keeping the rook
King
at a
D4.
very,
D4,
very
come
safe,
in. King D4.
very,
King D4,
very
come
safe
on.
distance.
Yeah, thank you. Not King E3.
King E3, Knight
You have to
G5.
take on G5. I go Rook A5.
Keeping the rook at a very safe distance away from the knight so you don't fall victim to any forks.
This is over.
Yeah, this is over.
And now it's over.
He doesn't know what to do.
No,
2 seconds.
And takes on F3 and King to G3, I think is the most
Doesn't
precise.
just take a second pawn.
Take the pawn.
This is over.
And
the
again,
rook
keeping
off.
that rook away from. Nice play.
And
Nice
Bobby,
play.
an important win there for the American world number 2. Everything's done and being told. Richard Rapport drew his game against Shakriyar Mamedyarov, which I believe means Fabi catches Richard.
He's back in the tie for second.
He's back in the tie for second.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay, what
But
an important win.
Maurice,
And-
I need to see this game. What
Yeah.
happened to Peter?
And for that matter, Wesley So.
And Wesley So, at that matter. Those seem
Right.
like huge results, not just because of the table,
For
but
the
like
standings
what
and-
happened? You said a masterclass in one, Peter getting crushed on the opening.
Sam Shanklin, 0, half a point out of 6, so 5 losses, and then giving a masterclass. What?
These guys are good.
They
These
are
guys
really good.
Good.
Come on, Maurice.
Yes, well, we had a
Details.
Grunfeld, Peter's pet opening, a Grunfeld.
Right.
From here, he's going to lose in something like 5 moves.
What?
From this position.
What? How's that possible?
H4, challenging him, E6, and now H takes G5, and what he should do is take back on G5. Just take back on G5. He decided he could take on D5, because after G takes H6, he's tempoing the queen, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. No problem. Until the move Queen C1 showed up at his doorstep. And now the problem is, you can't take this knight. Actually, it's what he did. He took the knight and
Queen
instantly
G5.
Queen G5. And he's going to get mated. Nobody can guard the bishop.
Nobody
He's going to get mated. Queen
nobody
can't help.
home.
Nobody else can help. That was
Yeah.
it. Game over. He walked right into his own funeral. Incredible finish for Peter. Literally 21 moves, and he had to resign. So really terrible result for him there. Sam, on the other hand, what he did to Wesley was incredible. First, he started with a better position from here, B3. So this position, he said, all right, let's go. D4, Queen G3, Bishop D6, Bishop to F4. Let's trade off this pair of bishops. And we're going to just talk to your one weakness right here for a while. F3, Rook B8. Let's focus on this weakness. Rook D8, Rook A C1, Queen A5, Rook C2, G6. Now, I'm going to jump ahead a couple of moves to here. H4, you got a rook on the 7th rank, and now Wesley has to worry. He played Rook C8. He said, I'm keeping my rook on the 7th rank. Let's start there. And H5, stopping any kind of advances. And now the move Queen F4, Bishop D5. I'm going to avoid some of the shots he could have played. But Rook to D8 here. Queen E5, slowly but surely. A5, noticing the weakness on this A5 pawn. And now Queen to E7. And look at this. I have to say, this is where Sam did slip one part for sure. But who can blame him? There's a win here. A win. But it's extraordinary. Bishop takes G6 is winning on the spot.
There's a Rook C5.
Because of Queen takes and Rook to C5. You can't move this bishop, nor can you guard it.
Right.
Because of Rook to G5 coming, and there's no way to physically take care of business. Queen E6 is met by Queen G5 check, and you drop the bishop. So Sam did miss that move in this moment. But it didn't matter because of the way he handled his business. I'm just going to play one move at a time. Watch Sam. Let's trade queens. Let's do that. No problem. Let me go for that pawn. Let me guard that one. And Wesley tried his best to try to hold the position together. He said, I'm bringing my king in. I'm playing G4. And it's just straightforward on his part, King E7. Let me advance this one.
Oh, that's
and
a nice pass.
That's a pass pawn. Rook G8, trying for some tricks. No, sorry, no tricks for you. Let's trade down. Let me get that one. And Rook B6, King E7, B4, easy peasy, young Jeezy. Sam took care of business, and Wesley decided to stop here because there's just 2 pass pawns. No problem for Sam. Big result for our standings. Just huge, as suddenly Fabi has re-risen into 2nd place in a tie with Richard.
On the crypt. He was burying
he was
himself
there.
in the crypt, but he has risen.
He has risen, and importantly against Le Quang Lim, who has had a magnificent day, even with that loss. He's still leading in this, call it the Blitz tournament.
Yep.
And Hikaru Nakamura, 2.5 points. He only drew against Dominguez. Yasser, your prediction there didn't
I
come true.
owe Lanier an apology. He defended very, very well with the black pieces, held the Naka Express to a draw.
Wesley Saw there with 13 points. Peter Svidler dropping down a bit there with 12 points, allowing Jeffrey Shong actually to catch him with 12. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov somehow still there with 12.
Somehow in the middle of the field. And Shakhriyar, for Grand Chess Tour purposes, needs a result in the remaining games, especially tomorrow.
Wait a minute, Shaq is on +1 today.
4 out of 7.
Yeah.
That's +1. Amazing.
Amazing, right?
I don't understand it.
Who did he even beat?
We will look at it.
He lost to Lanier, so he actually would have to win 2 games. And speaking of a break, we're going to take a short one so we get our batteries recharged going into the last 2 rounds of the day. But we're going to leave you with the KasparovChess.com lesson. Enjoy it, and we'll be right back.
Very nice study.
In this episode, I want to show you a study by Sarychev composed in 1928. This study presents an additional twist to the very famous Reti maneuver that every schoolboy interested in chess should know. If we look at the position, white is a bishop down here, but he has the option of promoting his pawn, while black's pawn is actually very far away from promotion. We think at first that it's possible to simply promote, but it fails to bishop f5 check, and which is a skewer. And after king c7, you attack the pawn on b7, but black takes the queen, and I cannot take back the pawn on b7. I can take the bishop, but obviously the pawn runs towards promotion here. So the obvious move certainly doesn't work. So now there are other ways to try and promote the pawn. The obvious one would be to play king to e6 to prevent bishop f5. But black simply renews the threat with king e4. And after c8 queen, bishop f5 check still is a win for black. So now it's time to remember that we don't need to promote the pawn to make a draw. What we want is to actually take this pawn on b7. So we're running towards b7 with king d6. It doesn't work because now I play bishop f5, of course, to prevent the promotion. And if I go king c5, I'll protect the pawn at the same time as covering c8 square. After king b6, I can get my king. And if king a7, b5 now. So I can face king b8, and my pawn is already running to promotion. So this doesn't work as well. So what are the other ways? Now we realize already that this pawn is covering c6, and this is what is hindering white's king advancement. So we come to the conclusion that we have to make this pawn move. And the only way to do that is to play king c8. Now the pawn has to move. If bishop e4, king b8, and c8 queen is too big a threat. So black goes b5. And now this is one of the most pleasing aspects of chess and chess studies in general, is the possibility you have to switch back. So it means that I just moved my king to c8, and now I'm bringing it back to d7. What did I gain? For the moment, nothing, because I still don't threaten the promotion. Bishop f5 is still a threat. So black simply plays b4. Again, king e6, king e4 is no use because bishop f5 is still happening. And now is the moment where the waiting maneuver kicks in. So you go king d6 this time. After bishop f5, when the pawn was on b7, we had to go through c5 and b6 to get to the pawn, but it didn't work. Now the pawn is on b4 and it's still far away from the king, which is very helpful. So the key move is king e5. So it seems like we're going away from the pawn, but the important thing is we're attacking the bishop. And by attacking the bishop, we win one essential tempi where black's pawn cannot move. Black's bishop has to move because it is under attack. And after bishop c8, now I can play king g4. And now black's king cannot come back to protect this pawn. The pawn cannot run after b3, king c3. The pawn will fall. I mean, you could add, let's say, bishop e6, after which I promote, bishop takes, king takes the pawn, and we can shake hands and make a draw.
Welcome back to this exciting day of Blitz. We have 2 more rounds for all of you, and we have some great ones. Let's take a look first at where we stand after 7 rounds of Blitz. Yasser,
all over the place. Absolutely, but Liam has got the 5. He's the one who's performing the best, even though he just lost
to Fabi. And that was a big game as Fabiano Caruana catches Richard Rapport there on second place. Both of them scoring 11 in the Rapid and 3 in the Blitz so far. They have 14 points. And Wesley saw surging a little bit there, 4 points out of 7.
Striking distance.
But Sam Shanklin just took him down.
And a masterclass, as Maurice showed us.
Absolutely. And we are going to have a great round date. Certainly the duel of the Americans is what's going to keep us thrilled. Caruana versus So. Wesley needing a win, but he does have the black pieces.
Exactly. And again, Grand Chess Tour points are so crucial. Wesley's thinking, got to stay ahead of Shaq, so come on, Hikaru, show your stuff and knock down a competitor.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Lanier Dominguez will play against Jeffrey Xiong, Svidler against Shankland, and Le Quang Liam, the surging Le Quang Liam, a little bit stopped there in the last round, but still he wants to accumulate points against Richard Rapport.
Verusian during the break kind of came up to me and said, you see, there was a reason why I picked Jeffrey. I mean, he's had some moments.
Oh, certainly. That
a little inconsistent, but he's had his
devastation
moment.
of Peter Svidler's position.
Queen G5. Ooh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
And there we go. E4 by Fabi. Wesley barely made it to the round, adjusting his pieces.
Very unusually, Wesley has been a little bit tardy, I want to say. Normally, he's really right on the clock, but sometimes, especially in the Rapid, he was...
Interestingly, he's not going for a Berlin.
Okay.
Didn't want to allow the drawing repetition.
And he didn't go for an open either, so he's offering a Marshall.
Yeah, Fabi's not about the Marshall.
Quickly declined with A4, B4, so we have an anti-Marshall on the board with A5.
Yes, both of these players studying this position very heavily. They were both gladiators of this opening. Fabi with both colors, as well as Wesley.
C3. I'm more familiar with ideas of D3 and knight D2 and trying to bring a knight quickly to C4. C3 is the latest and greatest.
No, this is all well known.
All
well
well
known. C3, bishop C4, nothing new under the sun in this position. A fascinating position in which the A6 pawn is a weakness for the rest of the game, but it's hard to take even when the bishop leaves
I was
its
about to
defense.
say, even when the bishop leaves its defense, it's untouchable. Bishop takes A6. I'm assuming rook A8.
Yeah, rook A8 always works. Bishop B7, rook takes A5, hits that rook on A1.
Gotcha. Makes sense. H3, bishop H.
D3,
5.
Very sensible move. The knight's going to come to D2, maybe all the way to G3.
Can black make any really good use out of this pin? I mean, unless you're playing F5 really, really fast, this pin on F3 doesn't feel like it comes with too much of a punch.
Yeah, I don't really know what the bishop is doing there in this position.
Exactly.
I know that it's actually okay to play like this, but...
Whoa, knight takes A5.
Yeah, we should have seen that coming, right?
Right, there was this knight on B1, unprotected. The rook was overworked, defending the B1 as B1 knight as well as the pawn on A5, and
it's
well, after I see that, I feel equality.
That equality is fine.
Yeah.
Black is up a pawn, but that's not going to last very long. I can take A6 either this move or whenever I feel like it.
Right.
So I don't think that's more than equal, but I think black solved his problems.
No question about it. Fabi must not be very pleased by this change. G4.
Inviting complications. Do you take on G4, Yasser?
I think I do.
And why do you do it in 5 seconds?
Because knight takes H4, H4, bishop takes G4. I've got 2 pawns.
He's asking for it. And
the rook on C1, I could go rook takes C1, bishop takes F3.
Wesley didn't even think about it.
He didn't believe it.
He didn't believe it.
Sometimes you trust your opponent, you know, and in this case...
On the other hand, this bishop on G6...
For a blitz game?
It gives me...
I feel like I would have gone for it. I really would have gone for it.
G4, right?
It just had right feel to it.
Yeah, it's hard to resist this temptation.
Blitz is about instinct, and in this case, Wesley just said, I don't have enough. I don't have enough development. My queen on d8, the rook on f8 aren't participating in the attack. But having said that, 2 pawns?
It was 3. I mean, you haven't taken on a6
That's
yet.
true. It was 3.
So,
by the way, look at this crafty little move. Knight takes g4, queen.
Luckily for Fabi, the rook is currently defended.
Yes.
So it's
yes,
not actually a double attack.
Exactly.
But how do you get out of this knight takes g4 business?
King h1?
Question mark? Queen f1?
Yeah, I don't know. Knight h4? Maybe knight h4?
Knight h4 work? Knight takes g4? Ah, now king h2 played. Very similar idea. Oh, I think you're actually going to put the king on g3.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do that, no. But I think his idea was he needed to defend the pawn on h3 because h7, h5 could have been a move that, well, Wesley has. By the way, h5 again. h5, you go to g5, right?
Yes, of course.
The bishop on c. I was about to go knight g4 check. HG, and play bishop takes g5 until I noticed there is a black square bishop on c1 defending the g5 pawn.
Right. I don't think that Wesley's in deep trouble, but somehow I like White's position a bit more. It's the space advantage, the weak bishop on g6, and I think that's why he played this move king h8. He didn't find a concrete plan.
Yeah, the bishop on c4 having a better view than the bishop on g6. For me, the jury's still out. I think a lot will depend upon a resolution on the king side when I play a move like h5, g5, knight h7. How do things break out? C6.
Hinting at a break in the center with the move d5. Rook a7 taking advantage of the weakened 7th rank. Bishop d8 played instantly as you needed to defend that, and the bishop is going to come out to b6.
By the way, if that bishop does come out to b6, easily the tables could turn.
Yeah, I think bishop e3 is something we're going to see in the very near future, unless d5 is an issue.
Could be. It could be
a
double potential. I was about to say, it was funny, if the pawn was on e6, bishop a6 would trap the black queen. It's like, what?
Well, it's actually surviving by the minimum, right? Bishop a6, queen e6, knight e5.
I know. I was like, can I hunt down the queen?
But it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. But
and bishop a6,
whoa.
queen e6, bishop e3. I think the reason of bishop a6 is so d5 doesn't come with a tempo.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, why else do you put the bishop on a6?
Why is the bishop good on a6 in any event?
I'm not really sure.
I'm not sure either.
But can
you d5, bishop c5.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept that. But maybe rook e8, prepping d5.
Rook e8, knight g5 though.
I apologize.
Yeah. Then you get trapped because queen b3, bishop c4. Yeah.
A bingo.
No, you cannot play that. You might. I don't like h6. Never mind.
I don't like it, but it may be necessary. h7, h6. I need to. Unless I'm willing to play d5, bishop c4.
Whoa!
Now he sacrifices a
now
piece?
he sacks the knight?
Like what?
What? Well, it's Wesley So. I'm sure he's calculated something. How does
he is threatening bishop h5.
He's got knight d2 very quickly.
And so we definitely want to keep
here.
the queens on the board with queen h4 check.
Yeah, f5 runs kind of into rook h1.
Excuse me, you're absolutely right. Rook h1 is on White's agenda, which means bishop h5, f3. No, I'm not.
Doesn't help you
What's
very
the
well.
follow-up here?
I don't know.
I mean, Jin saying it's bad for black.
Bad for black, but you know what? It's crazy and we love it.
H1.
Yeah, rook h1 has
Rook
tempo,
h1
right? For
is huge. That's going to just.
Queen f6.
You got to go back then.
I have a knight.
Yeah, exactly, an extra piece.
I think you take on f5.
Incredible that Wesley sacrificed here.
Right.
What a moment to do it, right?
Bizarre, right? Just exactly that in that turn. So knight e4, queen g6 check, knight g3.
I think I go queen h5 and you cover the g6 square and queen h5 on the board, just so then you don't have.
I understand. There were and I forgot, by the way, That bishop takes d3, the bishop on
on
a6.
D3 is defending. You were asking what is that bishop doing? It has a huge performance. It's defending that pawn.
Very important pawn, knight e4 on Fabi's agenda. Man, I like the piece sacrifice earlier.
This one?
It came too late.
Yeah, I don't understand the compensation here. I'm starting to think white has the compensation.
Well, look at the rook on a7.
Really
look
nice,
at the rook
right?
h1, queen h5.
Yeah,
I mean, why isn't white
just
attacking?
winning, right?
Yeah, I mean, bishop on d8, rook on
Big
b8.
time discrepancy, Wesley. So 1 minute and 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana with 2 minutes on the clock.
Are we going to see rook b2 with
rook
some
B2 is necessary.
sneaky
Bishop
IDs?
B6.
Sneaky.
He wants to make sure that f2 is attacked.
Right, so that bishop takes b6, rook takes b6, knight e4, double question mark will be answered by a takes, and f2 is hanging.
But can I start with knight e4 maybe?
Because knight e4 looks like a great move. The idea is that if the knight is captured by the bishop, don't forget that the pawn on h7 is under threat of mate in 1. You don't have time to take on e3.
And he's gone bishop takes b6, bishop takes b6, knight f3 instead.
Bishop takes b6, rook b6, and knight f3.
Yes. It doesn't seem
I
as
don't
convincing.
understand that one. I mean, once you see knight e4 with the tempo against the queen, I don't see how you can resist playing that.
Or maybe he just didn't see it. Bishop g6 played, queen g4 played quickly.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense. I guess rook b2 is coming. d5 actually played actually. Rook, queen g3 and rook
beginning to
b2.
feel like compensations
Yes.
rearing its head here.
Oh, for
F2
sure.
is
So soft.
Yes, and
E4 is coming
on Wesley's agenda.
I think you need to defend this pawn. And rook f1 played
Rook
indeed.
f1, but now we've got options.
But e4 knight e5 is still very bad for black, right?
I don't know if it's very bad. I'm also thinking there's a rook a2, potentially returning the pin.
But there we go. Rook f1, e4, knight e5, and quickly bishop h5. He actually took on
there
e4
was
first.
a trade on
e4.
No,
Yep.
No. Yeah.
And the bishop comes back. Bishop c4. That bishop's been dead for a long time, but because there is no pawn on d5, the bishop returns to the board.
And also sidestepping any rook a2 pinning possibilities.
It's a piece.
Yeah, but it's a 3-result game too, because it can
E3.
it's easy to imagine that
E3
something could go wrong. E3.
E3.
Queen takes e3.
What's the point? He took it and said, Wesley.
Where is the point?
And Wesley frozen. I think he would have. No, h6 is not the point, right?
h6 was not the point of e3. There was a
and he just
hiccup.
calmly goes back to where he was
Bishop
right
f3 check with a pawn on e4 was always something that you had to keep in mind.
But
he
not
just
anymore.
jettisoned the e pawn for nothing.
I didn't quite understand that.
Blunder.
Just a blunder, right?
Just a
straight
stone cold blunder. Nothing else.
And it's
to say
starting to
about
look
that.
like a 2-horse race. If he wins this one, Richard Rapport is getting destroyed by Lee Kwang Lim right now.
Having an amazing day. Rook d7, just
and now
f3.
bishop f3.
No trickery on
Unfortunately,
h1.
it's
bishop d5. I don't think that helps you very much. He's resigned.
Knight g6 was
Knight g6 was coming, yeah. Nakamura, let's take a look at that game. He's playing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Let's take a quick look at that 2D board. Right now, this looks very close to a
This
draw.
one's not worth following. We should go to Lee Kwang
Yeah, this is
Lim
nothing.
with Richard.
This will end in another draw
This is
for
not going to
Hikaru.
end anywhere. We're wasting time here. Let's go to that other game. It's very
As we got
very
it already
exciting
up,
game.
let's take a quick look at the 2D board
looks
again
like
to understand the position.
White looks dominant.
7 seconds, though, for Lee Kwang Lim.
Oh, 7 seconds?
Yeah, but the position is dominant, and Richard doesn't have a lot either. 13 seconds for the Hungarian player. Needs to make a move. Knight h5, trying to make something happen on
Well,
g3.
bishop
Currently
f3.
defended.
Bishop f3.
No, bishop f3, queen g3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, driving the queen.
Whoa! That sacrifice. Pieces flying, rook c8 coming. This is a 3-result game.
Absolutely. Knight takes b4. The pawn on g3 was under
4 seconds. 3,
Ooh,
2, finally move.
Unclear what that
Oh,
does.
great move. Queen f3. Get rid of that
But knight
attacking the
d3,
queen.
knight c5. Is this so easy? Yeah, this looks pretty easy. Do you take that one? You
that
take on
guy.
b5?
Take on b5.
Whoa, the whole house is
And
falling
d6
apart.
is
And
tender.
takes. And now d6 is, I mean, this is terrible.
Right.
No, rook c7,
Rook c7, rook c6.
coming. Knight
That's
takes d6 is a
That's
threat.
an automatic.
Oh, this is
showing
over.
off.
This is over.
1
That's
second on
those
the clock.
pawns.
Too many pawns.
e5. Let's go. Whoa.
I think it's going to transfer the knight to f5 first.
Not bad.
Not bad. E5.
Yeah, no, that's such a gorgeous square.
There you go.
And there you go.
And your
can't
rook
do anything
can't
with the
leave the
rook.
back row without some mating problems.
h6, unclear why you didn't take
Why can't you
that.
take on h6? He's found.
And he's made.
What did he just do?
What? d6, no knight d5.
Whoa.
That cost him a pawn, but it's still winning. Not. Well, it doesn't cost him a pawn. He has rook b8. Rook b8?
No,
well,
it was check.
It was check, sorry.
And this should be
Easy.
no problem. But wait a minute,
Two
wait
extra
a minute.
pawns. 2 extra pawns. It's
He
easy.
is definitely winning, but he's
Rook
kind of
H8.
hesitant there.
No, rook h7, threatens c6.
Okay, but rook h8 would have meant that you're. Whoa, is he ensnaring his own? This
Trap.
is not.
It's definitely
Not
winning.
perfect
It's definitely
technique.
winning, and we would think
Not
he
the
should be able to
perfect-
pull it off.
Yeah, but we're there.
We're there.
I
We're there.
think so.
h6 is
What?
on White's agenda.
Okay.
I think h6 coming up next, yeah.
Yes, it is
H6
indeed.
there.
h6, he's got that.
King, oof.
King g8, rook d6.
Nice move, keeping your rook protected.
Mm-hmm.
And
That
now
way.
f5 is coming.
There you go.
Systematic.
King f6 now.
Rook to d7.
That also works.
Got to go back.
Rook check and rook f8. Let's go.
Yeah. And listening to Yasser is always a good idea. Rook f8 is the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, watch out for the stalemate.
Yeah, he's looking for a little trickery. But that's it.
That's it.
Richard, one last gasp. And that was the final game of the penultimate round.
Ooh, so what happened
Day 4.
in the other ones? Mamedyarov, as we expected, did draw against Nakamura. A good round then for Fabi. Hikaru drawing.
Yes.
Richard losing.
Very important.
Him beating Wesley.
He's clear second.
Clear second.
That's how it works.
That's how it works. Meanwhile, Peter Svidler did draw his game against Sam Shankland, and Jeffrey Chong lost with the black pieces against Linear Dominguez.
Whoa, results I would not have expected after Jeffrey was really showing that he does have some blitz skills, good blitz skills. And Lanier, well, again, he's all over the map.
All over the map, but
yeah.
I'm sure Maurice will tell us exactly what happened
Yes.
in some of those games.
Well, you guys covered pretty much most of them, but this one was a dogfight all the way throughout. Lanier was on top. Jeffrey clawed back. And in this position, he's doing well. Push it past pawn. Just push him. Get some activity. Instead, he played the move c5. And then after knight takes e4, rook to b4, bishop takes on c5. He took on e4 and hung this move, king d7 and bishop d6. And have you seen a worse knight in your life? I mean, the knight just got frozen out the game. Rook to e2, rook g1, and that was all she wrote. He just was able to take and exploit his other pawn on the complete other side of the board with this knight still trapped. And Lanier able to win. Poor Jeffrey, he was doing well so far, but now that one knocked him back, I believe, to 50% for the day. But the big result is the game of Wesley's.
Yeah, Fabi Wesley.
Fabi Wesley. That one there is just massive. And I think it was right around here, you guys were talking about the sacrifice on
early
G4.
Knight takes G4.
Yeah, knight takes G4
Played with
after
the
after
He played
G4.
it here.
G4.
But it's
Earlier.
after G4, this moment here.
Yes.
Yeah, knight G4, it just says, yeah, go for it. It looks
The
like a
engine
decent
says go
sacrifice.
for it. The
No
engine,
problem.
oh, good.
Absolutely, he missed his chance the first time. When he did it the second time, it was much worse.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
here,
Clear.
definitely taking on G4 and gave a lot of play to black. King G2, the engine gives queen C8 even as an idea to get the queen coming, the pin on the line, these pieces offside. Surprising that he didn't take his chance right here. Took it later when it was inferior, and Fabi defended extremely well in order to win that game. And Fabi rising. He looked dead. He looked indeed like he was out of it, but rising like Lazarus.
Right, 50% there for for Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura, an extra point on him today.
By the way, Hikaru is performing well, though I'm not trying to take anything away from it. 5 out of 8. But when you're number 1 in the world in Blitz, you could be losing rating points by only scoring 5 out of 8.
And he is, Magnus Carlsen, overtaking him in the live rating list because of the amount of draws that Hikaru has nicked him a little bit below.
Liam still outperforming everybody with 6 out of 8 in the Blitz.
Oh yeah, what an amazing result. And 6 out of 8 considering he lost to Fabi. We're going to take a look at the end of the Liam game against Rapport. Just Le Quan has really shown his stuff in the Blitz portion.
He has. Some hesitation here with his technique, but I really like the cheapo that Richard Rapport was trying to pull on his opponent with a stalemate, and Liam recognized that very nicely here. We'll see it coming up.
What was the stalemate?
Well, you go F6 check. GE takes F6.
Okay, but who takes with the E?
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, 2 pawns is just a little bit too much.
Exactly.
If actually you removed the E pawn and the F pawn, then that's a known draw. Even though, depending on the king position.
Yes.
But with the inclusion of these 2 pawns, it's just too easy to create a passed E pawn.
Right.
And bring that pawn to the end of the board.
This move, H6, very nice. If you take on H6, then White quickly grabs the rook, trades rook, and goes King F6, wins King and pawn endgame very routinely, very nicely. Richard's doing his best, just to kind of hang in there, hoping that there will be a slip up by Liam. This move, F5, very nice. And this move I really liked a lot. Rook to D7, King G8, Rook, check, that maneuver. You're going after the F7 pawn. You're more than willing to give away your H6 pawn for that F7 pawn. That is the right thing to do.
And Rook F8 is the final touch. Can't defend the pawn. F6, a bit of a Hail Mary, you know?
Yeah, F6, if you take with the pawn, Black's king is stalemated, and then you've got this crazy rook. You go rook, rook, rook. I'm not even sure it makes a draw, but okay, could.
Don't want to see it.
Yeah.
By the way, we should point out that Liam's result has been so fabulous that he's gained 52 rating points in Blitz.
Woo.
And he's now jumped 19 places in the world. I believe he's number 24 in the world right now, which I'm somewhat surprised that he was that far down actually on the list. But showing his stuff, having a fantastic performance, Hikaru dropping with his performance. Jeffrey is, Wesley has also dropped to number 4 in the world as he's shed rating points as well.
25 points.
That's a lot of points.
Wesley said, and Maurice, on that note, you said that Hikaru dropped points. How many points? 5 out of 8. Come on, that's a nice result.
Now, when you're number 1 in the world,
3.
you're 2,800. You can't be scoring that number.
No, you got to score much more.
He's losing 13 points.
Much better.
That's a lot of points. I mean, wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. A reminder that tomorrow is our last day of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Don't miss it. We have 9 more exciting rounds for you. Yes, Hikaru Nakamura is a favorite, but you've seen that gap close in the last couple of rounds.
And the summer of chess is by no means over. In fact, it flares anew because immediately after this Grand Chess Tour, we have the 5th and final leg, the granddaddy of them all, the Singfield Cup.
The Singfield Cup, a traditional tournament here in St. Louis that is going to be wonderful.
Absolutely. That will be a classical chess event.
Oh, Wesley losing.
What?
Man, for the Grand Chess Tour, that's huge.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
I didn't even think about it just now, but that's Maxime
Keep going, everybody.
Yeah. And Fabi would get 10 points if he comes in second, so he gets to 17.
doesn't put him in contention, but that's a big 10
But it
points.
all depends on what happens with Wesley.
Right.
Shaq Griar, he'd be within range. If he gets
Shaq
17.
is right now, what, a favorite to get 5 points, would you say?
Something like that. And he'll only be at 23. If Fabi could think, that's not bad, I get some chances. But Wesley...
If Wesley gets 5 or 6,
we'll put him away from Fabi. You'd have to hope for disastrous results. But whatever happens for Fabi now, remember, he did play 2 events, and he got 7 Grand Chess Tour points.
That was terrible.
In 2 events.
Terrible.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Richard got 5.5 in 1. Fabi's worst, the only person who performed worse was Rajabov, who is not playing here. But 7 in 2 events. Yeah. But if he could get 10 points here and jump to 17, okay, he might even think about winning the Seinfeld Cup. He may not win the whole thing, but he could get a $50,000 also bonus for coming in second on the Grand Chess Tour. So that would be amazing for him as well. He's just, he's right in there for some extra money.
Third is $25,000. Nice bonuses.
Huge bonuses, and they're going to be fighting for it all. It's the last Blitz round of the day. We're going to take a short break here to get some calculations going. We'll be right back with the final round of action of the day. Welcome back. It's the last round of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz day number 1. We still have another 9 rounds tomorrow. But for now, this is how we finish the day. Rapid against Caruana normally would be our game to watch, number 3 against number 2. But check it out, it's the 2 best performers of the day. Hikaru Nakamura facing against Le Quang Liang, who is simply on fire. 6 points out of 8. It's too bad he didn't have a better rapid result. And he's not really fighting for those top places, but that's going to be the game that we focus on.
Absolutely. And Hikaru, if Hikaru wins this game, then he will actually tie with Liam for the best results because Liam's leading by a point.
That's right. 6 out of 9 would be the score for both of us. Certainly Liam has no interest in that. He wants to be accumulating more and more points.
Absolutely. As the 2 prepare to face off for this 9th and ultimate game for this day 4 of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
And here we
we're all like anxious to touch the clock. Let's fire up the time.
Yeah, D4, none of this Berlin draw business anymore. Let's take a look at it, Indian. We've seen so many of them Hikaru, but they've all been from the other side.
Exactly. He's saying, hey, that queen c2 is becoming annoying. Let me play the white side of it for a change. Let me see how the
H6, and this is becoming pretty tactical to play bishop H4, G5, bishop G3, knight C6.
Yeah, with CD5 and ED5 included. I was just, mentally I was trying to make the gymnastics of A2, A3, and how that compares with other variations. Knight C6.
Knight C6.
Voluntarily putting the, I mean, oftentimes you see a queen A4 check to try to induce a knight C6.
There's a lot of recent theory here following the moves G5, bishop G3, knight E4.
And how would that theory actually go? Because we're about to see it.
It goes for craziness, actually, after knight E4. There are some dubious moves, but I think that developing the H5, which is another, by the way of playing this position, both knight E4 and H5 have been essayed recently.
H5.
Yes. It's the newest and greatest.
Latest and greatest in opening theory. Holy smokes. H5. So H4, knight E4. I get that part, but F3?
F3 is a move. It's just
a move.
It's supposed to be okay for black, right?
Okay.
He has not gone for it. Sorry, he did. What am I saying? He did go for the move F3.
Commentator's curse. The moment we say no, not going to happen, boom, on. Boom. Yeah. So I'm assuming Queen E7 because otherwise, White gets to play Bishop to D3 and Knight E2 for free. So you've got to do something to keep this initiative. Eventually, these pawns on H5 and G5 are going to be weak.
And there we go.
Queen E7, King D2.
Yeah, you couldn't play Bishop F2 because of the trick with Knight takes D4.
That would have been embarrassing with the King still on E1. Knight takes D4 was the threat. So with the move King D2, we defend E3, stopping Queen E3 as well as making E3 takes D4 possible. H4 chasing the bishop back to F2. Mm-hmm. Okay, I agree. My king's a little bit uncomfortable, but again, if I can just complete my development with bishop D3, knight E2, I'm going to have everything, and I mean complete mastery of the center, queenside, kingside. Where's black's king go in these variations?
Usually queenside.
Yeah.
Usually you do castle queenside.
Bishop E6, castles is on black agenda.
And then you start playing for G4, which Hikaru has already stopped.
Right.
Doesn't want to see any of that business.
A6, I assume, was designed to prevent the bishop from coming to B5, where it would disturb the knight and make sure that black's king is not going queenside. So we do have bishop D3. H3, important tempo, just to...
But I like black's position. Bishop D6 is another tempo, knight B4 being threatened. That's why we see the move A3.
You like black's position. I'm seeing bad things happening here to black. I'm seeing,
black?
Yeah, I'm saying knight E2, rook D. Okay, as white, knight E2, bring my rooks to the center, and then I get to play for E3, E4. That's what it's all about in my view.
With the king on D2?
No. My rook's on E1.
Okay.
Ooh.
Short castle.
King side, baby.
What?
Are we happy with that decision?
No.
That's an amazing decision. Rook to G1 and G4 almost plays itself, doesn't it?
Castle's short.
I gotta say, I
Man,
mean,
you
talk
just
about
asked
a
me where
Reddit.
the king goes.
Yeah, well, you were so kind enough to suggest it was going queenside, but Rook G1 and G3. White gets to pry open the king side, no question about it.
I'm very confused. I would have castled queenside without a
100%.
hesitation.
100%. Didn't see that one coming.
And we are being told that Wesley So very quickly won his game. A big-time blunder by Peter Svidler.
Huge result.
Big for Wesley, big for the Grand Chess Tour.
MVL is unhappy with Peter Svidler. He's not getting a Christmas card this year. Okay, but back to our game.
Rook E1 saying, I don't want to commit all my rooks to the king side. Let me play Rook E1 and continue with your plan, right? King C1, E4, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you kind of tuck your king away, but boy, I got to tell you, I mean, when opportunity like Rook G1 and G3 knocks, you answer the door. Okay, it is what it is, and Black's king is still not what you call
safe.
Yeah, not at all. Rook F1. Okay, that's another move that I would have kept in abeyance. I would have played the move King B1 first.
All right, King B1 at least played. We can understand that move. I like White. I would like Black if the king was on B8. The king is so bad.
Exactly, and I think E3, E4. I mean, White is just revved it up, and now it's time to unleash the Kraken. E3, E4, blowing open the position. Hopefully, White's pieces are ready to take advantage of all the open lines and files that will occur, and they will occur because you do not want to see. Well,
it's all been chopped. Pawn takes E4, pawn takes E4, pawn takes E4. Knight takes E4.
Right.
I believe
Makes
knight
sense.
takes E4.
Something to be said for bishop takes E4?
Nah. I don't like it.
No. Knight E4 is definitely... Knight E4 and maybe bishop can come to C4.
Bishop C4 maybe.
Is that on the board? Pardon me.
No. He played knight takes E4.
He did. There was a
knight D5 played almost a la tempo.
Okay, so Black is holding a grip over the F4 square for the moment.
D5 is also important, right?
Yes.
It is an isolated pawn.
Absolutely.
Again, I would love Hikaru's position. Sorry, Lequang's position if the king was
on B8. Yeah, like the king does look like wide open, on the G8 square. Knight on E4 to C3. That was a very difficult decision, but it was made quickly nonetheless.
A knight D4 played by Lequang Liam.
I'm expecting bishop E4.
Well, maybe allowing bishop C4 though, right? It's a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, he did decide after all to take on F4. I'm having troubles with this bishop on F2.
And that's why he plays D5. An explosive move there by Hikaru Nakamura. Why can I not take that pawn?
Well, he's thinking that, okay, let me catch up with the players. How come
Wait, hold on. We have a lot of moves there. Knight takes D3, Rook takes E6. What's going on? Our board is kind of messing up there. There are no two knights. It's only one knight.
Knight takes E4, Knight takes F4, Knight takes F4, D5 on the board. What happened? What? No.
There is no knight on F4. I'm not really sure why the board is going. We're going to go with live as there is no knight on F4.
Right.
The queen on H7. What's going on? There's a pin on this bishop. Yasser, how do you defend this bishop? Oh, you defend it like that. There you go. But if I attack it again, bishop C5, let's say.
We do have knight E4.
Ooh, you do.
Oh no!
I just take it.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
So
knight D1. Yep.
Well, maybe knight D1, although it's a bit sad of a move, no?
I agree with that wholeheartedly. There is a trick that maybe E6, E7 could somehow turn things around.
Queen F5.
Right.
Attacks F2, attacks E6.
I do have finally...
Nakamura in big trouble.
Is he?
In this position.
Ooh,
big trouble.
Queen B3, but what if I just move my king somewhere? Not really sure where.
Again, I do have knight D1 as a potential defense to this ugly pin that is currently I'm facing. King Are we going king h7? I assume
I don't
so.
know. I don't know if there's a difference between king h7 and king h8, but king h8, bishop
King
d4.
H-
Never mind. King goes to h7.
Let me show you.
Rook e8 played instead. I don't
Rook
like that move.
e8. Okay,
Why
that
is he letting
little
Hikaru
bit
Knight
up?
c5, by the way. Knight c5 instead of rook to e8 would have just picked off the e-pawn.
That makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense to me.
Yep.
But Naka feeling the pressure nevertheless.
He's got to come up with some move. Queen takes b7, knight f2.
I don't. Queen takes f7. Queen takes b7 doesn't seem real.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that the knight on f2, I get to reverse.
Look at this. How much time he
e7
spent
check. I
before
like that.
finally-
Ooh, king h7.
And where's the follow-up, though?
Knight e4. What a move! It takes advantage of the fact that the queen on
F7.
f5 is overloaded.
f7.
F7. What
is the soft spot? Queen
Right.
f7, queen e4, queen takes e4, queen f7 check is the soft spot.
Wait, can I take on e7 with the rook?
Don't forget the
D3
knight on
is
d3.
hanging.
Yeah, but I'm attacking the knight twice. So rook
Correct.
takes e7, queen takes d3. I have queen takes e4.
So rook e7, knight g5 check.
Oh,
Knight g5 check is
He's
just
taking
in
him some time, but Naka's going to find knight g5.
Now,
King
see? Knight f3.
What?
Knight f3. Where are you walking? Knight f3, bishop d4.
No, knight f3, I have to chop that bishop.
You don't want to allow that bishop
No way.
to sneak out.
Knight f3 there. I
Guy
have to
done
chop
it.
that bishop, right?
Bishop takes h4, bishop d4 on white's agenda. That's why Alejandro wants to get rid of that white bishop on f2. He doesn't do it.
Rook e2, let's go.
Should do.
He did not want to give away his advantage. He wants to keep the game alive.
Whoa.
But
Knight d4 forks the queen and the rook. What's going on?
Queen takes f2. No, but then have queen e6.
Knight d4.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4. I was going to go knight to d4. He put his bishop on d4 instead. Knight d4 was forking the queen and rook. You said queen f2.
No, I don't believe
Queen
myself.
f2.
I don't believe myself. I think it's right.
Maybe that was the move. Maybe there was.
Lequan down to 15 seconds. I think that bishop should have been
Nervous.
chopped. I think that bishop should have been chopped.
11 seconds. Not sure what
By
to
the
do.
way, he doesn't know what he's doing.
That king on
Take
h6.
it on
Oh,
G2.
rook takes g2. Nobody
believes
you.
that.
No.
No way that
No
works.
way.
There must be a
Holy
trick here.
smokes. How do you get away with a move like that? That is remarkable.
What is the refutation, though?
I know. I so badly want to play knight h4, but I don't
just
see a
check.
queen to. No, he just played knight to
92,
2.
instantly bishop f4. These players are so
Okay.
resourceful. It's crazy.
It truly is.
10 seconds on his clock. Knock it down to 24 seconds. And
Nice.
somehow the guy's not
What?
dead.
Knight
Knight
B1.
B1.
Just keeping the king. There's
Queen e4, attacking the bishop, defending the pawn on b7. I don't know if anybody's watching that.
I'm watching the. Ooh, queen f7. Huge move. Uh-oh.
Bishop e5.
Uh-oh.
This feels like trouble.
Big,
this feels
big,
like trouble.
big time. There goes a knight. Queen check. Queen takes
That's a
c5.
knight. That's it. I think that's it.
Oh. That queen
that's
f7 rocked Liam.
Time to
He
resign.
never
he had no time.
recovered. And
Big win for Hikaru Nakamura in that game against Le Quang Liam. We're going
Whoa.
to have to analyze that a little bit further. Let's take
yes.
a look at Fabi versus Rapport. What is going on? There's a queen, there's rooks. I have no idea. It could end in a draw right now if there's a perpetual check. And I actually don't see anything better for white because b2 is hanging.
some echoes of the
their
previous,
duel,
yeah, the queen versus the two rooks. And at this time,
But now you don't have a perpetual as white.
Yeah.
And b2 is hanging.
Yeah.
What did he do? Because b2 is hanging.
Right.
9 seconds for Fabi, 10 seconds for Richard Rapport, and dropping. But rook takes b2 is just a huge threat. How do you defend that?
Exactly. It's not just rook b2 I'm worried about. It's rook b2 and rook g2.
Now this is lost, right?
That's losing. Ooh!
Whoa, arbiter.
Arbiter.
Rook a1, rook b1 coming.
My opponent didn't
That's
put his pieces.
not
there
gonna
he goes.
stop anything.
But it's not mate yet. For the two rooks, it could be.
Close,
it should be.
but it's not, right?
It should be.
Where's the mate?
No,
rooks
and they're
come
just
over.
blitzing now. Anything could happen. Remember
Still
who had?
free result.
Remember it was It was Rapport who had
That's
two rooks.
what I'm saying.
Is that an actual
was that a
threat?
good move?
Where's that? There's not a threat. The queen's easier to play with. It looks like he's going to just have to take the draw. To be smart, just take the repetition.
Really? There's no mate here?
It's remarkable to me.
I think it's a smart thing to do is just to take it. Your time is
Rook
down.
F4. What? Why didn't he play Rook F4?
Because he had no time on the clock. That's why.
And there is Fabi saying, "Where's my win?" I mean, help me, Richard. I mean, this. Okay, Lasta, as we see Jeffrey Zhang versus Shakhriyar, and Jeffrey up a pawn.
But that pawn shouldn't go anywhere, right?
No. And just
check,
all kinds of checks
attack
now.
The pawn on g3. And
exactly.
Yeah, there's no way you win this.
Right.
Well,
I like the way Jeffrey just kind of shoveled his king towards the g3 pawn, and okay, draw. Okay. Yeah.
And in other results, Sam Shanklin drew against Linier Dominguez. I want to check out that game that Wesley So beat Peter Svidler.
It was over quickly.
So quickly, right?
That one doesn't have much intrigue.
It doesn't?
It doesn't.
Was it an opening blunder?
It was just a terrible move. We'll look at it. Let's look at this one though. This one with Fabi at the end. This game was crazy. It was definitely an edge for White throughout, but then the game turned, and again you saw that he should have taken his draw, but he didn't. And this position, very clear win for him, although it's not the kind of thing you just suspect would have immediately happened. The idea here, guard your knight, swing, this move is forced, and now this move, rook to g3, and this sets everything up. Now there's no way to stop this move, rook check. Queen of 7 would have stopped you if you put it on a1, but by putting it here, you're just in trouble. I'm going to take a pawn like he did in the game, and now it's going to be mate. Check. Your king has to go straight back, and now check, making you decide where are you going to go.
G1 or
And if you go G1, then simply rook takes D3, and
there you go.
It's mate. And if you go to E1, then rook takes H3, and it's mate. What's funny is how Richard mated Fabi with two rooks against a queen in their rapid game, and now Fabi could have returned the favor.
Yeah.
That would have been poetic justice, wouldn't it, to get this one back, but didn't happen, and the game ended in a draw and time pressure. Now, the game with Peter and Wesley, the bad news happened for Peter back here. In fact, let's go just a little bit further to this position. And here he played the move G5, which is fine, and Bishop G3, which is fine, but then he played the shocker D5.
Okay, that is kind of crazy.
And that's just like, whoa, you're just going to open up the game like that? Well, you can't. B4, move your rook away. Rook leaves. Queen F3. Defend your knight. You can't. You move it. We take your pawn. And your position just collapses. Just a straight blunder.
Howler. A big one.
Really bad. So it wasn't that an interesting game, just a bad move. Falling at the finish line was Peter. There's got to be a lot of fatigue for the players. 9 rounds of blitz. But a great result for Wesley, to be sure, as he tries to keep pace. Definitely, let's take a look at the standings to see just where we stand at the moment.
Big time win by Hikaru in the very last round to really cement his lead, Alejandro.
Absolutely. It's still a 2.5-point lead over Fabiano Caruana. Richard Rapport currently in 3rd place, having a disastrous day. 3.5 out of 9, a -2 score. Wesley So, meanwhile, with +1, is surging a bit up there, 14 points.
Shakhriyar, 5 out of 9 in
How's
the
he
blitz.
still up there?
I don't understand it. I mean, it's remarkable, but he is in some kind of position as far as the Grand Chess Tour goes.
Do you know what's crazy?
No.
Look at that list.
Yeah.
Where are the players in the Grand Chess Tour on this list? The ones who are playing for the Grand Chess Tour.
Fabi in position number 2.
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
2nd through 5th.
Yeah.
They're all right there.
Right on.
Take out Hikaru, and you know that one Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is like, how is this happening?
Right.
Like they're all at the top. They're all in contention.
Right.
Incredible. Really remarkable that all the players in the Grand Chess Tour, we have 6 wild cards, and on the top 5, there's only one.
It's only Hikaru.
It's only Hikaru spoiling the apple cart.
And that And here is our Grand Chess Tour as we see MVL on top, but
soon to be surpassed. We'll see by
Wesley
how many
for
people.
sure.
Well, definitely by Wesley. Maybe, well, depending on tomorrow's results, by Shakira Mamediarov.
And once again, everybody, the Fast and Furious weekend continues tomorrow. Sunday, we'll have our final day of day 5 of the Grand Chess Tour St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. We have a special guest in studio, Alejandro.
Of course, we have a great lineup of great Blitz players, but we have a former World Blitz champion with us here in the studio. It's Le Quang Liam.
Indeed, despite the hiccup at the end, he still had a fantastic day, tying for best score of the day. Welcome to the show. You had a poor first half with the Rapid. That certainly wasn't what you wanted, but you righted the ship in the Blitz. A little couple of hiccups. How do you feel about your performance so far?
Yeah, I'm very happy about today. I think today I scored 6 points, so that's equal to the previous 3 days combined. So, yeah, relatively speaking, I should be happy with my performance today. But I feel like I could have done a little bit better, especially the last game against Hikaru. But in general, I think I played much better today, and at least I think I avoid the last place now. So that's my goal for today.
You are a great Blitz player. You won the World Blitz title. What's the difference between Blitz and Rapid, you think, that makes it such a big differential?
Yeah, in Blitz, it's a lot about playing fast and trying to avoid blunders. You don't have to play brilliant chess. You just have to play decent chess and avoid blunders and try to be a little bit faster than your opponents. So, I mean, it takes a lot more practice to be good at Rapid and Classical than in Blitz, I would say. Because in Blitz, it's more like your natural ability. You just push the pieces and see how they go.
Have you always been good at Blitz? Is it something that you did as a child or that you practiced when you were younger?
Yeah, I think when I was younger, I played a lot more Blitz than recently. So I won the World Blitz Championship in 2013, and since then I didn't play too much Blitz, but apparently I still remember how to play.
You still got it. Well, we hope to see you do well tomorrow as well, close out the event. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Liam, I can't help but ask this final round game that you played with Hikaru. You made a decision that, frankly, Alejandro and I thought was extraordinary. You decided to castle kingside right here, and we thought absolutely for certain your moves A7, A6, and Queen E7, that you were preparing to put your king on the queen side. How did you come up with this decision? Castles short.
Yeah, to be honest, when I played A6, I didn't plan where my king would go, but I thought A6 was important to prevent something coming to B5, like maybe the bishop coming to B5, or after A3, bishop D6, maybe knight B5.
Right.
So I wanted to control that square. And then when it was time to castle, I mean, that's also one thing in Blitz. You shouldn't plan too far ahead because you don't have that much time. So you just kind of take it step by step. And here, when it was time to castle, I decided to castle short because, honestly, the king feels safer on the king side. Because if I castle long, then B4, B5, or knight A4, something coming to A6 or C5.
That concerned you. The problem that we had with castles, and Hikaru did not play it. Hikaru actually played rook on A1 to E1. We were thinking that the king, you were ready for a rook A1 to G1, Liam?
Yeah, I consider that move, definitely. And I thought that was the best move. I thought I have to go knight G3 to stop him from playing G3.
I see.
And then probably knight takes, or bishop takes, I don't know.
Right, and somehow you were
and then HG,
planning to keep the king side closed.
Yeah, I think it's still not so easy for him to open up the king side.
Fair enough. Thank you so very much. And again, our congratulations. Really, you regaled us with your great quality of Blitz. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, yes, sir.
Absolutely. Knight G3, that was the answer.
Well, sometimes we just don't find them.
Yeah, we missed it.
Absolutely. No, a great amount of resources were found in that game by both sides. I did think that perhaps Liam tried a little too hard at some point to keep the pieces alive.
But Hikaru finding that crazy, knight C3 to B1.
Yeah, 93b1 was shocking.
But then queen f7, queen f8, queen takes c5, and the knight on b1 is wonderful.
Like everything just worked.
Like what? How does that work out like that?
We have a lot more chess coming, not today, but tomorrow we will finish the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and we have much more to come.
The ultimate tournament in American chess, the Grand Chess Tour Sinkfield Cup, August 16th to 27th. Put that in your calendar and come and watch the action. Then the ultimate moves.
Ultimate moves on September 7th, followed by the return of Fisher Random Chess, known as Chess 960. That'll be September 8th through 10th. And if you like to see those Americans battle each other, well, guess what? It's the American Champion, the US Championship, coming back to St. Louis, October 5th through the 19th.
Very nice. Our favorite tournament.
Now, absolutely. And with us, we have somebody that's familiar with winning some of those tournaments.
Yes, indeed.
Fabiano Caruana.
Indeed, number 2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana, with us. Fabi, today felt like a roller coaster ride a little bit. Maybe not so crazy, but what were you experiencing? Because we were looking at it thinking, the guy is falling like a rock, and then all of a sudden, you rose back again.
Yeah, it was a wild day. I mean, I started badly. I wasn't playing well. I was blundering. I mean, there was 2 back-to-back games against Jeffrey, losing, I think, dead drawn rook ending, and then against Shakriyar was a horrible game. So I wasn't feeling too good, and then against Sam was also a very bad game, but somehow I won that one. And after that, things improved. The last game was, of course, also wild and ridiculous, but because I started badly, my feeling now is more kind of happy with today. If it was the other way around, I would have been upset.
Well, is it just like you said, the Sam game? You get a break and then it goes in your direction, because it's hard to control how we think when we're on tilt or we're losing games. You didn't do anything special to come back, you said. You basically is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I actually don't think I was on tilt. I mean, sometimes I get tilted when I'm playing badly, but I didn't feel massively upset. I think I was just not in shape. I was just making mistakes, which had nothing to do with. It's not like I was doing crazy things. It's just that once I was getting down to the last few seconds, my play was really suffering. But yeah, then after that game against Sam, I think played 2 pretty good games. I mean, not perfect, of course, but for Blitz, I think pretty decent games. And then the last game was wild, but I can't even be upset. Of course, I was winning at the end pretty easily, but he was also winning for most of the game, so I can't really be upset.
We actually saw you at 2 rooks and could have mated him. You ended up getting mated by him yesterday with his 2 rooks.
I had that thought.
You did
have that thought. I thought it would be poetic justice, but my rooks aren't as good as his.
Finally, it looks like Hikaru was going to win this with seemingly running away with the score. Is it important for you to come in second place?
I don't know the scores. I mean, I know that he's in the lead. I don't know how massively in the lead. I assume it's pretty much an uncatchable lead, but I mean, I wasn't thinking about first place at the start of today, you know. Like after I was -3, I was just trying to not lose any more games, just to stabilize things. The fact that I'm still in a pretty good position, I'm happy with. I don't know who's behind me or how much.
He's 2.5 points ahead of you, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I'm catching up with 2.5 points, especially since Hikaru is playing well. So yeah, it would be nice to secure second place if possible. That would be good.
All right, well, keep bouncing back. Enough of the roller coaster rides.
Well, if I bounce back, I have to do badly, so you're...
I think you did badly already. Let's hope you just rise.
Thanks, Maurice.
Good luck.
Very nice, Fabi. Just a quick question for you. As 2 players have distinguished themselves in this first day of Blitz, Liam and Hikaru scored 6 out of 9. Your quick thoughts of those 2 players?
Well, I mean, they're both very good Blitz players. We're not too surprised by that. I mean, Hikaru is a specialist in Blitz, and yeah, the fact that he also did very well in Rapid, I guess it's not good for the rest of us that he's also finding his form in blitz. And Liam, I think, started even better than he finished. He might be a bit disappointed with the end because I think he was +4 after 6 rounds.
Right.
So he was really running away with it. But it's hard to come back because of the scoring system from a bad rapid result like he had.
Thank you, and good luck tomorrow, Fabi.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Like Wang Liam, a specialist in blitz, but Hikaru Nakamura just managed to stop him there at the end.
Absolutely, and it was a great game. I mean, 3 results, and they
So
kept
the
the
entire
players.
way, right?
It was like 13
Yeah.
seconds, and somehow Hikaru has this annoying habit of he keeps pulling those really close games. He tends to do very well in the close games.
And Liam always was mentioning how important it is not to blunder in blitz, and it's
Right,
like Hikaru
consistency.
can see everything. He might not find the absolute best move, but to see Hikaru fully blunder, almost never
Really?
happens.
No. He's remarkably consistent, is what I want to add.
Absolutely, Hikaru Nakamura. Well, he is the top blitz player in the world for a reason, and he is joining us here in the studio.
Well, your word was consistent. He was +3 in the rapid, and now he's +3 in the blitz. Hikaru, you had a good day today. Not like all the games were smooth, though, but when it seemed like there might have been some trouble, you were able to pull it off right at those moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it started off very smoothly, but certainly towards the end there were a couple games that weren't great. The last one was probably the worst of the day against Lee, and I got a little bit lucky, but kind of, I think, as Alejandro and Yasser were saying, I was able to just find moves that weren't pure blunders, even when I was much worse, and just kept the game going. And I was also a little bit fortunate that Lekwang missed this 94 move, which fortunately I saw when I played E7. I was really happy when I found it, because I knew that if I could untangle with the time situation, there was no way he could defend. So it was a good finish, and feel very good with the result.
You have a big lead, 2.5 points. It's kind of hard to imagine anybody catching you. Do you worry about things like that? And when you're going into tomorrow, are you thinking run up the score, just keep playing chess, or keep the lead and be conservative?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple possibilities. So like the first game today against Richard is a good example of this, where the game was a draw. It was the same draw that we played in the rapid portion. And Richard basically, after the game, he said, well, I was sure you wouldn't play this line again. He thought that I would try to be aggressive and try to beat him with black in the first game. And I think there are a couple ways of looking at it. You can sort of play very aggressively and hope things work out. Of course, if they don't, you look very stupid. You can also just be solid. And in the process, if I'm solid, I think there's a good chance I'll win this tournament, but there's also a good chance that I might draw too many games and lose that #1 ranking in Blitz. So, there are many ways of looking at it, but I think for me, I'm just trying to play good chess. Like I'm not really worried about anything except playing good games.
You look very relaxed. Let's talk about that #1 ranking in Blitz. As you said, you could win this tournament. Looks like you got a great chance, but the #1 ranking does matter to you.
Nah, it doesn't matter at all.
Really?
I mean, to be blunt, if I was worried about that #1 ranking, it would kind of be like playing online, where I wouldn't play this event. Because I think when I look at the ratings of the players here, I have to score something insane. And I think there's some players like Sam, for example, who I think he's underrated. Definitely in Rapid, but I think also in Blitz. Like in the Rapid, I played Sam, I drew the game, and he had this ridiculous 2609 rating, which of course is 100 points below where he should be at least. So if I was really worried about the rating, then I just wouldn't play the event. So I think it's kind of silly to worry about those things. Of course, it's nice, but again, I just want to play good chess, and if I do that, maybe I'll gain ranking. But most importantly, I would say I do want to try and win the tournament at this point. So that probably will dictate how I play tomorrow.
All right, we're looking forward to seeing you close it out.
Sure.
Our congratulations, Hikaru. Very, very fine performance indeed.
Certainly. Let's take a look at the standings. Remember, 9 more rounds of Blitz coming up tomorrow. It is Hikaru Nakamura with a commanding 2.5-point lead. Richard Rapport is trailing Fabiano Caruana by a point in the fight for second place. But don't forget about Wesley So, only 1.5 points away from his compatriot.
With those Grand Chess Tour points all up for grabs, everything can happen in one more day of Blitz, Alejandro.
We'll be here, same time, same place, 9 more rounds of Blitz, and if we need playoffs, we'll have those for you as well immediately after. And guys, I think that's it for today. I can't imagine.
Just final thoughts from Maurice. Just bring it home for us, Maurice.
I just heard the word playoffs.
Oh, Playoffs? We don't want no stinking playoffs.
They're not going to be.
I don't think it doesn't
how-
matter.
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
matter. Not happening.
You see how relaxed the guy was? He's like, I'm just going to play good chess. Right? He's like, nobody's catching him. He's got this one on lockdown. It would take a disaster of epic proportions for him to lose this event. But it is important as far as the Grand Chess Tour standings are concerned for him, for the rest of the field, to at least get some good points. And so expect to see a very motivated Wesley So, Richard Rapport, Shakar Mamadyrov, Fabiano Caruana. That's going to be a heavy-duty battle as we're going to go into the Singfield Cup. I don't think Shikara was playing in the Singfield Cup, right? So that's going to be the big deal. And tomorrow we'll decide all of that as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is watching in the wings. So we expect very exciting games tomorrow as they look to put themselves in good position for the finals. So don't miss it. We'll be here calling all the action.
Thank you, Maurice.
Well, thank you, Yasser. This was an exciting day.
Yes, it was.
Let's get ourselves some good night's sleep, and we will be back 9 rounds of Blitz to finish this tournament. And that's going to be great. Don't miss it.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.